comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no care. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first. I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually when it stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear.
I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true. Where everything you want can be yours. If and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them. But most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting, it's hot. Look what I got, whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what is meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You want to compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
to get it. I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true. Where everything you want can be yours. If and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them. But most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how it would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting, it's hot. Look what I got, whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha, yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete, well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt. Cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me. How'd I turn pain into energy? Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually when it stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true. Where everything you want can be yours. If and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them. But most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting, it's hot. Look what I got, whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast, I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes, I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete, well get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'm a work through the struggle.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, and Monster Energy.
Are you guys ready for this? Let's show them. Time for talk's over. Let's do this.
What a beautiful play! He can take down anyone! Oh my God!
यहाँ पर क्लोजर की शॉट लेके बच गए
Great high level पे और उनके ऊपर धावा बोला जाएगा. Eliminate!
Week 1 was the test of potential, but now Week 2 will be the test of mental fortitude. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Snapdragon Pro Series, where I'm going to be a host and caster Necro and John alongside. With me on the panel is going to be Fritz. Fritz, of course, as we know, currently we're inside Week 2. But before we move on with the show, Fritz, we also need to give a huge thanks to our sponsors. Thank you so much for Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Snapdragon Elite Gaming, and also Monster Energy. And thank you so much for our Snapdragon Pro Series partner, which is Samsung, for providing us the devices. Fritz, as I mentioned, today's the Week 2, especially day 1 of the Week 2 of the Challenger season. How are you feeling? You've seen the overall standings as well.
Yep.
What are your thoughts on that?
Hey, I'm super excited to see a team that has qualified through Open Finals and made their way here and now competing and topping the table. Hey, this is really interesting to see. Week 1 was very fun. Now let's see what Week 2 holds for us.
Especially Team Prince currently topping the charts
exactly.
with something none of us saw coming. And Team Prince currently is actually doing that as well. Team Soul was the one holding that first spot, but then Team Prince came in out of nowhere, kicked out of Team Soul from that first spot. But then we also saw another team rising up to the occasion, which was God's Reign. And one thing is for sure, the amount of money, the amount of fame that's currently on the line inside the tournament, even God's Reign do want a fair share of that.
Yeah, that's true. That's completely true. I mean, we did see Team Prince, as you pointed out, the first 2 days were just impeccable. They were playing on another level. Day 3, they did have a slight downfall overall in the tournament, but that gave the opportunity for the other teams to climb. And that's exactly what happened. All the other teams slowly and steadily climbed up, rose up to the occasion. And that's the beauty of long formats, I'd say. You could be playing really good on day number 1 and 2, but then you'll have to continue with the momentum. You have to be very consistent with every game you play. Otherwise, even though you're on top in the first week, you might fall down in the coming weeks if you're not that consistent. So yes, of course, then teams who have previous experience, I'd say Team God's Reign, as you pointed out, and even say Team IQ Soul, all these teams who have experience, they know that it is going to be a slow and steady race. Getting 20 points every game is not the job right now. Get 10 points, you should be fine.
Exactly. You mentioned a word over there, which was staying consistent, and a lot of the teams are trying to do that. But for now, let's move on and take a look at the format. As we know, we all started things off all the way from open qualifiers, from which 8 teams qualified inside the challenge season, and 24 teams were invited. And from the challenge season, only 16 teams will be moving on to the challenge finals. Of course, the format is quite cutthroat. It's quite brutal, but that just makes the game or the tournament even more interesting.
Yeah, that's true. And now let's head on to the points distribution as well. Let's see how do these teams get rewarded. So if you get the chicken, of course, you'd back 15 points. It keeps on decreasing from there on. And every finish will give you a point too. So that's something the teams have already started focusing towards. They're getting those finishes. They're focusing on getting those early eliminations. One, it boosts up your confidence, and the second, it of course helps you maintaining that good average throughout the tournament. So getting that first position every game might not be possible, but hey, getting 7-8 finishes every game, well, that is something that is in your hands.
Getting the finishes is, of course, sort of been in the meta for a while, but recently things have been shifted a bit. A lot of the teams are going for the Met strat, no matter what map it is, and everyone is just prioritizing the Met strat. They're just going for the placement points, and a lot of these teams do have a ton of placement points, but I still feel like placement points is not going to cut it. Now you need to focus on the elimination point, or at least maybe sometime in the future. You mentioned this, being consistent should be the way to go, and yes, doing the Met strat is keeping you consistent, especially teams like Chemin Esports, teams like Entity Gaming. They have been doing the Met strat over and over again, and that's why they're currently above Team Soul.
Oh, yeah, that could be a fair point. I mean, in specific maps, I did observe this happening. Vikendi, Sanhok, where teams were really down because of the play zone. But then on other maps as well, if it's happening on Erangel and Miramar too, it's just crazy, man. It's just crazy to see. Because the med strat usually comes into the play when you've lost a couple of players early on. Then you just try to survive, try to find as many medkits as possible, try to get in top 5. even in the Challenge Open, I did see a team getting a chicken from outside the zone in Sanhok while the other teams were fighting. Everybody just fought out. It was a 1v1. That guy was popping in 31st stage, suddenly stands up and gets the chicken. What, 5 or 6 finishes is what he had, but then 15 points along with that helped his team qualify for the main stages. So that strategy usually works, yes. But then in Erangel and Miramar, I'd love to see it if it happens at today as well.
I mean, it has happened a lot of the times in the past as well. As I mentioned, no matter what the map is, teams are still just going for the Met strat. And as you mentioned, outside of the circle, going for the Met strat, you see the last man inside of the zone, and then you shoot him down from outside of the blue itself. It can be one of the most disappointing things if you are the person inside of the zone and you pretty much are celebrating before the game was even won, and then you're just like, wait, hold on. What just happened? I just got eliminated all the way from outside of the zone by that one man who was just sitting all the way in the back. But I hope those sort of things do not really happen, because for now,
hopefully.
we need to look at the overall standings, because this is what we were talking about. Team Prince currently at the top with 95 points. God's Reen with 90 points, Revenue Esports with 60 points, or with 90 points themselves, Chemin Esports with 89, Alibaba Raiders with 88, and Entity with 87, and then you see Team Soul all the way at the 7th spot. It's a big push down, but still, they've got a lot of days to make a comeback.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the point difference between all of these 8 teams, it's not much, right? One game could entirely flip the table up. Forever gets a chicken, goes on top. Prince, maybe if they come second, they might still hold on to their second position. But it's what, a 12-point difference? That's not huge, Necro. And a 12-point difference accumulating 8 teams. This is going to be fun. Every game will be very important for all of these teams. Because right now, in week number 2, I'd say you'd want to make a lead. You'd want to make a comfortable lead so that in week number 3, if you do want to try something new, that can also be accommodated. But right now, the competition is cutthroat, I'd say, as expected.
That is true. I mean, let's be honest. The overall standings are super fragile, super sensitive. As you mentioned, one solid game, and that can propel you all the way at the top. One bad game can maybe take you down quite a bit. So every single game is going to be super important for these teams. Now, you do see Team Godlike as well on that 16th spot. A lot of the fans were quite disappointed in the performance that Godlike has been showcasing, but I'm pretty sure we're probably going to be seeing a little bit of an uprise in that performance soon enough. Big Brother Esports, too, the same thing can be said. A little bit of a disappointment for sure. But Blind Esports, in the last day of the week 1, Blind Esports was just going left, right, and center. They were getting a lot of these elimination points, and they were actually having a hell of a performance.
I mean, the only team in that overall leaderboard who had good number of finishes. Oh, hey, we have another one, Global Esports. Not a lot in terms of the placement points, but they've been getting those frags. So just converting these frags into long games where you survive till top 5 should be the target over here in week number 2 for Global Esports. But as for the other teams, FS Esports, Team Xpac, again, that difference is not that huge. You just need one good game to push you up in the overall standings. Then we have some of the other teams as well, Wingod, Reckoning, 8-Bit, they've been struggling from week number 1. Now let's see if they can improve their performance and get some more points on the board.
I mean, I just don't understand what's wrong with Wingod. They got the chicken dinner in the week 1 itself, and now we're just seeing a big downfall in the performance, especially even Team 8-Bit and Reckoning Esports. These are supposed to be your star-studded lineup, but still you're seeing them struggle inside of the tournament. Maybe these guys are taking the week 1 a little bit lightly, and maybe inside of the week 2, as I mentioned, it will be a test of your mental fortitude. Hopefully these guys' mental haven't really crumbled down just yet, because a comeback is definitely possible. It's not going to be that tough. As I mentioned, the overall standings are super fragile, so all you need to do is just hope for the best and just try and get yourself consistent points. And even Fritz mentioned this, heal battle right now has been a massive meta. All you need to do is just keep on patching yourself up outside of the blue and maybe just get maybe more than 10 points in the placement, and you should still be good to go.
See, I would say that, hey, healing should be a secondary option. Go in for the fights, go in for how the game is supposed to be played. But hey, if that gets you the points, I'm no one to say anything to that particular strat. If that's your strat on how you want to play certain maps, it's all fine, it's all good. Losing players early on, that's another strategy that you can use, healing battle. But I think for some of the teams that are on the lower half of the table, it could be they've matched against the wrong group. They've been having some early drop fights. That might not happen when they match up with a different group, and that's where they're looking to secure some extra points. I mean, that's just a hypothetical situation that I've made for all these teams to get back into the tournament. Let's see if that is true or not, because we'll be having group shuffles throughout the tournament. So every group, every team will be playing against every team in the overall tournament. So that is something you need to keep in mind. I mean, say for example, one team drops in Novo, so you're having drop clashes in week number 1 every time you play Erangel. So that won't be really good for you. So situations like that could be the case for all these teams being on the later stages of the leaderboard, and maybe week number 2 is better overall. But all these questions will be answered in the game once we have it loaded, and I'm super excited to see how all these teams pan out. Especially, man, the top 8 teams. They will have a headache right now before the game starts, but once they have 1 or 2 good games, they should be fine. They should be like, yeah, guys, we've got this.
I mean, look, we're speaking a lot about the heel battles, and Entity Gaming has to be one of those teams that are literally doing that heel battle thing. They're not even backing down from that. Yes, recently, like before a couple of games, Entity Gaming was trying to step things up even when it comes to the firepower, but overall, they're just relying completely on the mid strat, which is, of course, working out for them. Currently, they're in the top 6 itself, so Entity Gaming, they've got nothing to worry about, and they're looking super comfortable as well in that spot. But I just want to know for how long the same thing's going to keep on working, because you need to be inside of the top 16 consistently. They definitely can be in the top 16, but then once they move inside of the challenge finals, that's when the real problems will start knocking the door, because you cannot just keep on med-stratting yourself up in the challenge finals. Everyone will be out for blood.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, say, heal battle, the only problem that I see with that sort of a strat is it might get you in top 16, but what after that? I mean, say, for example, you qualify for the next stage. That won't win you the tournament. Those medkits won't win you the tournament. They might be able to get you to the finals. So that is one thing that says that, bro, just let's not go for the heal battle. Let's just try it out. But then if you're down 3-man in a map like Sanhok, where literally a single person cannot, most of the time, I'd say 90% of the time, won't be able to get the job done for you. If he heals, it makes sense. It cannot be a strat. Like, say, for example, it's Vikendi and you have 4 people alive, the zone is far away from you, and you say, yeah, bro, you just sit back, heal, the 3 of us will try to get inside the zone. That should not be the case. So that is where I object. But hey, once again, if you're happy getting in top 16 and then maybe forming a strat according to the next 15 teams you have in the grand finals, that could be also a valid point being put forward, that we just want to get through this stage. After that, we do have some valid strategies to play on maps like Vikendi, on maps like Sanhok, even let's say Erangel and Miramar. So strategizing against 15 teams is different as compared to strategizing against 30 teams right now, which you're competing with. So that could be a moment of differentiation where you'd say, like, we cannot strategize for every map. Heal battle is something which will give you 10 points guaranteed if you're able to rack up 30 first stage or so. And if that's the case, yeah, well, that's completely fine. Getting through the top 16, if that's your goal, it should work out.
I mean, as rightfully mentioned, it's not going to win you the tournament, though. And that's something you should have a mentality as a competitor, as a player. And if that's not really going to be the case, then you might as well start questioning what you're doing inside of the games. But for now, Entity Gaming, things are looking quite good. Another good talking perspective, another good talking point can definitely be OR Esports. Now, Admino is the only man who has stuck inside of the roster, who is sort of like the OG man, but then the rest of the roster has been changed. Yes, they're having a lot of issues when it comes to the communication aspect, but I'm also loving this new OR because they're also being quite aggressive inside of the battlefields. The previous OR was one of those ORs that like to play super defensive, that like to play right in the smack center of the circle. But this OR, they like to take it to the face, and that's why I'm loving this one. And as you can see, the finish leaders too, Admino is over there. Admino is on the 2nd spot in the finish leader. That should explain it all.
Yeah, but if you even look at Ninja Boy, I mean, we saw Global Esports on what, 3rd or maybe 4th page in the overall standings. But the Ninja Boy is like, guys, let me just take situations into my own hand. 50% is the contribution that this guy has given overall. So 21 finishes. In terms of finishes, once again, I even pointed that out. 42 finishes is what Global Esports had. It's a good number. Just support it with the position points and you should be good to go. And as you talked about Admino, he has been a player to watch out for. 17 finishes through these 9 matches 53. On an average, getting, his team, I mean, could do a better job, as to say, because 53% contribution is, again, you're depending too much on Admino, which could be a good strat. But then again, right now, your objective is top 16. So play together as a team. I'd say GTX MJ, his team has been doing a good job. 16 finishes is what he has right now. Overall team play by this team. And then Prajwal from Team Prince, of course, the team sitting on top. Everybody is chiming in 15 finishes. 15 finishes for Prajwal individually and contribution of about 40%. So it's a good strat. For Team Prince, I just love to see that it's just not one guy going in bonkers and getting everything done for Team Prince, which takes off the pressure as well. So like if Prajwal sits out, or say for example does not have a solid week number 2, his teammates are there to pick up the pieces. Unlike something that could be said for Global Esports, because Ninja Boy is the person right now of interest. So if he does not perform, Global Esports would be once again in a little bit of a situation where do we go for a fight, do we not? I mean, one of our players is not feeling good, something like that. Negative thoughts before entering into a fight is not the best way to go. So things like these will hamper you. Let's see if in week number 2 situation changes, these things changes, and we do see some teams coming out on top, except for the top 8, of course.
I mean, Prajwal has been impressing me a lot in the firefights that Team Prince has been taking. He's always been in the front lines. He's also been able to do his job. He almost managed to take down one single player every single time. Whenever you see Team Prince in a fight, Prajwal's going to be having a massive hand behind winning all the fights too. But as we have the schedule, ladies and gentlemen, we know we're going to kick things off with Erangel. Group D and A is going to be the one to chime inside of the action. And the first 3 games are going to be played by Group D and A, Miramar and Erangel itself. But then when it comes to Sanhok, things will be switched up. Group B and C will be the one to come back in the action.
It'll be a fun one. It'll definitely be a fun one. 3 different, I'd say 2 different sort of time slots where D and A will be fighting out in the first half of the day. The second half will be a battle between Group C and B. So it'll be a fun day to watch. A lot of these teams will have to play on different maps. So once again, Sanhok Vikendi into action. How are you going to deal with that? That's going to be the biggest question. The first half of the day where we'll have teams like Godlike playing, they'll have to be the ones taking charge. They'll have to be the ones, maybe, if it's a good day, get 40 to 50 points on the board on just these 3 games. If it's not, at least try and maintain that 10-point average. Try and maintain those 30 points from all these 3 different games that you have. If not 30, maybe around 20, but somewhere along those lines. And let's see if these teams are able to do their job properly or not. For the other teams, hey, aim for the top. The teams in top 8, aim for the top. Try getting a chicken or so. Maybe a hat-trick too. Who knows? Maybe there's one team getting a hat-trick today. It's a very difficult prediction to make. But if you can get the job done, you for sure will be qualified for the LAN finals.
I mean, look, the overall standings, as I mentioned a while ago, too, they're just super fragile. All you need is one solid game, and you will be propelled or catapulted all the way, either to the second page or the first page itself, if you're all the way at the bottom. And that should explain how fragile the overall standings are for now. And it makes a lot of sense, too. These guys have a lot of games to go. In week 1, they only played for 3 days, which was 9 games per team. So that in itself should explain a lot. 9 games per group or per team is something that you do not really have a lot of games, especially one group. But then as you do move on towards week 2, once again, you'll get more 9 games. Then later on, you'll get more 9 games. So you've genuinely got a lot of games to play and prove your worth. And I hope a lot of these teams do tend to prove their worth too. But at the end of the day, there's only going to be 16 teams that will be moving on to the challenge finals. Yes, it is a massive cutoff, as I mentioned before, but it's just going to make things even more interesting. Another interesting talking point over here can also be Orangutan, which is currently sitting on 11th spot. Now, they're barely on the edge of being thrown out of the top 16 as well, but if they keep on performing nicely, then things can be quite good. And even OG recently has been trying to use that med strat.
Oh, all right. Well, you pointed out the fact that all these teams will have to play multiple different games. So you will have 36 games for all of these teams that they'll be able to play. Qualification criteria, if you ask me, if you want 100% qualification, 300 points. That's it. Cross the 300 points mark, you should easily be in top 16 no matter what happens. Now, for some of the teams, that job is 1/3 done. Team Prince, 95 points. Yeah, they're almost on the edge of qualifying overall. But then for the other teams who are a little bit far away, you have to catch up in one of these weeks. And as you talked about Team OR, that they could be one of the teams. They've been going in for those heal battles. Now, if you get that first early squad elimination, 4 points in the board, and then you maybe get 6 or 7 points in terms of placement just by doing heal battle, yeah, it's all fine. It's a good strat. But then getting those four early points is going to be very, very crucial. But with that being said, we will be jumping into this map of Erangel, which has a really good playing path if you ask me, because most of the cities will be covered except for the extreme southern island.
Yeah, military base is going to be abandoned a little bit, but it's completely fine if you get your hands on the vehicles, and maybe if you're quick enough to rotate all the way down south, it can be a good one, but you're still going to be burning through a lot of the initial time that is quite essential for you to get the loot in your hands. That means maybe late game rotation should be the way to go, but usually if a team does drop all the way down south in the military base, they do try to go for the late game rotation, and they're supposed to be the assertive teams inside of the lobby. As we do see 8bit2 just dropping out towards Primorsk, even we've got God's Reen as well. Now they're probably going to try to make their way all the way down south towards military base. I'm just trying to spot out if there are going to be any type of potential drop collisions, because I highly doubt there are going to be.
Yeah, I don't think so. I completely agree with your point. But let's see if stuff like that could happen. All these teams taking their sweet time, getting into the place, getting onto all of these different places. I do see Global Esports fairly alone, probably moving towards that split that they have around shooting range and Severny. So it should not be a problem for them. Do see 8-bit going in for that split drop between Primorsk, Ferry Pier and Query. It's a really big area to cover with just 4 players. But if they get it for free, that's just good loot in every player's hands. So is a really great thing. Yazaya Polyana could be a place where we might see a contention happening. We do see Godlike and Team OR in 2 different halves of Yazaya. But hey, a fight still could be possible.
Interesting. Slug instantly gets his hand on the vehicle, and now he's probably going to be trying to get his hands on some basic loot as well. So Global Esports dropping towards Severny, no issues for them. They're quite isolated as well from a lot of these teams, and making the rotation all the way down south towards the centric side of the circle is not going to be an issue at all too. Big Brother Esports realizing the fact that currently a team that likes to drop towards school is not really playing, which is Team Seoul. So that's why they've instantly taken it on over, and now they're currently playing in school itself. So Big Brother Esports, even they're going to have a great time. They do not even need to move a muscle. They're right in the smack center. While on the opposite side, as I mentioned, God's Reen, they've already burned through a decent amount of time in the early phase of the game, so that means they will need to go for the late game rotation, which they're going to be quite comfortable with no matter what.
This is a really centric zone, isn't it? So we'll give all of these teams fair amount of time to loot, even get in with those rotations. I'd say Potato Hills in situations like these is going to be a power position, but stage 2 or 3 is where we can decide if that's the position or not. But yeah, right now we do see Global Esports fairly simply looting in the city of Severny. For 4 people, I'd still say that you won't be able to get enough loot over here. But then moving towards shooting range will definitely help to gather any sort of left out resources. We also do have the players of Team Gen Maratha this time around on our screens. Oh, wait a second. It's Orange Rock, I believe. So it's Orange Rock who are looting in the city of Yazaya Polyana. And we pointed that out that the players of Team Godlike are also very close. So a fight might be imminent, but then again, Yazaya being such a big city can fairly easily accommodate these 2 teams. And if they do respect each other's boundaries, both of them should get out of here with decent loot.
Pretty much. OR currently next to the players of Godlike. These 2 teams, they have been dropping in the same vicinity, but we haven't really seen them collide just yet. They've got this invisible line between their territories. They know that not to cross this line. If they do, well then they might as well be ready for a fight. But usually they haven't really been doing so. So I highly doubt there's going to be any type of issue for OR Esports. They should be really good in that spot. A while ago, you mentioned that Global Esports might as well not be satisfied with the amount of loot that they get inside Severny. But then once again, you need to understand that inside these lobbies, the loot's a little bit cranked up. So they should be satisfied. It's not an issue. And the same thing can be said for Godlike and OR as well.
Yeah, both of these teams now. I do see Zap with a vehicle, so they'll probably focusing on the rotation. Robin still has a shotgun, which he might want to change and maybe upgrade to a rifle, assault rifle or a sniper rifle as he wants. But yeah, I believe Godlike is also ready with the rotation. All of the players just grouping up together, getting their vehicles out, and then getting out of the city. So yeah, no fights as we expected. OR and Godlike just maintaining their discipline, not firing upon each other, making sure that they just show their presence. Probably one or two players might have been spotted by each other, but they know that this is a drop location that they usually share. This is a position where you might find players upon. So you do see Zap not crossing that triple building that he is in. Pro also just hovering around the church area, not going much forward in terms of the position, and Godlike as well, just keeping themselves to their houses. And they're just expecting players on corners. That's a good thing. You should always be ready for a player around the corner, and that's all fine. But yeah, Godlike have already rotated off. OR, last bit of loot being acquired, and after that they'll be moving into the zone, trying to get a better position. As zone number 1 was really centric somewhere around that poaching key area. So should be fine. Both of these teams should be fine. Maybe we do see OR watching the players of Team Godlike rotating, but then I believe OR have taken a really different route, because Admiro was ready for stuff like that, but nobody came his way.
Pretty much. OR being one of those teams that has now recently been welcoming all the fights that are coming their way.
Mm-hmm.
So one thing is for sure, they're not going to be backing away from this fight. But even Godlike's quite desperate. Both these teams are in the equal pedestal at this point. They're quite desperate. It's better if they do not really collide this early inside of the game, because if they do take any type of damage, the late game's going to be even more worse.
Mm-hmm.
Especially with all that pressure on the back. Yeah, it's not really looking that great. Team Prince towards Farm. Team Together Esports right next to him towards Milta. Once again, there is a safe distance being maintained between those two teams. So I highly doubt there's going to be any type of issues in that regard. Blind Esports signing up. One of the insane lineups that was there inside of the esports industry in India. So I really want to see how this one's going to be working out for them. As I mentioned in the previous week, this lineup was doing quite nice. They started taking a lot of fights. They were also winning those fights too, especially that Vikendi game was a big turn on for the players of Blind. So I want to see if they've got the momentum rolling still underneath their sleeves, or maybe things are going to be a little bit downhill.
That's going to be a good question. This game might clear things up a little bit in that particular aspect. But yeah, let's see. Right now they're just holding towards the western side of shelter. So just making sure they have information, waiting for the zone to close in, and on the basis of that, they'll try to rotate to a different spot. Although holding that position is a really risky one. It's in such big circle, in such an early circle. They've already started off with their rotation. So they might try to find a squad house or something more concrete to play around. It's always a better option to find something concrete, because once again, in these early zones, the chances of third parties are just insane. You might want to take that early fight before the first zone closes in, but after that, a lot of teams, while trying to rotate, if they do hear a shot, they always stop and try to get a third party frag or something like that. So getting a concrete position should always help you. We do see the players of Team Z right now on our screen, just rotating around, finding information, waiting for the zone to close in, and after that they'll try to do something. But we do see Troy finding Skrills. Now this should have been a rotational clash, because it was an instant finish, so that means the player was in a very difficult spot. That's a good opening to find.
Indeed it is. Finally, we're seeing something happen on the board. Team Zero is one of those teams that has been struggling way too much inside of the tournament. I'm not sure what's going to be fixing them up, but one thing is for sure, the team synergy is going to be all-time low, or at least that's what it's been looking like. Hopefully they have worked upon it, but still 4 days is a little bit too low to work on a team synergy. I would say it still takes months and months to develop a team synergy and a good communication between the players. But let's just hope that maybe Team Zero, they are sort of trying their best to patch out all the holes that are currently there, which is going to be tough to do so in just 4 days, but it is possible if you do know exactly on what aspects you need to work. Focus training that's what you call it. Team Godlike, they finally moved out of the Yasna Poliana side. OR is right next to them as well. But I highly doubt, once again, no intentions of taking a fight against each other. Instead, just going their merry way, trying to get as close as possible to the centric side of the circle. And Godlike, maybe they found themselves a little bit of cozy dip.
Yeah, just exploring around. getting familiar with the terrain around them. But this is their spot for the next 50 seconds or so. We might see Godlike throwing in a few shots onto the players of Team OR. Maybe even a knock is possible. But the distance between the two teams, I highly doubt that even after a knock, we might see a push happening. Plus, Godlike, they're in a big split. So maybe all of these players just trying to hunt for information. You do see Aditya providing that ADS. Sees a vehicle up top. Few shots, few taps. But I don't think so, nothing major. So Aditya just giving away his position, making his presence felt. And after that, we'll just dip back down. Jonathan just probably messing around with the settings on his phone. Should not be a problem. So yeah, the first zone has been really quiet. Only one elimination overall. But after this is where I'm interested to see what happens. AUTOBOTZ, Carry, Sirvi, Rico, these three players, they are the ones surviving and now have to get the job done. Maybe get in top 5 should be their priority. Avoid all the fights, play for survival. Or maybe you can go all out if the zone supports you to.
Autobots, they've had their own unique story. And survival, oh man, that's been a massive concern for this team.
Yeah, that's
Rico, Carey, Sirvi. Rico being one of those star players inside of the roster. He's been trying his best to get the elimination under his belt, but in general, his team's been struggling in the firefights. And as I mentioned, survival's been a great problem. Another team you can't say the same thing for has to be WSB. Even for them, survival's been a massive issue. But let's hope maybe they have changed something coming inside this week too, because changes and tweaks were definitely needed. A tweak inside of the lineup, we did see Anuj now being over here. The four-man that was there before from WSB was super aggressive, but now you can clearly see that little bit of a dial back in the strategies that WSB tries to bring up. I'm not sure that's good or not. So far, it's not really panning out to be that great, but maybe they've got some sort of a long-term plan.
Let's see if the long-term plan gets them into the top 16 or not, because that's your goal right now. And week 1 is already passed away. You'll get 4 weeks, yes, but you'll have to be quick about it. Right now, we do see the players of Team Big Brother. We saw that gunfight with the players of Team WSB, where ZF probably has that perfect information and Service did stop over here, did fire a few shots, but now will be falling back with the rest of his team. So, yeah, Big Brother, they do know that one of the teams is nearby. They've given away their position, but then falling back towards the compound. That 2 of the players are holding. So, should not be a problem. They've gathered enough intel. Maybe rotate around them in the 3rd zone, because zone number 2, they're comfortably inside it.
Big Brother Esports still just looking down on the players in the front. Looking out for the compounds. And what is going on, Safe? Why are you trying to run over your own teammate? I'm not sure what he's doing.
They're having fun.
Well, that doesn't seem too fun. Uzumaki must be in a lot of pain right now.
Hey, if you're safe, it's fun. I mean, I do enjoy running my teammates over because they never damage you. Unless you have the perfect tech.
But then once again, you need to ask yourself a question. What is Uzumaki doing down there? Why is he even prone? Big Brother Esports, questions flying around. But WSB Gaming, for them, they should have one single target to breach inside of the top 16. It's not going to be that tough. The another target can be, maybe just keep on going for the med strat. But once again, that will be against WSB's game style. And WSB likes to play aggressive. They like to go for the fights. And so far, the fights haven't really been panning out their way that much. Team Together Esports, same thing can be said for them. Another team that likes to play a little bit passive and defensive. But if the times do call for it, they're not going to be backing away from a fight. They will definitely try to face it head on. As you do see the circle in front of us too. You can see a massive splash of colors towards the center of the circle. Soon enough, it's going to be all hell breaking loose.
A zone towards the eastern side of the map will really help the players of Team Zero. That could be the way that they get a chicken and maybe get back into the tournament. But hey, right now, yes, as you pointed out, that concentration around the center of the zone is going to hurt all of these teams if the circle is not in their way, because then it won't be a third party. It will be n number of parties just happening. A lot of teams firing upon a lot of different players, just trying to gather up frags. and everybody will be at a disadvantage. So the circle will play a really crucial role. The third circle might just define the whole game, might just define the team having the most power in the final few moments of the game. So it'll be important for all these teams to have a good position around that area. Godlike as is jumping around. They know that nobody can crawl up to the compound that they have without them noticing. So yeah, Aditya just scouting ahead for information. Any sort of vehicles will be called out for. And for now, they're just comfortable. They probably have that information onto the players of Team OR, which they shot upon a while back. But other than that, I don't think so. Any possible threat looming around the players of Team Godlike that might hurt them. So yeah, Godlike should be fine. Shadow, on the other hand, let's see a player of their opponent, and Prince has been knocked out. Now this could be a matter of concern for the team, but then again on the minimap we do see him being in a little bit of a covered position. Revival might be a possibility.
Squirrels from Autobots was taken down a while ago. And he's the only man that's been eliminated so far from the game, too.
Look at the circle.
And the next circle shift comes in. It's going to be a hard shift towards the northern side. And instantly you see another elimination hit the deck as well. It's going to be Team Prince. They lose out on one of their own, which is going to hurt them quite a lot and sting them later on in later phases. But Godlike, they're going to have a time of their life. They're currently in the smack center. Big Brother Esports, of course, trying to close in towards the apartments of that school, where even another team's going to try to get right against them. But Entity, oh man, even they've got a nice high ground to play with, but they still need to watch out on the sidelines, which are going to be quite exposed. Big Brother Esports, the problems keep on continuing as one of the players has been taken down. Rishi knocked out. Sarvin in the back lines. Maybe now we'll try to go for the resurrect, but at least an equal trade's going to keep the enemy teams off at bay.
You do see the player of Big Brother carrying his teammate to a different room to get that revival done, because the nades were being thrown in by 4Shot. So that's good presence of mind. Both of the teams will be able to get their fallen player back into action. A 4v4 ensues. But I believe neither of these teams are interested. You do see Saf with a different angle, Uzumaki as well, just holding a complete compound all by himself. Now this could be troublesome if the other teams decide to slam onto one of these buildings, but then 4Shot, all the 4 players in just one single building will definitely help them while trying to defend against some intruders. And I believe Big Brother will be happy with the position that they have. Nox won't make them push into this particular compound. Both these teams are happy with the positions, so we might see them over here unless and until the zone forces them out.
Big Brother Esports, that 2-2 split, I'm a huge fan of that. Safe and Uzumaki, they're going to have a nice off angle to play around with. But if you look at the enemy team, they're completely suppressed in that one single building. They do not have a lot of breathing space. They're also trapped in one side of that building, because if they try to cross on over to the other side, there's a chance nades can be thrown at that side anytime. So that part of the building is sort of like a danger zone for them. But still, it's something you can play around with. It's not that bad of a position. But Big Brother Esports, one thing is for sure, they're going to be super jealous because they're sharing a compound with a foe. And they're probably going to be looking out to eliminate that foe as quick as possible. There's another team towards school too. So if any of these teams, they try to move a little bit too freely, the team towards school is probably going to be taking a lot of shot. Maybe find a potential knock that can be even better.
Yeah, let's see. I mean, all these speculations could be made. But once again, I believe most of the teams have already settled inside the zone. So they've found themselves a few areas, few spots that now they'd love to hold together. Esports towards school. Yeah, this should not be a problem. It's a really big compound. So even if there's another team pushing in, they just could fall back to one small compartment and then try and defend it. But yeah, Sam just sitting, chilling around, using the TPP mode, trying to get all the information that he could. But right now we do have the players of Team 0 that might be in a potential battle with the players of Team GT. Wixie just trying to get all the information that he can. The players just falling back, and 0. They're inside the zone, yes, but they're yet to find some place to stop, halt, and take a break.
Yeah, GT right now on the move, playing around the edges. I've mentioned this over and over again. If a team likes to play on the edges, they have to be an assertive team. And Scout from Team 0 on a move towards a better position too. OR's in the front lines. If they keep on moving the same direction, OR, they're going to have their arms open and maybe hug the players of Team Zero and suffocate them to death, and that's what it seems like is going to happen. Dark Zero was way too close to a potential threat, but then Shadow ejects out of the vehicle. OR instant cavalry is going to be on the way too. Zap inside of the smoke and Mino inside of the vehicle. Team Zero, they've got all the intentions of taking this fight, but it doesn't seem too safe. Sayyid's going to be knocked out. What a big blunder from Sayyid.
Exactly.
This shouldn't have been done in the first place. The man was stuck out in the open. Sayyid, how can you even make that rookie mistake?
It has been made, now falling back. But what was the call over there? Never understand that. He steps out of the vehicle in the vision of Albino and he just takes that free frag, is what he'll call that. OR should be happy with that particular situation. Dark Lord, he does find a compound which is not being taken by the players of Team OR, but I don't think so. OR should be fearful to go and fight against this team. Although the zone 17 meters is what Team OR needs to get in. So that is something they should focus on, while the players of Team Zero, they're barely on the edge, but they do have a compound. So that could be a positive thing. But Robin is looking for another opening. They know that they've taken one of the players down. It's already a 3v4. One more nade will make things a lot easier. Although Robin, he's not able to find the perfect window to lob that nade.
Yeah. Bad placement. But it's complete fine. OR Esports, at least they've managed to kick things off on a great note. At least they've got one elimination point. That's going to be like that pressure subsider. Good spot from Robin. Shots taken towards the window where Godlike was. OR Esports, they have managed to evade the complete threat of Team Zero. So right now, they're not even a potential threat for OR. It's a 3-on-4 fight if that does happen. But as you do see for now, even Team Prince, they've chimed inside of the same apartments. This is going to be an absolute hell when all the teams decide to move away. If the circle's going to be moving away from the apartments, it's going to be hell breaking loose. Big Brother Esports can have the biggest advantage, but then once again, everything's going to be in the hand of the circle. Whichever team needs to move out the first, they will be screwed up massively. Big Brother Esports having the most amount of advantage inside of the apartments and the most amount of control. That can keep them a little bit up in the fights, but speak about keeping yourself up in the fights. Genix Offend, as they managed to indulge in a fight themselves, they managed to take down a couple of players from the side of OR Esports, but it's all down to Skillful and Spider. And Spider's a little bit too far away considering he's not really around Skillful anymore. Skillful needs to deal with the upcoming situations all by himself, which can be too much to ask for. Skillful taking shots all the way back from the blue. He is catching a lot of hurt. He is taking a lot of damage, but Godserene in the front are now probably going to be the Guardian Angels off the edge line. So Skillful for him to try and breach inside of the safe zone. It's going to be way too difficult. One more shot, and he will be done, but no, instead it's the play zone, which eats him alive. Blind Esports versus Godserene. Which one's going to be the one to come out on top? Shogun's way too low. Another nade close up, and that's going to be it. Even Shogun gets knocked out.
Great utility being thrown in by the players of Team Blind. They did take a knock on their side, but the retaliation has been really good. They lost a player, yes, he's knocked out. That should not be a problem. Justin, the last one surviving. Tossing nades left and right, trying to get any sort of value that he can. Wants to get that revival out of Shogun as well. Now that's going to be an ambitious attempt. Shogun crawling away. None of the players of Team Blind seem to be worried about it. If Shogun gets that revival, Blind will be put in a really tough situation. Now let's see if that's the case or not. Justin is still tossing a few nades. This could be a really good one, although lands a little bit short. Skips might have walked into a nade, but Adi does. Adi does take that nade into his face. Goes down again. Harsh, a little away from the mark. God's Rain will get that revival, and Justin and Shogun versus the remaining two players of Team Blind. Let's see who comes out on top.
Adi just walked into that nade himself and gets knocked out instantly. Skips. Moves outside of the cover, gets knocked out himself. Blind Esports, what a big blunder inside of the fight. And Godserene out and over. Now all the situations are sort of favoring them. Even the Wall of Death is now going to start to move in. Adi with a big advantage inside of the fight. Shogun all by himself behind the cover. Shot gets pulled out from both the sides, but it's going to be Shogun to come out on top. But it's not going to matter. The blue zone's instantly going to engulf him.
That was the lost fight as soon as it started. Edge of the play zone, you're not doing it clean. But wait a second, we might have another elimination. 4 shot, Now just left with one. Cheyan being pushed upon by the players of Team GT. They do not know the exact compound, but now they do. Cheyan, before going out, was able to get a knock, but the trade was imminent and 4-shot will be taken out of the game.
Interesting moments, interesting turn of events happening so far. Even Gujarat Tiger now in a big world of trouble as MJ has been taken down. Wixie is trying his best to get the fallen man back up. 3 teams in the same vicinity once again, but this time a different compound. And Global Esports can be the advantageous one because they've got the man advantage. All the 4 players making a death march, marching against their opponents. Entity Gaming can't be the first one to get hit with this entire storm that Global Esports is brewing up. Wixie is still taking a lot of damage from Entity Gaming. Constant barrage of bullets is of course keeping the players quite in a big problem as Goblin Boy gets knocked out. Pukar's position's compromised as well. But what a good return nade from Somraj. Finds a 2-piece. Mavi and Beast knocked out. Somraj now going to try to press upon the charges and will try to take the fight against the players of Global Esports. But Ninja Boy, he's a man who's been on the top in the leaderboard and he still wants to keep his pace up. Ninja Boy taking the fight against Somraj, but Somraj turns back and slaps him down his face, but Slug has got his back.
But they did lose both the players. Ninja Boy and Mavi are out, and suddenly the players of Team GT now have a chance. MJ spotted down, tagged up quite a bit, but Wixie is trying to make a move, trying to get inside the play zone. Global Esports, they engaged into a fight with 30 seconds on the clock in the final zone. That's a decision I did not understand. But hey, now it's all down to Slug. Wixie jumps out. Slug does not have that information, and he falls. Gujarat Tigers, the team that was hurt, that was being third-partied, even though in a bad situation, still suffice a top 6 finish. That's good. That's definitely good in my eyes, but you do see the players of Team Godlike, all 4 players surviving. They do have the zone once again as their friend. 24 meters should not be that big of a number. Jonathan already has the players of Team WSB on his crosshair, looking to fire on a pixel out of place.
A lot of teams are being folded by the blue zone. Godlike have the most amount of cover, or the only cover that's currently available.
Yeah, exactly.
Inside of these final moments. They can try to take all the advantage and gather as much information as possible. Rico in a big world of trouble.
Good name.
Mac trying to go for a constant spray down against those vehicles. Does find the first knockout. Aditya against WSB2 is able to find one. But eventually, the entirety of the opponent, AUTOBOTZ, have been taken down and dusted from the game. Godlike, for them, all they're waiting for is this chicken dinner to walk in their court.
It's written. It's literally written for them. They've got all the knocks that they need. WSB, the only team with 4 players surviving, has also suffered losses. Although the revivals are really quick. You do see Ban back in action. All these players will be ready to fight, and Anuj also finds that opening sort of bit of damage onto the players of Team Godlike. Now this could be the way that they get inside the zone. Anuj with the vehicle, trying to find the best possible spot. Although this is a position where you might get naded, but the players of Team 8 being concentrated upon by Mac. Now this could be a good opportunity if they're able to get both the knocks. It will make a 4v4. One of the players spotted the nade by Raiden. Did help the players of Team Godlike, but now it's a 4v4 between Godlike and WSB.
Godlike, them having a massive advantage, them getting all the information. WSB is only going to be the biggest thorn in their way for this chicken dinner. Utilities being utilized. Jonathan is of course facing a lot of problems, but still the smoke grenades is providing him a lot of cover. WSB with all the 4 players up and alive, no issues looking on that side. And considering Godlike, they're still having the sort of circle favor them. They're still in the advantageous spot. Mac all the way on top of this container, still going for a little bit of spots, but he's not able to find one. But Jonathan's able to find the opening, and that was one of the crucial openings that was desperately needed. Jonathan instantly going for the patch-up too, and Godlike, they've managed to find 2 first eliminations against WSB. An instant run over comes into play, and it's going to be Godlike to secure the chicken dinner. Nice stuff from Godlike. This was a chicken dinner that was being waited for a long time by all the fans, and finally Godlike, they give a nuclear performance to their fans.
7 finishes overall. Great selection has helped the players of Team Godlike get this winner chicken dinner. Good discipline as well, Necro. Because in moments like this, where you have the center of the zone, you tend to get third party from many different angles when you go out for the frags. They were all surviving. They had the necessary utility for the final fight. And the way they just dissected through the final 14 was really, really interesting to see. They first deal with the team on the right, AUTOBOTZ. Then with the players of Team 8-bit, yeah, there was a little bit of help by the players of Team WSB, but their vision was clear. They wanted a final 4v4 fight. Johnny with the opening, Anuj also then falls, and WSB put in a 2v4, were never allowed to recover. Great job done by the players of Team Godlike. Winner chicken dinner is what they get. 22 points, a solid game for the team.
Godlike, as I mentioned, this chicken dinner was long awaited by all the fans. And finally, all the fans and even Godlike themselves, the players, they're going to have some smirks on their faces. And even with that game, they should also propel themselves somewhere in the top 6 or maybe in the top 8. But in general, Godlike is going to be in a solid spot in the overall standings, but still the overall standings will be quite fragile. So they cannot just sit down complacently and just work around that cushion. No, instead, you should try to build up a lead. You should try to be even more consistent and try to win maybe even more future games that can keep you at the top in the overall standings, and that can also keep you all the harms away.
Yeah, that's true. One more game like this is what they need, Necro. One more game. And then they could be comfortably in a spot where they'd say, yeah, now we're chilling. 22 points from this game will definitely give them the boost that they needed in the overall standings. Probably push them in, top 8? They had good number of points the previous time. So it will be a fun one. It will be a fun one to see where do they stand after this particular game. But they played it out perfectly. The other teams as well, man. I'd say WSB, they were stuck in the school compounds, making their way with all the 4 players still surviving. Yeah, one of the aspects that they could have worked on is the number of finishes. But then considering every zone was their enemy sort of thing, where they had to rotate every time the zone took a shift. I'd say second position with low number of finishes is still a good job. Still getting those 10 plus points from the game should be fair and good for them. The other teams, I really want to see some better decision making, especially indulging into fights with just 30 seconds left on the clock and about 100 meters to get inside the zone. 2 such fights is what I witnessed in this particular game. The more prominent one would be the one where GE indulged into that fight with the players of Team Entity. You had to get inside the zone, you had 40 seconds on the clock, plus you knew there's another team as well. It's a third party situation. So getting into the fight, going in for the battle, there could have been a better decision made. Maybe try to focus in the zone, or maybe take a fight with a team that is already inside the zone, so that if you're able to wipe them, you still have that spot to work with. But yeah, a little weird decision making by all of these teams in the final few zones did lead to them getting eliminated. But hey, this is just the first game of Erangel. We still have 2 more to go.
Still have got 2 more to go, and even Team Prince, you cannot really deny the fact that even they were quite consistent. I think so. They managed to take an exit from the game. I think so, top 6 or top 7, something like that. That's where Team Prince got taken out. Even AUTOBOTZ, they started things off with just a 3-man squad because one of their players was lost early on, and even AUTOBOTZ made it to top 4. So a lot of impressive stuff from a lot of these teams. And WSB itself, we were having a conversation about WSB and how things are not really working out for them. This time, WSB made it inside of the top 2 with, I think so, decent amount of elimination point to back him up. So I would say that's still a solid performance, and considering how fragile the overall standings is, no matter how many points you get, that will still count. It will still make a decent difference.
I just say the difference between the 2 teams was that one single moment where Jonathan took a lot of damage and was not knocked out. I mean, if there's a knock on the Godl side, it might just have been game over for them because WSB was ready. But even though the 2 teams that we were talking about was WSB and Godl, the MVPs from a completely different team. We have Jackson from Team Prince, who had 5 finishes. Now, not only this, as you pointed out, Necro, they ended up in good position as well. So that will also add up. Somewhere around 7-8 total eliminations is what this team had. Yep, another decent game.
Yeah, Jackson once again showing himself up. Jackson and Prajwal, this deadly duo, has been working together for a long time, but recently even Jackson has started to stack things up massively. But the finished contribution is 63%. This time Prajwal wasn't even able to awake himself, but Jackson took matters in his own hands and he started mowing down the lawns quite nicely. I want to see inside of the top players where WSB do stands, or maybe how many points WSB actually got in the match rankings itself, because no matter what type of points they get, they desperately needed those points. But as we do have the stars of the match in front of us, it's going to be Jackson once again with the best companion with 4 rescues. Team Prince Jackson, this man is an all-rounder.
Yeah, team player, huh? Jackson. Great job done by the guy. Although he was the one getting all those frags for free, probably because look at the damage, 460. But hey, that's Battle Royale. If you do see a player knocked out, definitely go for that free finish because it's all yours. So great job done by Jackson in terms of spotting such moments out and just making sure he gets all of that. Plus, even the 4 rescues also helps his aid. A great performance by this player individually and by his team as well. Would be looking for a chicken in the future games, but right now this is what they get, which is not a completely bad game.
I mean, they don't even need a chicken. If Team Prince keep on moving the same pace, they're already at the first spot in the overall standings, and they're just going to keep that spot pinned down. Someone needs to stop Team Prince in getting this constant flow of points. But as we do have the match rankings, Team Godlike with 22 points, and then WSP with the second position. They've managed to secure 12 placement points and only 2 finishes. That's going to give them 14 points in total. As I mentioned, no matter how many points you get, it's still going to count. Yes, a little bit low when it comes to the finish aspect of the game, but it still counts. 14 points is something that WSP can look forward to. Even Team 8-Bit, they got a solid position in that previous game. 2 players getting mowed down by 1 man who was on top of the roof, which is quite unfortunate, but at least getting yourself in the top 4 in the match rankings, I would say that's a good start for the climb.
That's a good job. Plus, even AUTOBOTZ Esports, look at that. 8 total position points, 1 finish. I mean, AUTOBOTZ Krills, I believe, were the first person to fall in the entire game. Even after that, they're able to get into the top 4, get those 9 points. Hey, it's not a bad game, considering you play the 3-man for most of the time. And yeah, the fragging department could have been a little bit better, but then I won't blame them because 3 players, you really do not have a confidence to indulge into a sport fight. It's always a 4v3 for you because you do not know that the other team is playing with a less man or not. So it's fine. AUTOBOTZ, they still get 9 points from the game, is a good outing for them. The other teams though, they still can perform better. Global Esports had 6 points, 5 finish points. Once again, finishes is not the concern for them. Getting better placement points is. So that's where the room for improvement is, and let's see if they do take it up, if they do perform a little bit better in the upcoming 2 games, because they will be playing it. We do have both these groups playing the first 3 games, so that's why we'd say the first half of the day we'll see all of these teams go ahead against each other. Let's see if they can make the most out of this particular schedule or not.
I mean, I'm not exactly sure what happened with Big Brother Esports though. They had the most amount of freedom inside of the apartments. They also had the highest building that is currently available in these school apartments itself, but still they were not really able to come out alive. Instead, it was Team Prince with only a 3-man squad. They still managed to take down both the opponents. I guess that's what happened because there was just so many bodies falling down. It was tough to keep track of all the finishes that was going on, but I'm not exactly sure what happened. But one thing is for sure, Team Prince was the one to come out of alive from all the kerfuffle, from all the fights that was going on towards the apartment side. So I guess Team Prince, as usual, just showcasing their brain tactics. Jackson, as usual, just getting the firepower down, taking down the opponents, is doing a fantastic job as usual. But then I'm just really impressed by AUTOBOTZ. With just a 3-man squad, they showcased some good survival tactics, some good survival instincts, and they came out on top as well. Not exactly the chicken dinner, but still, consistency is the key, and AUTOBOTZ currently, they're trying to bring that to the board.
Yeah, that's true. AUTOBOTZ, great job done by them. And coming back onto the point about Big Brothers, Necro, they got third partied by WSB too. So WSB and Prince together were able to eliminate them. And after that, they fought amongst themselves and tried to get inside the zone. So that's what happened. You had 4 different teams in that apartments area. So there were a lot of third parties happening, out of which somehow WSB had all their 4 members surviving, because of which I'm surprised. Hey, but it does help them get those 14 points for them on the board, so that's a great job. But now let's have a look at the overall rankings and where the players of Team Godlike finally end up. So yeah, breaking into the top 8, 7th position is what they have. Team Prince, the first to cross that 100 mark, 109 points for them on the board. God's Reign also getting those points from this particular game, 96 points overall. Entity, 91 points. The top 3 teams, once again, just going against each other. But one thing to be noted over here, Necro, one good game for even Team Prince. They will be taking away the lead.
109 points secure, Team Prince. I mean, as we mentioned, one solid game from Team Prince. The lead can be potentially taken away, but I highly doubt God's Reign is going to let that happen. God's Reign as well, they will be on that chase. They will be on that trail. The same thing can be said for Entity Gaming too. Even Revenant is one of those teams, especially when that team comes back into the action. Revenant's not going to let all of this pass away. Even they will try to go for that climb. As we've got the second page of the overall standings in front of us, Team IQ Seoul has now been pushed all the way on the 9th spot on the second page of the overall standings. The players of Team Seoul, it's going to be a tough pill to swallow.
They will be waiting for their game desperately now. I mean, you still have to wait for 2 more games. So even Gujarat Tigers, I'd say OR Esports, Together Esports, everybody has that extra chance maybe to topple the teams in front of them. But yeah, all of them have got some points, so they're looking to get some more in the next few games. But for now, yeah, this is how the overall standings look. Team Forever on that 10th spot. Did not play the game, so should not be that worried. But yeah, Gujarat Tigers, let's see how many more can they get. The other teams, the team on the 3rd chart, 8-bit. Yes, they did get some good points from this game, but was not enough to propel them even in the top 16 till now, Necro.
I mean, WSB, they've made a big move in the overall standings. Look at this. WSB was on the 3rd page, all the way at the bottom page at the start of the day, and now they're currently on the 18th spot on the 3rd page itself. The same thing can be said for Team 8-bit too. They were also all the way on the bottom, right next to Reckoning. But making these big moves, even these small little neutral games can actually help you out so much in making that climb in the overall standings. I'm still waiting for Global Esports. I'm not sure what exactly is going wrong with them. They've got a lot of elimination points to back them up, but still they haven't breached inside the top 16, and that's going to keep on stinging them. I guess Global Esports, they need to focus on playing for the survival a little bit more. Their firepower aspects looking quite solid. They just need to play a little bit more of that survival rate.
Yeah, that's true. Just the decision making is what I want. Focus the zone. If you're inside the zone, yes, for a fight. Otherwise, try getting inside first and then engage into a battle is what I'd say for Global Esports. But yeah, then the other teams, we do have AUTOBOTZ Esports. Once again, they did get some good points from this particular game, but their previous performance does not add up for them to get into top 16. So 60 points is what they have after these 10 different games that they've played. Average of 6 won't get you into the top 16 is what I feel like. So getting performances like the previous game are now going to be of paramount importance.
It will be. As we've got the last page of the overall standings, Team Zero once again all the way at the bottom with 21 points. Now for Team Zero to make the climb on the second last page will be way too tough. Look at the points difference between Team Zero and Skulls Esports. It's almost more than a half point, so it's still going to be quite tough for Team Zero. Team Zero needs one chicken dinner to make themselves come back inside of the tournament, and then maybe try and aim for the top 16, because before that, nothing's going to be happening, because Team Zero needs a chicken dinner no matter what. They need a bounce back, because if the same things keep on going, a lot of the fans are going to be super disappointed.
Yeah, well, that's true. I mean, top 16 is the cut rate, right? And you just have 21 points from 10 games. So you talk about one chicken, I'd say 2 is what they need to get back-to-back, maybe, to just even show that they might be able to get into the top 16, because I'd say 40 points between these 2 games will still take them to the 3rd page. Maybe even not that, because 60 points is what they'll have after getting 40 points. So it's a big climb. Not saying it is not possible, but it is a really difficult one. And let's see if Team Zero is up for that or not. But yeah, the other teams on the other teams are also in a similar position where they might need 2 different chickens to get themselves into top 16. But they're asking 2 from a team which has not even been able to perform good in the first week is going to be a big ask. But hey, let's see if these teams are up for it or not. Game number 1 was full of surprises. We saw teams which were not expected in the top 5, I'd say. WSB 8-bit did not have the best possible starts to week number 1, but still were able to show up this sort of performance. So expectations are high from these 2 specific teams, and let's see if they can keep up with the consistency or not.
The upcoming match 2 is going to be played on the map of Miramar, where once again Group D and A will be the one to chime inside of the action. Speaking of Miramar, instantly the first thing that pops up in my mind is Global Esports, and they like to play on this map. Global Esports is one of those teams. They have been personifying a lot of confidence so far in their playstyle, and I think so if they try to bring that confidence in the map of Miramar, things can be even more better. Especially imagine you being proactive, going for the high ground control instantly. That can rack up so many of these elimination points that you can maybe need a lot in the further grounds, and then also maybe you can try to secure a solid position in the game of Miramar, which is not going to be tough. The only thing that is quite tough is to defend the spot that you've got in the map of Miramar. And I think the Global Esports is well-handed in doing so.
All right, well, if that's the case, then they might be in for a treat over here. I love to call this map the land of DMRs and snipers, even though the meta has shifted out a little bit. We still see a lot of shotguns being used on this map, but I'd still love to see if there's some of the player who uses a bolt action or a sniper rifle, because this map, according to me, was literally made for that. Using the DMRs efficiently, using those board action to get those openings. But yeah, with the meta being slowly fading away, going more towards those end game fights, to those close range fights, it has been interesting to see how those weapons develop. But yeah, right now the focus for all these teams is going to be on getting those frag points early on in the game. As you pointed out, it's a very, I'd say, a height-oriented game. You have a better spot which is at a better height. You're at a complete advantageous position. There are even places which are not accessible from down below from a specific part of the map. So, I mean, stuff like that usually happens where the final zone is in a position where the higher ground team has just the massive advantage and one way gets the chicken. I've seen moments like these happen. So let's see if it does recur again, if it does happen again on today's day or not. Because this map of Miramar, hey, it's fun, man. It's just fun. So many different interactions, some of them still being discovered. So that is something I'd love to see. Some spots are still not completely discovered on how do you reach there, how do you counter, how do you play. I've seen a lot of teams trying to nade out the players up top, but then those nades just bounce back right on their faces. So funny moments as well do happen. Players not driving the buggy in a particular way and just getting blasted out of the game. These things do still happen in the lobby. I've seen this happen in the in the challenge finals. So I really hope it does not happen today. But it's fun for us, Necro. I mean, I do have fun watching people get blasted away out of the game.
I mean, hey, we've got the upcoming game of Miramar in front of us, and the plane flat path is already starting all the way from El Pozo or Montenuevo towards the opposite side. Now, this plane flat path's going to be quite interesting, especially considering it's just completely one-sided towards the southern side. A lot of the players and teams are going to have a big issue in making their way.
Well, certainly this time the flight path is definitely favoring the southern side of the map. So all the teams that like dropping in towards the side of Torre, Emuda or Campo Miltar, El Hizar, they're not easily glidable, but the players and teams can resort to those vehicles. But for now, the teams that are dropping in are the players of Big Brother Esports, maybe heading towards the side of El Pozo or La Cobreria. And Los Leones is definitely that city where too many teams likes to drop in, but Neeraj, both these groups, they have played only one Miramar, and in that, Genix FM is one of those teams that performed really good on the very last day. They got a winner chicken dinner, Miramar, and total of 14 finish points.
I mean, Genix FM always has been one of those teams that is sort of like the underdog inside of the scenario, but they're also showcasing some moves that also a professional and a known team does inside of the lobby. So Genix FM, they've been a good mixture of a nice experienced team, but at the same time, being those underdogs inside of the lobby, and they have been proving themselves quite a lot time and time, not just in this tournament, even in the tournaments in the past. They have been making it to the grand finals itself, but then the real struggle starts. So I hope that's not going to be the same thing. I hope we're not going to be seeing Genix FM choke on the stage that matters, where it matters the most. But as we've got the circle in front of us, and once again, Blue Prince is going to be in a prime spot towards Power Grid, but we've got a drop collision happening in front of us. Godlike off to a bad start. Jelly almost getting completely knocked out and finished. The same thing can be said for Mac as well. OR Esports, this time they've just ripped apart their opponents completely.
Or Esports already having a very good head start. They got one finish point for themselves on the other side. Can't they say the same thing for the players of Godlike, as Godlike in the last Miramar which they played, they got only one total point. So Miramar is not good for the players of Godlike as of now, but maybe they can go a little passive in this particular one and test the waters, grab those crucial placement points for themselves, and maybe then can move ahead in the circle and try to engage in all the good fights. But for now, we have few of the teams going all the way towards the northern side, like the players of Global Esports. But look at the position of Mavi. He's in such a close proximity to the player Prajwal, all by himself, and even we have the players of Team Entity in the close proximity.
Godlike, from having the best performance in the previous game to now just having a complete massive downfall. And as you mentioned, even Entity is quite in the close proximity of another opponent team. Yes, it can be quite a deadly thing, but I highly doubt the collision is going to be happening because even the Entity is going to be quite desperate to make it to their drop location, loot up as quick as possible, and then try to make it to the centric spot of the circle. But Mavi's been knocked out from Global Esports. That's a big issue. Global Esports, this time, once again, survival being a massive problem, and Team Prince getting that elimination to start things off. They've already got a feast on their hands, and I guess Mavi being one of the OG players out there inside of the community, man, let's see what Team Prince is going to do to him.
Easy confirmation point will be coming through for the players of Team Prince, and Mavi was all by himself. There was no cavalry, no backup at that moment that could have saved Mavi in that situation, but nonetheless 3 players are there in the lobby. So maybe in this particular circle, Global Esports can definitely do little good, because this is their circle. They like to drop towards the northern side. They can potentially look for a dominant control from the northern front of the map. But looking at the position right now, Global Esports, I think they're heading towards the side of El Hazar maybe, because that's completely unoccupied. But we have a possibility of the next fight brewing up in the city of Los Leones as well, because we have the players of Team 8-Bit, then we have the players of Team 4Shot Esports, and also if we head a little north, then we have the players of Team OR also waiting in the city of La Bendita.
Team Prince, especially, it has one of those deadly forces inside of the lobby. In the past, they used to play for Gujarat Tigers, and now they've made their own team called Team Prince. And so far, these guys have definitely been performing quite well. As soon as they left that Gujarat Tigers banner, or at least inside this tournament, these guys are not giving up that first spot in the overall standings. They took it away from Team Seoul, and now they're keeping it to themselves, being the king of the thrones for now. And also getting a little bit of loot stacked up inside of this game of Miramar. Not really the best of the positions you can ask yourself to be in, but hey, whatever rocks your boat should do the job. And considering inside of the competitive lobbies, the loot's a little bit cranked up, they should be good. 4Shot Esports, another team in front of us. 4Shot is especially struggling a lot in these games. They haven't really been able to win a lot of their gunfights, but I hope maybe they're going to try to iron or patch up all the holes that are currently there in their strategy.
Speaking of 4Shot Esports, they had a decent run as of now, because in the overall standings, I won't say they are okay, they are right at the bottom. Not a good start, because on day 1, it was still okay-ish. They got 18 points for themselves, but day 2, they had a major drastic fall by getting just 9 points. They were getting early elimination. Nothing was really working for this team. They tried to recover on the very last day of week 1, that was day 3, by getting those 18 points. But that's not enough for 4Shot Esports, because if this team wants to propel themselves in the leaderboard, if they want to come in the top 16, they have to get at least one chicken dinner. If not a chicken dinner, at least a very high fragging game. But right now, looking at the map on our screen, we have the players of Big Brother Esports. I think this can be a good game for them, because they have the entirety of La Cobreria for themselves. But at the same time, we can also expect a fight between the players of Team Entity and one more team present in their own city.
I highly doubt the fight's going to be brewing up, though. They've been dropping in the same city with another team next to them, and the fight never happened. So Entity Gaming should be good. It should be all good in the hood. For now, I don't really spot the foes around them. Even Team Together Esports, another team which has been a big sign of concern. 8-Bit as well, you could have said the same thing, but then the previous game, it propelled them on the 3rd spot of the overall standings. And the overall standings being so fragile, all 8-Bit needs to do is keep the consistency up, and they might as well be in the top 5 soon enough. 2 more solid games, and Entity and 8-Bit will definitely be in the top 5 without a doubt. But let's see. Because Godlike, for them, inside of this game, the downfall was quite massive. W is beaten next to a foe, especially Zerov driving around. I'm not sure how safe of a strategy this is going to be, but one team just whizzed past you, buddy.
And that team, I think, were the players of Team OR Esports, already having one finish point in their pockets, already having a good, not a finish point, the player got revived. OR Esports is definitely looking very strong. Robin, Edmino, Pro, Zap, and Edmino has been having a fantastic run in the previous week because he was I think, getting the highest finishes in the entire team of OR Esports. But for now, they are being the king of the hills. They have a lot of information. And in the map of information, things are definitely going to work in your favor. And looking at the resources in the backpack, well, they are looking pretty decent. They have got enough smokes, not enough grenades, although enough first aids. Might be looking for a secondary loot, but maybe we can expect a fight between the players of Team Together Esports and AUTOBOTZ, or maybe not, because Team Together Esports, they have nothing to do with that very compound which the players of AUTOBOTZ are holding right now. They're minding their own business, they're going for their own rotations, and AUTOBOTZ Esports just holding on to the compound and maybe now looking for a better potential compound in the center of the circle. But few teams are still going for a late rotation, like the players of Team Genix FM. They're still in the city of Valle del Mar Negro.
Godlike losing out on 2 players, and now you've only got Aditya and Jonathan. I'm not sure how good of a duo this is going to be, but Aditya now definitely has to play the support role. And Godlike, they cannot play aggressive anymore. They cannot try to go for the fights. They cannot do any of that assertive stuff. Instead, they need to play passive. They need to be super cautious in every single approach they take. Good spray from Savitar against Entity. Not a lot of connections found. No, down the boys a little bit scratched up, but still, it's not really going to be doing a lot in that long term. The vehicle's definitely punctured. It's taken out, spins out in the open, but no knockout will be found. Team Prince, that was some good sharp shooting from the players. Prajwal still going for the tap with the M1 with only a holographic sight. I'm not sure how he's going to be able to tap away the opponent, but he's still going for the constant taps over and over again. Prajwal definitely trying to go for a clip shot.
Prajwal and Jackson, both these players from the side of Team Prince, have been playing phenomenally well. They have been the ones creating those openings, bringing those initial frags, and Prajwal has been the MVP in the previous week also few times. So definitely Team Prince is looking very strong, especially Prajwal and Jackson, along with AJ and Prince. Although Prince is usually the one who goes for the scouting, who goes for those flank angles, and Prajwal is the guy that brings those opening frags. But for now, the Team Prince, they also need to focus on that secondary loot, because all I can see is just a single first aid in the hands of Prajwal. And Prince as well, they don't have enough throwables. And in the map of Miramar, you need those crucial smokes, you need those crucial grenades and first aid. But at the same time, Jackson has a lot of information, I think, about the player skills of Team AUTOBOTZ.
And Jackson still just going for a lot of the shot with the M1. It's going to be tough to connect that far away, but still trying his best. Team Prince with the high ground, they're looking quite solid. Right on top of the players of AUTOBOTZ. Sirvi did catch a little bit of hurt. The bullet just scratching away. But nothing to worry about just yet for AUTOBOTZ. They've got a solid compound to play with. As long as they don't peek out up top, everything should be okay. And for 16 in the hands of Rico, if he's got a 6x to back him up, then everything can be quite nice. He can try to take a little bit of return shots against the players of Team Prince. But at this point in time, every single team is going to try to burn out the opposition meds. So you might as well not take some unnecessary peeks. Unless if you want to commit to a full fight, then yes, makes a lot of sense. But if you're just looking to burn away the enemy meds, you might as well not try to peek out. Because all that's going to cost you is a lot of medicals that can be useful in the upcoming stages.
Looking at the stats, Neeraj, specifically about AUTOBOTZ Esports, there has been a major dip in their performance. Day number 1 was so fantastic. Day 2, they got only 11 points, and day number 3, only 6 points. So AUTOBOTZ Esports, things are not working for this particular team, but the one lad that has impressed me the most from their lineup is definitely going to be Rico, because he has got the highest finishes. He's the one engaging in so many fights, getting those finish points for the team. He just needs the backup of his own teammates, and if that is present, I think Autobots they'll be looking fantastic. For now, the circle is definitely favoring majority of the teams. Few teams are still migrating inside the circle, like the players of 8-bit and Team Zero from the southern side, Global Esports from the northern side. Global Esports looking so very strong in this particular circle, and so do the players of Big Brother Esports as well.
OR Esports. In the previous game, things sort of went a little bit downhill. But now let's see how OR Esports is going to be looking forward to hold things together. Team Prince being all the way in the SMAC Center, it's really not going to be shaking away any of the confidence they've got. Instead, they're quite confident in the approach they've been taking so far. They've also got a solid high ground to play with, so that means the amount of intel this team's going to be gathering, it's going to be insane. God's Reen, right next to the players of OR. Maybe Justin looking forward to scout a little bit of information against him. And God's Reen, I also like the spread they've got too. Every single team just prioritizing that high ground for all the intel they can get. And I'm loving the proactivity from a lot of these teams.
You have to be proactive. But this time, as compared to the previous week, Necro, teams are taking things a little slow, because in the previous week, in the very first game, teams used to go very aggressive. From the second and third game onwards, they used to just start holding on to their horses. But this time, teams are super slow from the very get-go of the game. They have realized the importance of those placement points. They have realized how important it is to survive till the final few circles, because that is when good placement points and good finish points are going to come in your hand. They're not taking any sort of risk, because in the starting weeks, if you have good points, if you have got enough buffer that you can take risk in the last week, then things will look good. But for now, Shadow 7 is not looking good at all, as OR Esports Pro has already taken a hell lot of HP out of Shadow 7.
Team Zero, what a big blunder this could have been. Always Team Zero gets caught in the rotation. Last time it was Sayed OP who got caught out in the open by the players of OR. And now this time, it could have been the same thing. OR Esports against Team Zero. They've been the kryptonite of Team Zero so far. And Team Zero, they haven't been able to reply back at all. Dark Lord now trying to back away with his teammate, and that's what they're going to do. They're going to find a clean rotation out of that tricky spot. Pro is not really going to be trying to force anything. Instead, it's just letting the opponents walk away, which can be a wise option. But I would say Pro had a massive advantage in this fight, so he should have went for a couple of more shots. But maybe they just wanted to play a little bit safe, considering it's understandable. It's still the early phase of the game. You do not really want to go for the fights. But as you mentioned, you brought up this change too. Teams are playing much more passive compared to week one, and it's understandable. It's more about being familiar to the opponents. And I guess these teams have now understood how their opponents are performing, how the new roster changes have affected their play styles. They pretty much know how to adjust accordingly.
Agreed, because now teams have realized and they have started adapting according to the roster changes, because Godlike, one of the most aggressive team, now we see a controlled aggression from their side. But on the other side, Team Prince also having a clear line of sight onto the players of Team AUTOBOTZ as they are trying to migrate inside the circle. But for now, AUTOBOTZ, they are in a safe distance. Nothing to worry about for them, at least from the side of Team Prince. Can't say the same thing about Gen X FM, because Gen X FM, the players are also in the close proximity. And on the other side, looks like it is WSB and Big Brother Esports also engaging in a fight where WSB are falling down one after another. Even we have Big Brothers having a too much height advantage, and WSB already lost on one of their own player.
WSB, 3 players in the heights, and Big Brother Esports from the top just raining down hellfire against him. Big Brother Esports still against the opponents, still against the foes, and Sarvit's a little bit too close against one of the foes in the name of Entity. Pokar up close and personal against Sarvit has pulled out a shotgun in his hands, but does Pokar want to push up close and personal? That's the question. Sarvit's right on the opposite side, and Pokar, he does know that there's a man right in front of him, but he doesn't exactly know where the teammates are. And that's why maybe Pukar's not really going too aggressive. And makes a lot of sense too. Look at that crossfire that Rishi and Sarvith have got set up. As soon as Pukar tries to get back up, from the back it's going to be Sarvith just mowing him down. So Pukar, I like that. And Troy, unfortunately, is going to fall back down. That's not a good news for Entity. They're losing out on this hill control, which is quite essential for them to have this entire land control in their hands. High ground control is quite essential, and stealing it away from Big Brother Esports is going to be even more tougher. Especially Rishi all the way in the back is now starting to create a lot of problems.
Entity already lost one player, and Pukar is still trying to defend the little hill area which he's holding. One of the players from the set of Entity is already on the flank angle, but we have AUTOBOTZ and Gen X FM in a kerfuffle where AUTOBOTZ, they don't have the numbers as Carry gets taken down. Instant confirmation has been made by Spider George. The last player remaining from the set of AUTOBOTZ, also in the close frontal battle, gets taken down. But where is the cavalry? Where is the last two men of AUTOBOTZ? Looks like they're already way ahead inside the circle. At least now they can focus on those crucial placement points. But Team AUTOBOTZ already lost 2 players, and Gen X FM 2 finish points in their pockets.
I'm not sure what exactly AUTOBOTZ's game plan is, but these guys are quite disconnected, and that's working against them for a while now. Current's way too scratched up. He's way too low. Going for the patch up too. Current's going to find enough time to patch himself up, so it's okay for him side. Gen X FM. Even they're going to be on a move inside of the safe zone. For Gen X FM, for that one individual player, hope everything's going to be okay in the future. Team Zero, even for them, rotations has been a massive issue. They lack on a lot of that intel, and even if they do get that intel, they don't know how to convert it into a good rotation, and that's been an issue for them too. Team Together Esports, vehicles on fire. They need to call a quick evacuation. Blind Esports against the opponents too. A massive nade from him. Mighty is now quite low, but still Dark Lord all by himself inside of the compound is now starting to set a big panic, but the cavalry arrives. Hirsch has got his teammates back, and the entirety of Blind Esports now starting to close on up. Dark Lord pulls out the DBS against the opponents, and 8-Bit now might as well start falling down, and that's what happens. Madman knocked out, and the shotguns are now starting to ring a lot of damage. One more man to go from the side of 8-Bit. And even he's trapped up behind the wall. Nowhere to go. The DB is pulled out up close and personal. And Mighty's doing a lot of damage against the foe. But it's not going to matter. Skips. He comes out as the massive clutch man and saves the day for Blind.
Oh, certainly. That was a fantastic fight. But now we have Gen X FM against the remaining 2 players of Team AUTOBOTZ. Rico, the man from the side of AUTOBOTZ, who has impressed me a number of times, but right now he's on the receiving end of those barrage of grenades coming from the side of Gen X FM, and Karan with his vehicle is already looking to close in the distance. A good shot out in the open on the player of Team AUTOBOTZ. Rico with that flank might be looking to back off from that fight, and that might be a good decision. But for now,
AUTOBOTZ. Sirvi managing to get back in the safe lines. That's a good news definitely for them, but then Godsrean engaging in a fight against the players of Team Prince. 2 massive teams colliding against each other, from which Godsrean are now getting griffed all the way from the far apart. And that's not a good news at all. Godsrean, they need all the members alive inside of the family, inside of the team. And they're trying their best to keep all the players up and alive too. Delta PG being the only glimmer of hope that's currently over here. OR Esports trying to make their move against the foe. And Godsrean, they can't do anything. It's all down to Delta PG. And him being all by himself, 2 players of OR Esports are now going to try to press up against him. Smokes are definitely being a massive help for Delta PG. And now he's also trying to pull off some interesting shenanigans, sitting inside the vehicle, just waiting for at least 1 player from OR Esports to overcommit inside of the fight, and Delta will try to punish him. I like the thinking. It's some quick thinking on the fly, but I'm not sure how good this is going to work out. OR Esports, they've got no clue that there's still a man lingering around. And what? Delta PG and Pro, they're sitting right next to each other. This is one of the most interesting things I've seen happen on the screen so far. And Delta PG is keeping that trigger discipline. He hasn't shot a single bullet. And finally, this man erupts like a volcano. Shuts down 2 players from OR Esports. And maybe OR, for them, things can be done right here, right now. Even Zap was quite low, but no, from the back, it's going to be Big Brother Esports, who steal all that opportunity away from that last player.
How did the players of Team OR Esports didn't realize that Delta PG is so close to them, and Big Brother Esports, being the opportunistic one, are now punishing the players of Team OR after taking down Delta PG, and OR not in a good spot at all as Robin gets taken down Uzumaki with a vehicle run over. And with that, Team OR Esports, they have been eliminated on the 14th spot with just 2 finishes. Big Brothers, they are looking fantastic. They've got 8 finish points already in their pockets. Rishi with 4 finish points. They have got enough resources to survive till the final few circles, till the final circle, in fact.
God, what?
But Team Together Esports, well, Saikat with the DBS gets a confirmation point onto Slug.
I thought Global Esports, for them, this can be a stronger suit, but unfortunately, no, that's not the case. Global Esports now starting to get dismantled. And that's not a good news at all. Even Team Together Esports, when they're on their way down the hill, Cronal's taking a lot of damage. The first knock might as well just hit the deck from Team Together Esports, but they managed to find themselves in the safer grounds just in the nick of time. The Weekle gets blown up, and with the explosion, Stanger gets knocked out. Not a good news at all. Team Together Esports, Saikat is trying his best to provide the backup, and he's barely alive on a sliver of HP with that nade. Another nade sails in. And that's going to be it. Cronal instantly shut down. It's Jonathan from the sidelines from Godlike, who's dealing that constant damage, who's being that constant threat to his opponents. And even Team Zero from the backlines now trying to work around together. Dark Lord pulls out a nade. The only way you can shut down Psycha is tossing that nade inside of that container. From the top, it's Gumbler Boy raining down death and destruction against Genix FM. 2 players have already been knocked out. It's all down to Spider-Jawed. And now, considering he's the final glimmer of hope, his position's compromised too. He's taking a lot of damage from the top, and Gumbler Boy is not going to let the sides go off him, and just like that, Big Brother Esports making some moves against Entity, and Gumbler Boy gets softened up once again.
Gumbler Boy, he also needs to make sure that Pukar goes for the rescue mission onto the fallen teammate, but Jonathan's grenade is going to eliminate the entirety of Team Zero, along with a little help from the side of Saikat, and now Saikat of Team Together Esports is all by himself on a very low HP. He needs to patch himself up, and Jonathan, I think he's already aware where Saikat is hiding inside that container, or is he not? Because Saikat is not giving any sort of sound cues, but with that grenade, Jonathan knows exactly where Saikat is. He comes out in the open, and the shotgun S12K in the hands of Aditya is going to the final blow. And with that, Team Together Esports, they also have been eliminated, and Godlike, they're looking super strong. Even as a 2-man, they're going for the aggressive side, they're going for the aggression, they're going for the finish points. But Team Entity, being the king of the hills, now Team Blind could be the next victim. Harsh out in the open. What just happened? Gumbler Boy, how can you miss that shot?
He didn't miss, he just switched away the weapon.
Yeah.
I'm not sure why he did so. And his buggy's tires are completely blown out, so Gumbler Boy needs to move out in the open without any vehicles. This is a massive red flag in the approach itself, and Gumbler Boy now starting to take a lot of damage. He wants to find himself a safe tip, but it doesn't seem like he's going to be able to find that. Finds a knockout though while he's trying to fall down. Rishi knocked out, but then the shots from far away, it's going to catch Gumbler Boy himself. It's all down to that one last man alive from Big Brother Esports. And only a few seconds away from that man meeting the Makers too. Entity Gaming, they've lost out on Gumbler Boy, who had the most amount of finishes in that squad. But now it's all down to Try and Pukar. For Gujarat Tigers, Shadow, Wixkey, and Clutch God behind the containers. And Blind Esports, both the players are quite softened up. Skips and Hirsch. WSB2 in the closer proximities. This is not looking that great. The teams on the high grounds will definitely have an advantage, but if the circle moves away from them to the lower ground, which has already happened, the teams on the high ground are definitely going to suffer.
WSB, 2 back-to-back good games coming from this particular team. And yes, Gujarat Tigers, they are also looking very strong as Clutch God with the buggy along with the Vixie is already trying to close in the distance. they need to be a little cautious of the grenades that are coming from the side of Team Blind. But Team Blind, they can be the patty in the sandwich as the players of WSB are also approaching, and Harsh with a grenade finds Clutch God, instantly takes him down. But Blind, they have their own worries in the name of Team WSB. A 2v3 scenario in front of them as Brayden takes a heavy blow from the side of Team Blind. Entity can do a perfect third party in this situation.
Gujarat Tigers now starting to make a move inside of the battlegrounds too. As Entity, they're going to do the same thing. They've already managed to climb down from that mountain. It's a big red flag for a lot of these teams. Try close and personal against Hirsch, and the utilities are going to be tossed to perfection as well, as Strife finds Hirsch instantly knocked out and gets the confirmation rolling up too. While on the opposite side, even Clutch God gets knocked out from the side of Gujarat Tigers, and now it's going to be top 3 teams alive. Entity versus Blind against the players of Gujarat Tigers, and both the players are the solo man survivor too for each of their teams. So Blind Esports and Entity, they need to work together, but it sounds too much. Of course they can't. And look at him. He's right in front. Troy isolated all by himself behind this container, behind this barrel. He won't be shut down by Skips. Blind Esports, they managed to secure a second spot inside of this game. Solid stuff, but Gujarat Tigers, they're probably going to be your winners too. And now Skip's looking to take this fight up close and personal against the players of Gujarat Tigers. DB has pulled out. He finds the first knock. He goes for the second one as well. And he finds the third one too. A quick 3-piece from this one single man. And he has managed to clutch things out for his team. Skips, what an inhuman clutch that was. Gujarat Tigers, what a big blunder.
Yeah, agreed. It was a big blunder coming in from the side of Gujarat Tigers. How can they come neutrality one by one? The new Skips is having a GPS in his hands, a shotgun in his hand. And Skips, what a play in that such a precious situation where he knew he was outnumbered all by himself. Despite that, he was able to pull off a 1v3 against the players of Gujarat Tigers. I don't know whether to appreciate what Skips did or just be a little disappointed from the side of Gujarat Tigers that how could they let this happen. But nevertheless, a good performance coming in from both these teams, even from the side of WSB, a consistent performance coming in from the very first day of week number 2.
A 1v3 from Skips, which was not even supposed to happen. I did not expect that clutch at all. It just felt like Gujarat Tigers was zoned out, straight up. Skips being able to close his distance that up close and personal, that in itself was a massive red flag. Gujarat Tigers, I'm not sure what they were exactly doing, but they should have been in the power. They should have been in the controlling position. They should have realized that they've got the man number. They can control the pace of the game, but no, instead, Gujarat Tigers was playing too passive. Played behind that ridge. Instead, they should have been the one to charge up against the last man alive, which was Skips. What a big blunder that was from Gujarat Tigers. A massive 3K coming in the end by Skips and saving the day for the entire of his team and getting a massive chicken dinner secured for Blind Esports. And now this team in the overall standings, they're going to be in such a solid position. Another massive team approaching in the top 5 to look out for.
100% agreed. Blind, in fact, they started making their comeback on the, I think, Vikendi map on day number 3. That's when they came on the 2nd or the 3rd spot. After that, Blind has been looking so fantastic, especially the way they are starting things off on day number 3. They are looking very strong. Even Gujarat Tigers, they have been very consistent. They started this game by getting 2 players of Team Godlike. They were the king of the hills for a very long time. They survived till the final few moments when it looked like that this is their winner chicken dinner.
Exactly. I mean, Blind Esports, oh, dude, I have been a massive fan of this lineup since a long time because I know how aggressive all the 4 players can be. Yes, recently we're definitely seeing a little bit of tweaks in the playstyle, but I guess with these type of performances, all you can hope is that the confidence is going to be back up on the top once again for Blind Esports, and you might as well see the domination once again happen inside of the lobby, because I still remember these 4 players together used to just wreak havoc inside of the lobby, and there wasn't even a single team these 4 players used to respect. And I want to see that same team back inside of the lobby. I want to see that same team Blind Esports back in the lobby.
I'm sure we are going to see that very soon because they have just started. They just need those buffer points for themselves that they can go all YOLO, all aggressive. And I'm very sure by the end of this week, we'll see that particular blind, that aggressive blind. But even talking about the other teams also, Neeraj, like Team Entity, this time they also performed really good. They started by getting engaged in a fight. I think it was Big Brother Esports. After that, they were also looking unstoppable.
Yeah, Entity Gaming, definitely. The approach they made against the opponents, too. I like that quick maneuver, too. As I mentioned, teams on top of the hills are definitely going to be having a tough time. But then instantly, as soon as I looked at the map feed, Entity Gaming was already down with the opponents. And I just love that. Without even wasting a lot of time, just making those quick decisions on the fly. It's something that really makes a massive pro team. And I guess Entity Gaming, they were quite quick on that decision, too. Yeah, it's a whole other thing that it didn't really work out, but I would still say it's some good proactive measures were taken by the players of Entity Gaming. But then this moment too, OR Esports, a massive blunder being made. And God's Reen Delta PG, he could have wiped out the entirety of OR. There was definitely a chance. But then from the top, it was Big Brother Esports just raining down some shots. And luckily for OR Esports, they were saved from that embarrassment.
Even at that particular moment, also when the players of Team Entity were trying to move inside the circle, I think Pukar was taken down by the play zone and Troy was all by himself. So Team Entity couldn't do much in that situation, especially with Skips and DBS. We knew what he did, especially against the players of Gujarat Tigers. In the very first place, it shouldn't have happened. Yes, I have to appreciate Skips because it was a fantastic move. It was a fantastic clutch coming from his side. But at the same time, it was a big blunder from the side of Gujarat Tigers.
It indeed was. As I mentioned, it just felt like they were zoned out a little bit.
Yeah.
They should have been the one to control the pace of that final circle, but no, instead, it was Skips who was all by himself from Team Blind Esports. He pushed up close and personal. First of all, how did he even find enough time to push up close and personal against the opponent players? That should not have happened in the first place because the opponents were 3 and Skips was all by himself. It was a 1v3 situation, but still somehow Gujarat Tigers, they lost that entire thing because I genuinely think so. They were zoned out a little bit in that final moment because maybe they were pre-celebrating this chicken dinner. Maybe they got a little bit too overconfident in that final moment. I'm not exactly sure what happened, but the only thing that I really know is that Skip has managed to get 8 elimination points for his team at 73% finish contribution. Skips, this man has pulled off a nuclear performance for his team.
Oh, certainly. 73% contribution, 8 finishes, out of which 3 are on the players of Team Gujarat Tigers, 1 on the player of Team Entity, the last player of Team Entity. So Skips definitely did so much in that final circle. Even though he didn't have enough real estate, he didn't have enough breathing space in the final circle, the entire control was in the hands of Team Gujarat Tigers. But yet, he managed to pull off a 1v3 and get a beautiful winner chicken dinner. But along with Skips, we have Genix FM Spider Jord as the best companion with 2 rescues, and 1 assist.
And then you've also got Skips being the best finishers too, with 8 eliminations, as I mentioned, and only 1 assist with a lot of distance traveled and the survival time of 28-11. Skips, of course, has astonished all of us with that final clutch. And now my hopes have been risen up even more from the entirety of Blind Esports. That's only Skips performing. The entirety of Blind Esports, they've got some incredible potential. And if all the 4 players, if they are in their top form in the firepower aspect, oh man, trust me, these guys will start dominating the lobby like it's nothing. As we move on forward and take a look at the match rankings, a lot of things will be opened up as well to find out how many exact points did Blind Esports secured. This man had a lot of finish contributions, so his teammates were not able to get a lot of finishes in general, but still 26 points accumulated by Blind Esports, which is quite decent. But then Entity Gaming as well getting 21 points, Entity being super consistent.
Oh yes, this day on week number 2, day 1, they are being the consistent one, getting 21 points. Gujarat Tigers also having a very good run. Not too many finishes, but a good run. Total of 16 points in their favor. Big Brother Esports in the previous game also not a good performance came in, but finally in this particular one, they have good finishes. Total of 14 points in their name. WSB being very consistent, 10 points. But there are few teams after showing a good performance in the previous one were taken out pretty early, like the players of Team 8-Bit. In the previous week also, we saw how the players of Team 8-Bit were struggling. And this time also, in the map of Miramar, they were taken out pretty early. I think it was Team Blind only that eliminated 8-Bit.
I mean, yeah, I think so. It was Blind Esports themselves, because at the final few moments, Blind Esports definitely did have a couple of players live, but then in the end, it was just down to skips. Even Entity Gaming on the top of the hill, they definitely had 2 more players, but unfortunately, while they were trying to make it down the hill, I guess they lost out on 1 player in that process. So a lot of things definitely did go quite south. Even WASP being able to make it to the late game scenario, them getting 10 points in the previous game. Once again, they're on that consistent leap in the overall standings, which is quite a good news for them. Quite a lot of teams that definitely did try their best, including Big Brother Esports. You do see in the game of Erangel too, Big Brother Esports was making some moves. They had a solid position inside school apartments, but unfortunately things went quite downhill. Even inside this game, Big Brother Esports, they had a solid position, but unfortunately when the circle shifted away, Big Brother Esports was screwed massively because Entity Gaming was holding them on top of that hill. They were just not letting them come down.
Along with that, few of teams were struggling in the rotation also, like the players of team AUTOBOTZ, because AUTOBOTZ, Genex FM, 4Shot, all these 3 teams were trying to migrate from the southern side. And AUTOBOTZ, they came in the line of fire of so many teams, not just one team, because earlier it was Genex FM who was peppering few bullets in their direction, managed to take down 1 or 2 players. Then I think it was Team Entity who was gatekeeping, who were present on the periphery of the circle, that managed to take down the remaining 2 players of Team AUTOBOTZ.
But then how can you forget another embarrassing moment that could have happened for OR Esports, especially when Delta PG was in the same vehicle as one of his enemies, and the enemies did not even bother to check the passenger seat. Luckily enough for him, only 2 players were knocked out from OR Esports. If that would have been a 1v4, that would have been one of the most embarrassing clips that would have roamed around inside of the ISGC, and I'm pretty sure all the players from OR Esports would not have let themselves lose after that one. But luckily enough, Big Brother Esports from top of that hill, they just shot down the last man of God's Reign, which was quite an unfortunate moment, of course, and Delta PG was instantly knocked out. But, ladies and gentlemen, a lot more to come, but after this short break, don't go anywhere.
I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'm a work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha, yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You want to compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt. Push through the hurt just to show them my work. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they tell.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, and Monster Energy.
Welcome back everyone, you guys are watching Snapdragon Elite Gaming Challenge Season Week 2 Day number 1, and before moving forward, a huge thank you to our sponsor Snapdragon Pro Series presenting partner Samsung for providing us with Samsung devices, top tier performances, crystal clear displays and lightning fast response time, just like Skips was having in that map of Miramar. My name is Shadow, alongside me is going to be Fritz. Fritz, speaking of Skips, that 1v3 in the final circle, in the final few moments, what do you have to say about it?
Beautiful for blind, unfortunate for GT. I mean, you guys already broke it down, what could have been done, what could have been the other possible outcomes on the side of Team Gujarat Tigers, where they could have won the chicken dinner. But in that moment, the presence of mind that Skips just displayed was insane. Because most of the time we do see shotguns getting one frag up close and personal. And then you look at your HP bar, oh bro, 10 HP. Yeah, one bullet is just going to do it for me. But then him being confident, getting all those peaks and always just, just spamming the shot button, crouching out, trying to stay out of harm's way. A very fun moment, a very insane moment. Skips is going to remember it for life. But yeah, GD won't be able to forget it very quickly either. So a great moment for the side of the players of Team Blind. They'd be very happy to get that chicken plus the extra 3 finishes. So all in all, a great moment for Team Blind. GD, yeah, well, hard luck. Let's see if they can do something about it in the next upcoming map.
Well, I think the major problem was all the 3 players of Gujarat Tigers, they were coming from the same direction. And all Skips had to do was just shift his aim a little bit and just fire the bullet. That's it, because all 3 players came from the same direction. If one of the player of Gujarat Tigers had got a little flank angle or something, some utility, maybe utility was not in their hands. They have utilized all the throwables in the final circle, but still they could have gone for the flank angle, they could have come from the different direction, they could have come as a 3-man unit. There should have been the controlling one in that scenario, but nevertheless Gujarat Tigers in the overall standings are looking fantastic. So let's have a look at the schedule. Also, now it's time for Erangel, the bread and butter map.
Yeah, the bread and butter map for sure. This is a map which I think all these teams should be really comfortable about. And man, let's see how they decide to play it out. The previous one was a really passive map being played by the players of Team Godlike. They played the zone, they played it out perfectly and were able to get the chicken. But this time around, let's see if the circle has some other thought process in this entire map. Maybe a military-based circle, maybe a circle completely towards Spawn Island. Who knows? Hey, it'll be a fun game to see. I really want that Spawn Island circle, and it's not possible right now. It's out of meta thing to ask for. But if it can, maybe not. If not a Spawn Island circle, I'd love to see a water circle. I mean, nobody fighting it out, everyone just dipping in water and hoping to be at the center of the zone, and zone deciding who wins it out. Matches like that are very, very fun to watch, but I'm sure the players would not agree to that because they really want to play it out on skill, just like Skips did in the previous game. A moment like that, again, waiting for the map of Erangel.
We all are, and Spawn Island final circle is, I think, way too much to ask for, but definitely a military based circle can be there, and we have seen too many southern circles, so water circle is something that we all would want to see, because that makes things very interesting, and especially if a little bit of the bridge area is also involved, then it makes things more interesting, because then you don't have too many hard covers. There is a possibility of a third party happening. You can become the party in the sandwich. So many scenarios do brew up, but talking about the a scenario that has been very fixed is the struggle of Team Zero. They have not been able to perform on week 1. Week number 2 also, they are starting off on a very bad note. What do you think is happening wrong with the players of Team Zero?
Communication and synergy. It's a really, really clear answer by the way that they're playing. Most of the time you do see one of the players out of position. He does not know what to do in certain situations. In the map of Erangel, we did see one of the guys, I think it was Savitar, who stopped the vehicle right in front of the players of Team OR, but then ran back. And from behind, the player was trying to support him, also slammed the vehicle, but then suddenly he was all alone. And Admino was like, bro, what you doing? Wait, let me spray on you and get that easy frag. So that's what happened. It's just lack of communication over here that has been bothering the players of Team Zero. And I believe, see, it's very easy to point out the mistake, but then fixing it out is a completely different story. So how do you fix it? Hey, I leave it to the players of Team Zero to figure it out, because I, for one, cannot say how do you fix communication issues. But yeah, let's see if something can be done about that particular situation or that particular thing or not. But here we jump into this map of Erangel, a really fun map. As you said, bread and butter, all the teams should be really comfortable. What's uncomfortable is the flight path. I mean, starting from Query, going all the way to Nova Rep, teams dropping around Nova Rep, military base would be really happy. But teams like Global Esports, who usually went towards that 3 or 7, are really sad because of the plane path.
Oh yes, certainly. Global Esports, Sivani has been their home ground since a very long time. And they like to drop in over there. They like to control the circle from the northern front. But all the teams that like dropping in towards the southern side, like Military Base, Noor, Ploy, they're going to be pretty happy. And so do the players of Team 8-Bit, because Primorsk has been their home ground since a very long time. And that is exactly where they are right now. Speaking of God's Reign, this is the team that impressed me the most on day number 2, because stress on day number 2, God's Reign was so fantastic. The coach was playing there, so everyone, including me, Necro, we all thought maybe the addition of the coach in the lineup is the reason that the team is performing so good, getting 2 chicken dinners. But on day 3, the struggle was there from the side of God's Reign as well.
Although today their first game was not that bad. It's not the best possible one, but still not entirely bad. Let's see if they can improve that on a similar map. But I think we do see the players of Team 10. Oh, MJ is very far away. I thought Adi was really close to this. Oh wait, he is, right? He is very close to this player. Let's see, man. Adi, he is on a hunt. He has all of his teammates available to support as well. So Blind might start off on a positive note, but if they're able to take down MJ, let's see if Gujarat Tigers do want to invest into this fight. I don't think so, because there's the knock. No cover is possible right now, so it's better to survive with the 3 remaining players. And Blind, the first frag, the first point, will essentially give them the confidence they need.
Oh, the confidence is already there. After the 1v3 that Skills pulled off, Team Blind is already looking very fantastic. And speaking of the roster which the players of Team Blind is having right now, all the 4 players are very aggressive player. Even Neeraj was also pointing that out. It's not just Skips that is capable or has the mechanical skills. It's an entire team, entire roster of Team Blind that is so fantastic. They can go for the aggression, and that is exactly what they're looking for. But right now, the players of Big Brother Esports are not in a good situation, as Uzumaki has been knocked out, and that too out in the open.
Oh, yeah, Uzumaki, he is really trying to crawl back to cover. And while Sarvid does have that SKS, scope is something that I'd like to see being available for him. Player is already creeped up so that the revival could still be a successful one. So yeah, Uzumaki is still in the shack, but do Entity know? Because if they do, the 1 nade could just give them 2 more points. Simple as that. Let's see, Sarvid, he is going in for the revival. He now has support from one of his teammates as well, so this could essentially brew into a 4v4 squad fight. Team Big Brother versus Team Entity.
Big Brothers versus Entity. Both these teams didn't perform really good in the last Erangel. But no,
never mind, they just fall back.
Yeah, Entity, they don't want to overcome it, because they do realize that they have to propel themselves in the leaderboard. So better focus on a situation, better focus on the placement points, better focus on their own position rather than taking any sort of unnecessary risk. But speaking of risk, well, Gen X FM, they're taking a huge risk, as one of the player was out in the open away from his teammates, and now he has been eliminated.
Probably trying to scout, but got a little bit too carried away. That's the only reasoning I can give without seeing what happens. So he will not be a part of the game furthermore, and now his team has to play with a 3-man squad. It's not entirely impossible for them to still have a good performance. I mean, AUTOBOTZ did have such a position in the very early stages of the game, yet were able to get into top 4. So the other players will have to make sure that they do get some more points for them. Whereas we do see the players of Team Together Esports, Invader, he's all out in the open, seems to have reconnected. Yeah, there we go. So Invader is now also back with the team. They'll loot. Most of the players, I think, have already gathered the necessary early loot that they needed, and now they do have those vehicles if they wish to rotate. Which I don't think so, because they're in the city of Milta, I suppose, and the zone is a little bit towards the southern part. I mean, we do see military base. We did see Novo Repnoy being completely covered in the first zone. So together, as to say, has a really good position inside the zone. So the other teams are the ones who have to rotate and be worried about it. Skips, yeah, completely kitted up. Will definitely ask for a better vest. But other than that, okay, no, never mind. Not kitted up. He does not have a lot of utility to work with. No heals available. This could be because of the reason that the early loot, the early position that they won. But still, they were able to get one track. They want to make it from there. Uzumaki once again down on the ground. Entity, it seems like they're not leaving the players of Team BB away. They want to trouble this team as much as possible, even to the extent to get a frag.
Team Entity being the optimistic one. Big Brothers, yes, they are in the open, but the distance which is there between Entity and Big Brother Esports, I don't think Entity can take the players of Big Brothers down, even if they manage to take a knock, which is highly unlikely because the vehicles are there and Big Brothers, they are safe for now. But in the Water City, we have the players of 4Shot Esports. This has been their drop location since a very long time. And speaking of their performance also, 4Shot Esports, they are right at the bottom. So 4Shot Esports, they also need to do something because they don't have too many points in their hands. So definitely this is also one of those teams that need to step up. But look at that, Seth hiding in that wooden lamppost over there, and Pukar with a buggy is trying to scout the area, has no idea that the enemy is such close to him.
Yeah, I mean, Seth is playing an off angle over here, but the problem is he's in a position where he'll be one and done. So unless and until you can confirm that frag, you need not shoot Seth. And he also sees the other two players of Team Entity arriving. Now this could be a really difficult situation for Team Entity if they do not play it out well. They still do not spot this guy out. Now, oh, never mind. They did see this this particular player in this position. Great jiggle around the corner, gets one, but then again, as I said, one and done position. The molly was perfect by Somraj, and even though Troy got knocked out, the revival will be really simple. Entity, they finally find that one guy from Team BB that they were really hoping to. They get that frag point to their name, and now will still try to hold this compound down. Should not be a problem. Pukar even goes to the extent of getting his teammate back into the vehicle and with the team. So yeah, good start for Team Entity. First frag on the board, looking okay.
Yeah, looking okay, and definitely a good cover fire that came from the side of Somraj at the perfect nick of time, because 2 players of Entity were out in the open. Seth, had he been able to pull the trigger a bit second before, I think he would have managed to take down both the players of Team Entity. He tried to do so, a valiant effort from his side, but couldn't get the confirmation point also on the knocked player. So no damage done on the side of Team Entity for now. But the circle, the hybrid circle, one of my favorite circles, because this keeps all the IGLs, all the teams on their toes, because they don't know when the circle shift is going to come in, whether it will go south, whether it will go north. They have no idea. So these kind of circles are my favorite circle. What about you, Fritz?
I love them. You already see a lot of teams around shore. So they're deciding. They're waiting for the circle to close in. And after that, they'll decide whether to take that holy dip inside the water or to stay on the main island. Plus, even if you look at the other teams, Team Zero, now it's not going to be easy for them to rotate towards the main island, right? You have a team who's gatekeeping them, who's around the bridge area, now probably going towards farm. But I don't think so they'll leave them so easily. Plus, even you see God's Reign, even if they do make it to the other side of the bridge, they have Gen X to deal with. They have 8-bit. If they run towards Ferry Pier, they have the players of Team WSB. So for neither of these teams on the southern island, it is going to be an easy rotation. And why not, man? Early content, early players being dropped out. Hey, sign me up for it.
You love that aggression. You love that drama, that masala that comes in when the third
why
parties.
not?
We all love that, but unfortunately the teams doesn't love. They love the points. They love the prize money. They love the qualification slot for the LAN finale, and that is what they are eyeing for. But Goku is walking on a thin ice with that buggy so close to the players of Gen X FM. He has no idea about Gen X FM, and look at that angle which both the players are holding. The minute Goku or Honey of 4-Shot Esports comes out in the open, either JD Gaming or Skillful will be the one to put an end to them.
Yeah, this is going to be tough for the players of Team 4-Shot to get out of, because they really do not know. There's no vehicle, there's no sound cue given, and there we have it. Skillful, the first one to start things off. Goku down and out, and suddenly JD also activates and gives that boop of shotgun into the face of the player. He has already tagged him quite a bit, but lack of confidence. Why JD? He could have gone for the finishing blow. He tosses out a nade a little bit far away, and Honey barely survives. A gust of wind will take him out, but JD won't. And Gen X, even though they get a frag, they were not confident enough to take Honey out as well.
Lucky fellow, I'll say. He's definitely one lucky fellow, because I couldn't see him surviving in that moment, considering how low HP he was. But definitely the stars are aligned in his favor, and he lived to see another day. But at the same time, Gen X FM, this is one of those teams that has impressed so many people, especially in the map of Miramar, because they played only one Miramar in the previous week, and they got a beautiful winner chicken dinner in that particular one. Even Skillful is one of those talented guys who bring that opening, who brings that opening frags for his team. And definitely the position also which Gen X FM is having, Spider Jord, although he's away from his teammates, he's somewhere too close to the players of Team Prince, so he needs to be cautious. But looking at the circle shift, I love it. I love how teams are gathering around the bridge area.
Yeah, that's true. God's Rain though will take a sigh of relief, because for now they still can sit and chill on the other side of the bridge. But unless and until the players of Team 0 do not make a move there, it should be fine. Yeah, I think they're using the Novorep bridge to go towards the main island, so that should not be a problem. In the meanwhile, 4-Shot still continue with another battle this time around. The players of Team Gen X Maratha, I believe, are the ones who are trying to invade this particular compound. And since the players of 4-Shot have already given away their position, they might have to fight it out to defend. Or maybe they can just coexist. Both these teams have two different compounds. They can be happy about sitting just in this particular area, and it should not be a problem. So inside the zone, still stage number 2 going on. I don't think so 4-Shot will face a lot of trouble.
Not in this particular circle. But the next circle shift is going to be detrimental for both these teams. If a hard shift comes in, that's when they have to leave the safety compound. If not next circle, next to next circle. That is going to be so important for Gen X FM and 4-Shot Esports. But looks like AUTOBOTZ Esports, after not having a fantastic run in the previous one, this time they have a lot of information onto the players of Team Godlike. And speaking of Godlike, today Godlike is looking very strong. The way as a two-man army, also they were able to bring those finish points for themselves. 4 finishes. Jonathan, along with his teammate, was able to get in the map of Miramar, then getting a beautiful chicken dinner in the map of Erangel. So already Godlike is looking very strong in week number 2.
Yeah, well, let's see. I mean, as you pointed out, the first 2 games have been good, have been decent for Team Godlike. Let's see how many more points can they get from this last game that they have to play, because after this the groups are going to shuffle. The other 2 groups who are sitting this one out, Group C and B, will be playing out the game. So this will be the final game for Team Godlike. The performance has to be really good. We do have the players of Team AUTOBOTZ on our screen right now. So the good thing for them on this particular map this time around is they still have skrills. Previously they did lose skrills in a very early scrimmage that they had, so they had to play the game with just 3 players surviving. But this time around, a complete squad available to fight. And let's see how do they take the advantage in situations like these. They are throwing in some random shot on the player of Team Fly. Skip spots out Sirvi. Good shots, good damage dealt. But the knock that Skips was looking for, he was not able to get that particular knock.
Blind definitely having a very good compound to hold on to, especially in this circle, somewhere around Gatka. And I don't think in any time soon they'll be leaving that compound unless the circle is going to force them. So Blind is definitely looking good. In terms of the resources also, they don't need any sort of secondary loot right now. They have got ample amount of resources, throwables, utility, forested, everything they have got. All they need to do is just defend the compounds. And they're trying to do so by keeping the enemy at a bay. Big Brother Esports, speaking about this particular team also, the circle has shifted away from them, and looking at the position of Global Esports, Big Brother Esports, they have to be very cautious in their rotation.
Yeah, finally the zone has also hit them. And with Saf not being in the game, things will be a little bit difficult. But the boosters will help, as this is just stage number 2. So, Big Brother, let's see how much can they get done. For now, they're just waiting it out, probably waiting for zone number 3 to start, and after that, they'll start with their rotation. They're playing it really, really safe, which is all fine, because till stage number 4, realistically, the damage can be countered with the boosters. So, if their strategy is rotating late inside the zone once all the teams have already found their spot, not the worst possible decision. So, they will be starting off late. On the other side, we do see the players of team Gujarat Tigers on our screen. Just making sure that all the avenues around them are completely clear. Not a problem for now. They're also waiting for the zone to close in and will make the rotation on the basis of the next zone. But you do see towards the, what do I say, southwestern part of Pochinki, you have a lot of teams which have crammed up that particular area. You have AUTOBOTZ, Godlike, Blind, even the players of now GT are interested in that spot. Plus towards the shore side, 4Shot, Gen X Maratha, all these teams, Entity even now also joining the fray. They've found some sort of clusters, so we do see these 2 big clusters where these teams are expecting the zone to shift, and I'd say Entity would be the best possible, best favored one. Because look at the zone. They're nearly towards the center of it, and even the players of Team Together Esports are in the same position. So all these teams who thought that they'll be safe around the shore are completely correct. But what about God's Reign? What about the players of Team Zero? They're stuck on the other side of the bridge and now have started fighting amongst themselves. This is a lost battle for both these teams.
I won't say it's a lost battle for the players of Team God's Reign. Because God's Reign, they have been having a very good momentum. And the way Justin is bringing down the players of Team Zero, already managed to take down, I think, 2 players of Team Zero. An easy revival should come in towards Delta PG. But the flank angle, which one of the players of Team Zero is having right now, I don't think it's going to favor them, because it's a 1v4 scenario for him. Or maybe he's just trying to prioritize the rotation. He's just trying to migrate inside the circle, because all the 4 players are again back on the feet of Team Zero. The crucial revival has already been made from the side of Team Zero. But what's happening? Delta PG, finally, the rescue mission is underway. I'm sure the player was facing some sort of issue, but finally he is again back on his feet. And God's Reign, even they need to focus the rotation. But look at that, Syed OP with that M416 is going to take down Delta PG over there. There is no chance that God's Reign, without eliminating Team Zero, can go for this rescue mission.
Yeah, this is just a war over here. You have that run over by Shadow, perfectly done. Justin also falls, and now God's Reign left with just 1 player. Don't know for how long will he survive. It's Shogun. A run over attempt by Shadow won't be the case, but the AK does the job. Team Zero, this could be a really good start of the game for them, but they still have to make sure they get inside the zone. That is going to be the priority. But yeah, God's Reign eliminated on the 16th spot. It's like they did not even play the game. But meanwhile, we have the players of Team Global Esports now eyeing a fight against the players of Team WSB. Could be very interesting, as the players of Team Global Esports are already inside the zone and fighting a different team on the second part. We have Godlike focusing on Ninja Boy. Now Ninja Boy is taking some long range shots, that's all fine. But the other fight is where I'm more interested. I believe the players of Team WSB opted out for a different rotation. They're in their vehicles. They're now going towards the southern part, towards the eastern side, and then probably entering inside the zone from the southern part of the map. OR have also taken some sort of a farmhouse cover, I believe. Godlike around the newly constructed watchtower. All of these teams want to play the open fields of Pochinki. It is a one-way street, bear in mind. Because if the next zone is not with you, you will be in the firing range of Orange Rock and the players of Team GE. So just be careful while playing situations and positions like that.
Team Zero finally staging a comeback. I won't say comeback because it's too soon to say comeback, but finally getting those crucial finish points, crucial 4v4 fights in their favor without any sort of casualty. And that too with a team that is sitting right on the top, in the top 5. God's Reign. And God's Reign getting eliminated on the 16th spot is something unheard of, because these players, they have been sticking together with each other since a very long time. I don't know what's happening wrong with the players of God's Reign, because day number 3 was not working in their favor, but I think Team Zero, the victory was short-lived, or what? Because now they are in a kerfuffle with the players of Team 8-bit, as 8-bit was holding on to the bridge area. The trades have been made on the both sides.
Yeah, that's why I said it's a lost fight for both the teams, because even if God's Reign or Team Zero, whoever won it essentially had to rotate through bridge to get towards the main island. And you not only have 8-bit, if you move forward, even 4-shot is ready for a rotation like this. So 8-bit getting the best out of the situation. I still think there's one more player surviving for Team Zero who might have made it away. But then just one player will play for the position points and not for some extra frag points at the same time. So yeah, a good attempt by the players of Team Zero. But at the end, because the zone was not with them, that's why it was a fight that they couldn't have won it out. They were trying to cross the bridge. Yes, one of the guys gets a good knock onto the player with that DBS. Short-lived victory in that situation, as 8-bit were quickly ready to trade. Good job done by the players of Team 8-bit. They will be rewarded with 3 frags, and the zone rotation should not be a problem, as it's just in front of them. But on the other hand, we do see Savitar being taken away. Now this could be an interesting fight. WSB, they did lose Zeref right now. Not lose, but Zeref has been knocked out. Although the revival will be really quick, and once again OR will be shot back upon. So WSB, no player lost. But still, they have to make a rotation 400 meters inside the zone. Nah, not going to be easy at all.
The victory was short-lived for the players of Team Zero. I just have to say that they should have expected that, because Team 8-bit tends to rotate a little late in these kind of southern circles. If the circle goes a little north towards the side of Georgipul or towards Gatka, that's when Team 8-bit tends to opt for the shorelines and go for a little early rotation. But nevertheless, Sayyad OP is still there. He can go for the crucial placement points for now. But speaking of other teams that are still not inside the circle, other players of Global Esports, and I am little worried about Global Esports, because look at the position of AUTOBOTZ and Godlike. Global Esports is not looking good at all, and especially with that spray that is coming from the set of Rico takes down Beast over there, out in the open, and even the wall of death has started closing in.
What's that from Slug? A really risky rotation, but he somehow survives. Now AUTOBOTZ will be pinned down in a particular area, but then 8-bit also gets into the party. Slug, yes, he gets a knock, but 8-bit is where I'm concerned. Ninja Boy gets that knock onto carry. Rico also falls, and suddenly Sirvi, who was the guy who tried to make a different angle onto his opponents, now is all alone. Global Esports, from a position which was not the best possible. 1-2 almost eliminating the players of Team AUTOBOTZ. Great job done by them. It would be even better if they're able to get that revival onto the lead, but I believe the zone will finish him off. So they will lose a player, but at least 4 points under their belt.
Certainly, I don't know whether they appreciate Global Esports, because that was fantastic from their side. Yes, definitely have to appreciate, but so many mistakes were also made from the side of Team AUTOBOTZ, because AUTOBOTZ clearly had a very big advantage onto the players of Global Esports. But Mavi also gets a confirmation point onto CV. So with that, Team AUTOBOTZ loses onto the last player, last ray of hope, and the 14th spot. WSB, speaking of this particular team, even they are in a bit of pickle, as the players of Team Entity is trying to barrage onto the compounds. The Molotov, the utilities are all there, and WSB, they have to defend this very compound with all their might. But the grenade that comes in takes on Anush 2 OP right on his face from the side of Somraj, as Baan takes a jump outside in a close frontal battle, and with that DBS takes down Somraj, gets the confirmation point also.
This is a really scout fight for both of these teams. They'll be in trouble, because look at the zone, 340 meters, plus they're not done yet. The DBS around the corner, Raiden gets stacked up quite a bit. He does not even have that first aid to work with. So now WSB, they're even getting third-partied. Not them, but the players of Team Entity are. Bukhar falls because the players of Team GT decided to throw in some shots. And Bam is able to close up shop for the players of Team Entity. So finally the third-party angles comes into the play. But now WSB have to make a run towards the zone. Yes, they do have a vehicle, but I do see black smoke coming out of it, which is not a good sign. On the other side, we do see the players of Team Blind Yes, they've lost Adi, but at least inside the zone, and the players of Team 4 shot are one down. But do the players of Team Blind know that particular information or not is the main question. And even if they do, they cannot do much about it because they're really happy with the position that they have. They do not want to give it away. Wixie on the other hand takes out Bomb, and I believe WSB will be taking exit shortly. OR Pro falls because Shadow found an angle onto him. Instant finishing. Instantly finished out as well. Together Esports in this close frontal battle. OR Zap falls. These are all rotational clashes. You are trying to get inside the zone but are just heading head front into one of these teams. Invader has been taken away by Admino. Some more shots onto Sarkar, but won't matter as now the zone has already started to chip away your HP. Admino, I believe he's trying to administer that first aid. It's going to be a really difficult thing to do. Krunal knows where Robin is, tries to toss a nade. Admino spotted out, will fall. Although the counter is good, although it's a third party, not a counter. Sarvit with the counter knock. And now together, left with just two, Saikat and Krunal.
So many bodies are falling with the circle shift on the western front. Team Together Esports or Esports, Gujarat Tigers 4 shot. They're all facing the brunt of the circle shift this time. And even Gujarat Tigers, they have 2 finishes, but Clutch God has been taken down. This is a very important, crucial revival for them because migrating inside the circle from the eastern edge, eastern periphery is not at all easy. But the good thing that is working in their favor is they have a lot of utility, they have a lot of smokes in their hands, and they have a position advantage. They have a little bit of the height advantage that might help the case of Gujarat Tigers for now. But on the other side, Robin with a grenade! Takes down not just one but 2 players of Team Together Esports, which all the hard work which the players of Team OR did. Maybe Vixie can reap the benefits out of it, but Vixie has his own troubles as he's getting shots from somewhere else.
Uzumaki probably. Uzumaki is the one who's trying to shoot down the players of Team Gujarat Tigers from far away. But now let's look at the remaining teams. Most of them are inside the zone. Skillful is able to spot Syed out. Robin, the one on the crosshairs of Team Gujarat Tigers. Yeah, Robin falls with that. That's the elimination. Even Team 0 gets eliminated from the game. Saikat was the one who got that frag onto Robin. Slug gets that frag onto Mighty. 4 shot also close to an end. But over here we do have the players of 8-bit who are trying to push onto Uzumaki. But he gets a double. And Sarvit, I believe, is the one who's able to trade him out. BB still survive in a really difficult situation and eliminate Team 8-bit in the process.
8-bit. Finally, they made it inside the top 5. But on the other side, Team Blind is punishing the players of Gujarat Tigers as well as 2 players already taken down. Clutch God still bleeding, still begging for a rescue mission, for a help. 50 seconds on the clock and the blue will start closing in. The entire circle is in the favor of the players of Global Esports. Global Esports, who was suffering at one point when they were trying to migrate inside the circle, but this time, now at this point, they're controlling the entire circle. The grenades, the barrage of grenades, Sarvit survived on a sliver of HP. One more follow-up grenade from the side of Slug could bring in the demise of Sarvit, but Sarvit has patched himself up and Slug
Vixie
comes in, and with that, last player of Team Big Brother Esports also bids bye-bye on the 4th spot.
Hey, this is a big game for Global Esports. They really need this chicken, but they need to figure it out. It's a 3v2v1. Gujarat Tigers have that higher ground, but guess what? The zone's not with them. Global Esports have that zone and can get this chicken for themselves. All of the players are playing in a different angle, though. That's what worries me. One good nade could mark the elimination of one of the Global Esports' player. Nade tossed out, does not connect. Clutch God still tossing a lot of utility into the direction of the smokes, but then Harsh spots Clutch God out, makes it even. He's all alone, has to get inside the zone. 15 more meters. He knows that the players of Team Global Esports will be ready for him. Ninja Boy on the left-hand side. The weapon need not be drawn because that's the nade which was needed to get the chicken. I believe the last player went down to the play zone. But Global Esports finally get the chicken that they were looking for. They were good in terms of the fragging points, but this time around they also get those position points as well. 15 plus whatever the number of the frags that they had helped them get a good position on the leaderboard.
Oh, certainly. Global Esports, they were already inside the top 10. And after this winner chicken dinner with too many finish points, Global Esports is definitely looking very strong in terms of the placement points, in terms of finish points, which they all have accumulated. And the final few moments also, Global Esports were looking so strong when all the other teams, big brothers, were trying to fight among each other. Global Esports, they just defended their own territory, they defended their own area, and that eventually resulted in a big victory for them.
Yeah, great job. Great job done by the players of Team Global Esports, and they really needed a game like that to get out of that top 16 position. They should be in top 16 now. Don't know exactly the position that they'll end up in, but a really, really great game played by the players of Team Global Esports. They did lose one of their players early on when they were trying to fight it out against the players of Team AUTOBOTZ. At that point, I thought, well, the zone will now play a really crucial role. Plus, there are a lot of teams with 4 players available, so they really might not be able to get the chicken, but might end up in top 5. But hey, they do a good job surviving this time around. They do not take unnecessary fights. They did not indulge into battles that they shouldn't have. And that's where they are able to get and come out on top. Great job done by the players of Team Global Esports. And also take the moment and say players of Together Esports also finished out on a good note. I think they were fourth with good number of eliminations as well, which will help them essentially in the overall leaderboard. But yeah, Global Esports, a really necessary chicken for them.
Oh, certainly, it was a much needed winner chicken dinner for the players of Global Esports. Even Global Esports have to thank the players of Team AUTOBOTZ because few mistakes were made from the side of AUTOBOTZ Esports, because of which Global Esports had a good position inside the circle. This was the moment when AUTOBOTZ had a position advantage, but I don't know how the tables flipped, and Global Esports, under the supervision of Mavi, all the players were able to inhale the entirety of AUTOBOTZ. And after that, the entire position, the entire circle control was in the hands of Global Esports.
Yeah, Global. After that, they did not indulge into these battles, and look at this. I mean, these are just free frags waiting for Team Gujarat Tigers. And even though I think Gujarat Tigers ended maybe second or third, I'm not sure about the exact position, but overall was a great job. This frag from Harsh made it very easy for Global Esports, and Harsh goes out over here. Okay, so probably GT ended on the third spot because Harsh was the one who got eliminated, after which Global got the chicken. So yeah, great job done by all of these teams. And Blind this time around staying consistent, Shadow. They got the chicken in the previous game, should have ended second, but let's not talk about that. This time around they end up in a similar spot, so they end up second this time around. They still have more than 15 points from this particular game, or maybe 14 or 15 points, somewhere around those lines. Still a decent game. I mean, Blind, right now they're eyeing for top 16. That's something that they should easily achieve if they continue to perform like this.
Oh, they will certainly achieve, because Blind has been very consistent, and the firepower which all the players are bringing in, not just one player, not just one skip, all the 4 players are bringing in from the side of Team Blind. They are looking very strong. Along with Blind, Gujarat Tigers are also showing a very good consistency, because in the previous Miramar, they came on the second spot, although that should have been the winner chicken dinner, but they came on the second spot. This time also Gujarat Tiger had a very good run in this Erangel.
Oh yeah, that's true. I mean, all of these teams played to the top-notch level that they had to, and they did a fantastic job at that. But if we talk about the MVP, it is going to be Ninja Boy. I mean, this guy has been sort of carrying Global Esports throughout the first few days, throughout the first week, and now week number 2 as well. Great start for him. 4 finishes from this guy. Was not the entire contribution. So basically, Global Esports by this number got 10 frags overall, out of which 4 were accumulated by Ninja Boy. Did a great job, especially against the players of Team AUTOBOTZ. That early fight was very necessary to win, and that's where Ninja Boy shined. After that, he was a really supportive player overall. Look at that, 1,000+ damage. Feeling a little bit unlucky for him, but this is Battle Royale. This is what happens. You need to finish your knocks. But on the other side, if you talk about the best companion, it has been a player from Team WSB, Armex and 10. 3 rescues towards his teammate, healed himself quite a bit, and overall survived for 23 minutes. So it's a good start to have.
Oh, certainly. WSB also this time in especially Erangel, WSB fell down, was trying to migrate inside the circle. The moment the circle shift was stage 5 circle shift was the best side. WSB, Team NCT, Team Esports, or Esports.
Yeah, that's true. Although now let's have a look at the match ranking. So as called, they had 10 finishes. Global Esports 25 total points to their name. Gujarat Tigers ending in the second spot had 6 finishes, overall 18 points. 8-bit with 13 to their name, and even though they were really far away in terms of positioning, the finishes that they had helped them get that third spot. Plus, if you talk about 8-bit, they really need these points. They were struggling before the day started, so back-to-back good games by Team 8-bit will help them get back into contention. Blind Esports with 12, Big Brother Esports with 12, Together Esports with 12. So all of these teams who were looking down in the depths are slowly and steadily catching momentum, slowly and steadily getting back into the game. I'd even say WSB had a great day today. I mean, from all these three different games, they on an average had around 24, 30 points overall from these three different, 30 or not, quote me on that, I'm not sure about it. But yeah, around 30 points from these three different games. It's not at all bad. It's a good step trying to get back into the competition, trying to eye for the top 16. So great job done by all of these teams. But now their day is done. So Group A and D will now be taking rest, and the next games will be between Group C and B on some different maps. Now those maps will, I think we have already seen, so Vikendi, Sanhok will be played one by one. Favorite map I'd say will be Erangel, but after that if you ask anything I'd say it's Vikendi. It's a really fun map. The way that all of these teams have been playing it, heal battle and everything. So you on the top left corner you'd see that there are 12 teams remaining. You'd say, what? 7 zone, 12 teams remaining? Yeah, 10 of them are doing actually heal battle far away, and the other 2 teams are just fighting it out in the final circle. That's how Vikendi has been played in this particular meta. So let's see if that continues today as well, or do we see all these teams trying to fight it out? Now that's the biggest question I have in my mind.
And not just Vikendi, Fritz, I think it is Erangel also, where few teams like Chemin Esports, they have been going for the heal battle, because Chemin has been, not sometimes, every time. Chemin Esports, Chemin Esports is one of those teams, and not just one individual the key for the heal battle, that okay, this particular player is out of the equation, so this time Chemin won't go for the heal battle. No! Every time it's a different player who goes for the mid strat. So Chemin Esports is definitely one of those teams that rely on the aggression. It's not like they're not getting the finish points. They're getting the finish points, but still, just to be on the safer side, they go for the threat every time. And look at the overall ranking. Now we have Team NPC after consistent performance. UK, not the winner, but 117 points at their peak.
Yeah, that's a really good thing for Team Entity, that even though they're not able to close out the game, yet they're consistent enough to get 117 points after these 12 games. And the same could be said for Gujarat Tigers, right? They've missed the chicken right now today almost twice, I'd say. Miramar should have been theirs. This time around, they could have given a tough fight to the players of Team Global Esports in the final battle if the player of Team Blind did not third party them. But hey, it's a part of the game, and Gujarat Tigers still are doing good. You have Team Prince still in the competition, 4 points away, but once again the games are now done. Blind Esports as well, 108 points. So now slowly and steadily you see the top 4 separating from the rest of the pack, although you'll still have to wait some more time, because you have to see Team Revenant, you have to see Team Chemin Esports, and you have to see Alibaba Raiders, and let's see how do they perform. Even Team Aiku Soul is also in the mix. So all of these teams are yet to play the 3 games, but I'd say top 3, more or less, if these teams do not have a good day, should be secured by today.
Alibaba I think we also have to super consistent on J1 and J3. They were the games that had an early exit, but other than that, Alibaba Raiders are also looking very strong.
Well, that is definitely a team to watch out for. I mean, I've been seeing a lot of social content around this particular team, and they are really getting that hype, and let's see if they can use it to their advantage or not. Whereas if we talk about the other teams who are still on the edge, WSB, OR Esports, Orangutan are yet to play some games, so we'll talk about them later. But AUTOBOTZ, after 12 games, if you're on the 20th position, warning, sign of warning over here, so you need to be really, really careful. Well, the other teams are yet to play a game, so we'll comment on them a little bit later. But then moving towards the other pages is where I want to see how many teams have played those 12 games, because I do know for a fact that Team Zero still are struggling. They've sort of caught up to the players of Team Skulls Esports, but then again, 3 games is the difference between you two, and you're still down 13 points. So a lot of catching up, still a lot of catching up has to be done by the players of Team Zero. Same thing could be said for 4Shot, but at least they've touched that 50 mark. So the next 2 weeks are going to be really important. The different 12 games, if you're able to get around 200 more points, give or take 200 more points from these 2 different weeks, at that point I'd say you still can make it, but then you are just left with what, 18 number of games halfway through the tournament, so getting 200 points is a big ask. Let's see if 4Shot can deliver according to the points that they need. It's not easy at all, but hey, that's what you signed up for.
See, friends, the good thing about 4Shot Esports is at least they are showing good rotations. The rotations are good, that is coming from their side. It's just that surviving till the stage 5 circle, or when the stage 5 circle comes in, they try to migrate inside the circle, and that is when they struggle. But on the other side, the problem with the players of Team Zero is, be it the first circle or the second circle or the third circle, they are losing those 4v4 battles, and that's something very concerning. Yes, this time I was very eliminated the players of God's Train. Not that I have something against God's Train, but at least Team Zero showed the signs that they can win those 4v4. But not checking the bridge area, because in these kind of circles, the first thing that you expect, the bridge might be blocked, that someone might be waiting for us on the other end of the bridge. And that's something Team Zero didn't anticipate at all. That's something very concerning for me.
I mean, I still do think that they did know that someone is going to camp bridge, but there's no other way to rotate, right? I mean, you have to essentially go towards bridge and then try and get towards the main island. That's what I think. I mean, they knew the bridge is still camped. They decided to take that fight and lost it. That's what happened over there, and it was not like a run over of players of Team 8-bit and you're not expecting them. So they did try getting out. That's the problem in fights. Like that's why I always point these things out. That's the problem you have to face. So you knew that there's a team towards military base bridge. You knew God's Reign every time just drops there. And if you look at the circle, God's Reign are going to be towards the military side bridge. Okay, you decide to fight it out, you win it out. But then you're essentially you're in a very bad spot. You know that there's a team on the other side of the map. You know there's not enough time to rotate from Novorepnoy because it's literally on the other side of the area. So you have to essentially just use the bridge. You cannot dive down in water and hope that nobody shoots at you. That would be the worst possible strategy. So you decide to take the bridge, essentially try to fight it out. But then the zone is also coming from behind you. So there are a lot of things that went into the mind. And that's what you need to already think of before engaging into that fight against God's Reign. Because if you did not, and beforehand you went towards Novorepnoy bridge, took that zone damage of the third zone, or maybe it was the second zone that you had, just took the boosters and then tried to rotate through Novorepnoy bridge, would have been an easier rotation. But then again, it's at that moment what you decide and you have to live with. And yeah, 8-bit were always ready. They knew one of the teams uses the military base bridge. They knew the zone has gone south, so they will still be there, waited out patiently, and they were rewarded for it. So it's a great job done by the players of Team 8-bit. Team 0 spoiled the game for God's Reign is what they did by coming towards their particular area, because essentially it was an unavoidable fight once Team 0 decided to engage in. So yeah, that was something that I thought could have changed. But yeah, now enough about these Group A and D teams. Now we will be moving towards the other groups as well. Would love to see how does Team Revenant play out. Would love to see how does Team IQ Soul come out and try to get back into the top 8 position, because now they will have 3 games. 87 points I believe is what they had. So if you get somewhere around 30, not 30, if you get somewhere around 40 points, you'll be on top of the leaderboard. So the skill ceiling right now is very low in terms of getting onto that top spot. But let's see if these players are able to do the job or not.
Let's find out very soon, because Revenant definitely made a huge jump on day number 2 and day number 3, because day number 1 they were struggling kind of. Things were not going in their favor, but they corrected it on the very first day, and day 2 they staged a major comeback. But speaking of Team Soul, they had a fantastic win on day number 2. After that, day number 3 they seem to struggle a little bit, but I think nothing to worry, because Team Soul is looking
without a doubt.
True. But hey, let's see how does this particular map of Sanhok goes. If we talk about the plane path over here, really does not matter overall, I'd say, because I mean, what do you even do about it? It's such a small map that you can drop anywhere that you want. So should be a really easy thing to do. But hey, we do have a change on the caster desk. Necro, welcome back, my man. What are your expectations from this particular game?
My expectations? Well, I mean, we've seen a group switch up too, and the overall standings is also looking quite spicy. Now it's time for this group to start chasing the target that the groups in the previous have already set up. And it is going to be a tough task. Yeah, as Shadow mentioned too, Team Soul is, of course, one of those teams that is looking quite solid inside of the tournament, without a doubt. Being inside of the top 16, Team Soul, they should be quite good, but still, the position they've got is still quite volatile. It's still quite vulnerable. So Team Soul, they need to create at least some sort of a lead. And that's what we know that lineup for too. It is supposed to be one of the most dominant lineup. So far, we haven't really seen them dominate in that way, but maybe they're just trying to hide some stuff.
Well, if that's the case, this would be the right time to show some of it, because you still need to be in top 16 to qualify, right? Let's see if they do show something in this particular game or not. We talk about drops, no early drop collisions as of now. The play zone though is a little bit interesting, mostly towards the center of the map, but has shifted towards the eastern side. So we do see some of the teams in a little bit of, not, I wouldn't say trouble, but then rotation is what I'm interested to see. You do see Aiku Soul towards the western part of the map, and now their rotation is being guarded literally on every angle. You try to rotate from Hathin, you have Team X Park. You try to rotate, go for a bigger rotation from Ruins, then towards the main island. You have a lot of teams. You have Carnival Gaming, you have Team Hydra, you have Team Forever. All of these teams will be waiting for you. And there's no direct rotation towards the main island. If you decide to swim, boot camp is acquired by Team OG. So would love to see how do they rotate and get inside the zone. But yeah, the other teams towards the extremities, TWM, they also will have to fight it out maybe against Team Forever and Revenant to get inside. So all of these teams, they will have to take that early fight. That means we might see really opened up final few zones. I mean, the third, fourth zone won't be as cluttered as before.
Pretty much, let's hope. The only thing that I'm hoping for right now, though, is some early game collisions. And if I get to see that, I'm going to be a happy man. Hydra, as usual, they like to have quite a spread out approach, but now they've started to reunite with each other. So that's a good news. Team Forever can be a massive red flag for Hydra if they do decide to go on a manhunt, but I highly doubt that's going to be the case. And recently, Team Forever has been having that momentum in their court as well. They're looking quite good inside the battlegrounds. Another name to be feared. So you cannot really underestimate Oasis and his team. Carnival Gaming 2, another interesting topic that you can try to bring up in quite an okay spot in the overall standings. But Carnival Gaming, some things are looking quite laid back, and maybe they need to tighten things up in that aspect. Carnival Gaming, all the 4 players, of course, they're quite experienced, but is that experience really enough, though? That's what we're here to test. Sometimes things do go quite nice for them in that defensive playstyle, but sometimes things go quite bad. And that's why Carnival Gaming needs to figure out what is good and bad for them, which is a good fight and a bad fight. And sometimes they just don't take any of the fights. And that's the problem. They need to realize that, okay, not just taking fights. Yeah, taking fights brings a lot of risk, without a doubt. But it can also eliminate the future risks that you need to take later on. And maybe the opponent can have the advantage. So it's better to take fights right now than later on just delaying it.
Yeah, that's a fair point. But if you talk about the map of Sanhok, I'd say right now Carnival, they need to really focus on getting towards the main island. After that is when you decide if you take a fight or not, because being passive, being aggressive in this particular map really does not matter. The only thing that does is the play zone. If it is with you, only then you will be able to put up a good performance, because rarely I've seen teams from outside the zone getting a chicken. It's usually the team that are fairly lucky with whom the zone sits are the ones who get the chicken. So that's just my perspective on this particular map. But hey, let's see if someone can change it. We do see the players of Team Aiku Soul going towards the players of Team X Park. So essentially this will convert into a battle. They're trying to scout out the threats from far away, but do they know about Dreams? He's very far away from his team, essentially all alone, but will create a different angle on this team.
Definitely a possibility. Dreams being all by himself, and considering Team Soul is way next to him, way too close, there's definitely a chance Dreams can be closed upon and maybe taken out of the game as well. But then Dream is also maintaining that safe distance. Team X Park can definitely have a little bit of that magnetic aura against Team Soul, and maybe they can try to pinch these players. there's definitely a chance. But Team Seoul, once again, it's another aggressive team. It's another assertive team inside of the lobby. It's not going to be that easy to deal with such a mammoth name. So Team Spark, a cautious approach can definitely do the deed, but let's see what they can do. Carnival Gaming 2 towards Ruins, still trying to make it inside of the safe zone. As I said, Carnival Gaming, they like to play a circle-oriented playstyle. They like to be in the smack center of the circle. But considering now they're so late to make it in the circle too, I want to see how Carnival Gaming is going to be playing the upcoming few stages of this game. Because they like to play super defensive, and you cannot play super defensive on the edges or even in the off-center side.
They do have a free path of rotation in front of them, which they've just taken. So they will get inside the zone and then probably wait it out. But on the northern side, I still want to see what is Team Seoul doing. Two of their players on the bridge, too far away, still sitting back on the ridge. Do they have that information that one of the teams still needs to rotate? And that's the shortest path that they'll take. Because Dream still on that off angle, yes, but the other three players will be surprised if they do not have that information. In the meanwhile, though, we do see the players of Team FS Esports now have their crosshairs onto the players of Team IF. Could be an interesting fight if it starts. But then IF is also completely distributed. This approach could be a two-way sword. Because if you're able to get that first knock, you will peek from multiple different angles. But if one of your players falls, you will be down in the depths. And Moksha was just running up without any information. We might just see the kill feed going haywire because of a move like that.
This can be a massive blunder indeed. Moksha is running out in the open. Can be taken down soon enough.
Might
Team
just get
iFlix.
Moksha.
Yeah, Team iFlix can be a big blunder. But FS Esports too, that's a name to be feared. Especially inside Team iFlix, there's another man called Maverick. I've seen this man perform time and time in the past, and he's a massive red for flag. He's a solid player, and he's not going to be that easy to deal with. So for Team FS Esports, this can be a tough fight. On paper, FS Esports, they definitely have the advantage because they've got the high ground to play with. But let's see how they convert this high ground into an actual advantage inside of the fight. They've got the information on the foes, but still a little hesitant on making any type of move, which makes a lot of sense too. Why would you want to give your advantage to spot away just for a couple of elimination points? And Dinosaurs is looking quite comfortable too in this spot. While Team iFlix, you can see that spread too. Two players across the roadside, which can be a difficult one to provide that cover fire if FS Esports does decide to crash onto that compound. But then once again, I highly doubt FS Esports is going to try to do that because there's only Dinosaurs and his teammate nearby. His teammates are a little bit far away.
Yeah.
It is understandable why FS Esports is actually going for this spread too, because they just want to control the most amount of this hill and make sure that they're also not going to be backstabbed later on. But sometimes a split like this can actually work against you too, because imagine if one of the players gets knocked out. It's going to be so tough to recruit that player.
Yeah, that is a possibility over here, because of which I believe they're just waiting in that particular area. We did see a player of Team Forever going down, but then they've probably controlled the bleeding. They've got that revival, and the player has also been able to reset, get that first aid, get the boosters in. So Forever spotted, yes, damaged, yes, but they'll survive. They will be ready for another fight. Always is shooting in a weird angle, probably just testing out his spray. Whereas his teammates probably saw the vehicle that Team Revenant were running and took a few shots on it. But yeah, Forever holding down, waiting for any possible frags or any possible fights that they might have on their hands. Alibaba Raiders though, holding a compound. They do have a team towards their northern side. But right now they do not need to worry about it. Stage number 2, they're already inside it. They still have a good minute left on the clock for any sort of rotation. So they should be fine. After that though, do they have some vehicles to cross such an open area? Because they are down in the dips would be my question. But that will be answered in a few seconds. OG on the other hand, they might have spotted down the player of Team Carnival Gaming. Now this could be a fight that OG are willing to take if they can take the players of Team CG by surprise. But they're already in a battle with the players of Team Hydra. Smoke was being created so that Goblin can cross. Crypto though, another team.
Oh my god, what?
Getting that third party onto Hector. Carnival Gaming are in a whole world of trouble.
But at least they've managed to get the fallen man back up, or at least they're on that process. So not just yet. Carnival Gaming can still be safe. They can pull things back if they do want to. But they first need to find a knockout and stop Hydra in their tracks, because Hydra slowly and steadily is looking forward to make some moves. Carnival Gaming, this defensive play style, at least for now, is not really working out. And you can see all the players at Carnival Gaming, they're just pushed in a corner. And that's really working against them. While on the other side, you can see Hydra, how well spread out they are. They've got so much control. So for Carnival Gaming, their backs are against the wall inside of this fight. They do not really have a lot of breathing space. And even from the back, if they try to move out of that house, it's going to be Team iFlix just showering bullets. So yeah, Carnival Gaming, too defensive sometimes, and that's why things are not working out. And this is what I was exactly trying to explain as well. Some fights you just need to take. No matter how much you try to avoid it, that just means that the enemy is going to get stronger and stronger.
The problem right now for Team Carnival Gaming is that they need to pray to God to get the zone in their favor. Because they're not getting out of that position alive unless and until they have a whole lot of smokes available to their disposal. So let's see how do they plan on getting out of this position. We do see the players of Team Hydra still, they do have that query compound to themselves, waiting for the next 40 seconds, just having information all around themselves. Duora, OP, scoping around, just basically scouting out, gathering intel, making sure nobody has crept up near the compound. That's what Hydra is doing. We do hear a few shots in the background, so teams are poking out each other, testing out the waters probably. You see Fierce ready for a player of Team TWM, and he's all alone, so this will be an individual battle. He has to win it out, or TWM might just get that first frag. But does Ninzi know about this player's position? I don't think so. Fierce should have an easy frag. That's exactly what he has. Easily done. Revenant, they get their first blood.
What a big blunder from Ninze. Just moves out in the open, and Fierce just hiding behind the rock, waited for the right moment to strike, and he actually found that too. Nicely done by Fierce. Good stuff. And he can see that instant back away too from the fight, not really overcommitting at all. If it was me instead of Fierce, I would have tried to at least climb the hilltop and maybe get a little bit more information, but no, instead Fierce just backed away. I like that Vice decision. Somewhere else on the map though, even FS Esports managing to get a couple of elimination underneath their belts. They did manage to get one. Nicely done. The elimination feed now starting to pop up. It's a fight between the players of Alibaba Raiders and Wingod. Where Wingod, they do seem quite miserable in this fight. They're quite scratched up, quite bruised up. It's all down to this one last man alive. He doesn't even have a lot of HP. Yes, he does have a DBS to back himself up, but now Ralph is also getting shot at from the far away. This is not good news at all. Alibaba Raiders! What a big blunder. Ralph gets shot at from the window. God, Max, he got that unwanted help from the opponents, and that's such a good news for Wingod. This can be a lifesaver.
Oh, Wingod. They will be able to eliminate their opponents, and the revivals will be in process. That is going to be a big sigh of relief, because they were not performing in the best possible fashion, and their elimination would have led to them being in a very miserable spot, but they'll still continue. They will have those 3 points to their name and will be in the game. Now let's see how many more can they get. The third zone was their friend. They were already inside it, but now we'll have to wait 90 seconds to get the next one. Medal in the meanwhile have just been chilling. They did not indulge into any sort of battles. They're all ready to get into a fight though. 89 meters, not a very big distance, but then how do you get inside? Or do you want to gatekeep the players of Team X-Pac is the bigger question. I do see Top Dog ready for any sort of battle. Sarang goes in for the spray a little bit early on, I think. This will give away the position. Although OG Wiz got also spotted by the players of Team IQ Soul. The shots taken, position given away, but no damage dealt. On the other side, we do see, I believe, S-Power and Ronnie still taking a few shots. Ash has been spotted down by Manya. Behind the rock, if Ash peeks again, Manya will have his number.
Ash hide out behind the rock in Team Soul. Oh, they know the opponents are looking forward to make some moves, but Team Soul, even they're quite spread out nicely. The threat's a little bit too up close and personal. It can be a massive issue in the name of Orangutan. But Soul has faced OG once in the past, and they have beat them as well. Let's see if that's going to be the case this time too. But no, instead, Team Soul just pulling out of this fight. Because even the wall of death is now going to start to move up close and personal, so it's better to just back away from this one. And that's what Team Soul does. They decided to back away. They decided to evacuate this entire area. But OG, they've still managed to find a couple of players of Team Soul isolated right in front of them. Manya and Knuckle. They might just be trapped in a really bad spot, but look at S-Power and Ronnie instead. They wrapped up all the way in the back. OG, this can be such a bloodless fight for them. Drigger, now he knows even the backs are quite exposed. And maybe Orangutan, they need to reposition as quick as possible. And Manya makes a quick move. He finds the first knockout. Ash taken down and dusted instantly. And OG, looking forward to reposition themselves as quick as possible. Team IQ Soul, what a brilliant job they've done in this fight. Quick decisions making.
And now they're falling back too. I mean, if you do respect the zone, this could be a really, really good game for them. The rotation won't be easy because you also have the players of Team IF waiting for you. But they're waiting. They're waiting 10 seconds on the clock. They do have a vehicle to start off with the rotation, but they still want to take the remaining players of Team OG out of the game. Now, this is a decision I'd love to see go their way. Ronnie, I believe he did hear that vehicle being used to get on with the rotation. Both the players have been picked up, and now OG might go in for a longer rotation. And IQ Soul, I believe this is the time for them to leave too. So an engagement where you invested a little utility, a little rotation, and you were able to get one frag is good and all. But now all the 4 players traversing in just one vehicle is going to be a really, really bad news. If any team spots you out, you will be sprayed upon. And they're wary about it. They know a situation like that can happen over here. And they're taking precaution. But let's see if they're able to get inside the zone or not. In the meanwhile, we do have the players of Team Chemin Esports in a fight with the players of Team Hydra. Nades being tossed, Molotovs being exchanged. Starboy goes down. Phantom finds that knock. Fury with the nade. Will instantly confirm it though. There's the nade being caught by Fury. Dura OP. Great exploration by the guy. And he gets the knock on Fury. Fury's not getting that revival as the blue zone will also slowly and steadily get in. TWM, I believe, has been able to eliminate the whole squad of Team IQ Soul. So the rotation that they were looking for, it's not happening.
And this is why I always say that Sanhok is a circle-oriented map. You need to respect the circle a lot. The Wall of Death now is starting to be a real pain in the foot for a lot of these teams. Unless if you're not really going to be going for a med strat, staying outside of the blue is not really the way to go. TWM2 now, when they're going to try to make it inside of the circle, Team iFlix is taking so many shots against him. One of the players was knocked out in the open. Keel Mouse still behind the tree. He's looking safe for now. But for how long? That's the real question. Team Forever against the players of FS. The first man's taken down. Flock instantly follows it up too. Team Forever looking forward to return the favor to the opponents. But FS Esports, they've got all the control inside of this compound. And Team Forever Esports, they might as well start losing out of this fight. FS, it doesn't seem like the entire knockouts are going to be stopping them anytime soon. Instead, they just keep on marching against the opponents, and they shut down another man. Oh, FS Esports so dominant in this fight, and now it's all on to Mafia.
Yeah, let's see, man. FS Esports, as you said, they were really, really aggressive. They've lost Dionysus in the process, but they'll be able to, I believe, bring back Atanki. But now the decision has to be made. How do they rotate inside the zone? 200 meters is the distance that they have to cover, and the Wall of Death will now start to close in. IF is also ready for the fight, but they've lost 2 players of their own. They're down on the ground, and they won't be able to get that revival unless and until you're able to load them in the car, which you wouldn't be. And now the rotation starts. FS, they've left a player out. Atanki was not picked up. This will be trouble. TWM on the other hand, Pai was the one who got 4 or 5 frags, but now is the one solo bearing the frag of his team. Flag of his team, and IF caught in the crossfire of a lot of different teams and also bid bye-bye to the game.
So many teams now in this final circle, and OG, look at that split they have. Quite a wide spread in the battlegrounds. Revenue Esports, they've got a solid compound to play with, but it's barely on the edge, and I highly doubt Revenue Esports is going to be a big fan of that compound for long. Another man knocked out. OG, they've got so much line of sight against the opponents. Reckoning Esports too. Now in the receiving lines, Punk is taken down solo, is softened up. Reckoning Esports, 2 players healthy. But even Punk will be able to patch himself up, and that's what he does. Reckoning Esports from the top. They've got a chance to rain down death and destruction, but OG is now starting to be a real problem to them. We're over here on the map. Hydra up against the players of Revenant, and Hydra with the advantage of shoes, really punishing the players of Revenant. Equinox has been knocked out. Even Blaze is softened up. But Revenant Esports, with the constant barrage of utilities on top of Spray God, it's really starting to cause a lot of problem for Spray. Maybe he's going to try to re-rotate, or maybe he's going to try to reposition himself behind the vehicle that's there. But even if he peeks out for a glimmer, that might just be it. Look at Sensei. He's got an off angle. He's just waiting for Spray God to peek out. As soon as he does, Sensei's probably going to mow him down.
So let's see, Revenant, the only advantage that they have is of the numbers. Spray God from the left-hand side did not expect Sensei. There's the knock, and even Sparch fall. So we thought that Hydra might have a chance, but Revenant just clean up shop. All the 4 players inside the zone. Fear still going on looking for knocks. WizGod on the other hand is taking care of the players of Team Reckoning Esports. He now has to deal with the blue. 40 meters to get inside the zone. Has a vehicle to his disposal. The first aid popped in and might now want to get the vehicle inside the zone. No, he does not. He wants to go in for the heal battle, I suppose. Did he miss the first aid? Does he have enough time to get it in? I believe yes, but then 24 seconds is what he'll be able to buy with all those 4 first aids left. The other teams, Skull still in the game. They are looking to get this chicken, but Revenant are not going to leave them alone. WindGod as well in the game. Eggy is the only one surviving from WindGod, and WizGod missed the first aid. He also falls. Skulls versus Revenant. This is going to be an interesting fight because Revenant do not have the circle. They do, but the path that they have won't be able to fight it out against the players of Team Skulls. So they need to make a decision over here. Do they stick around? Do they try to get a knock onto the players of Team Skulls, or do they prioritize the zone? I believe Lucifer is already inside. The remaining 3 players need to get in, but they do have a lot of smokes. 3 smokes at least. One for each of these players to cross in. Let's see what is the decision that will be made by the players of Team Skulls, because it is going to be an interesting fight. 4v4. We still have 4 teams remaining. Let's see where the remaining 2 are.
Oh my god. Revenant Esports with the advantage from the top. Now starting to punish a lot of teams. And I like the approach that the players of Revenant Esports are taking too. It's a 2-2 split. 2 players working together. Ooh. Look at WindGod Eggy. He's got a line of sight on 1 player of Revenant. Blaze was quite exposed, but he loses his chance to take shots against Blaze. And now Skulls is starting to fall out. Phoenix is the man up close and personal against Fierce. Sensei found. Lucifer knocked out as well. The Phoenix returns a knock against Fear, but that's all he's going to find. Revenant Esports, it's all down to Blaze. And now it's a 1v1 against Eggy and Blaze. But Blaze turns around and slaps Eggy in the face.
Where's the final guy?
And it's going to be Revenant Esports to take the chicken dinner.
It's not.
Another team is still going for a Met strat in the blue. It's Altu from Chemin Esports. I highly doubt it's going to get any type of line of shots on the last man. He actually does! What? Altu finds a line of sight all the way in the blue against one of the men from Revenant Esports, which was Blaze, and he sprays him down. Oh my god, Blaze is going to be so disappointed. Blaze is going to be so pissed off when he goes ahead and watches that death cam.
Oh my god, that's just insane by Altu. The position that he had, he was going in for a heal battle and yet is able to get the chicken. He has to thank the players of Team WindGod in the process and Skulls as well. But hey, decision making, it all comes down to that. And guess what, Necro? Just before the game in the pre-match segment, Shadow pointed it out, Chemin Esports love to go for heal battles. They want just those position points and want to qualify for the top 16 team. They will always go for a heal battle once they see the zone is not with them. And this time the decision to do so just was wonderful at the perfect moment, and he's able to snatch away the chicken dinner from the hands of Team Revenant Esports. So close, yet so far for Team Revenant, but great job done by the players of Team Chemin Esports.
Revenant's going to be so pissed, especially Blaze. All that hard work. And I almost thought that he pretty much had the chicken dinner as well. I announced it. I said Revenant Esports have got the chicken dinner. But then Altu from the back, somehow he finds a line of sight all the way from the blue. And he just sprays down Blaze. Oh, man. I mean, if I was in Blaze's shoes, I might as well be so pissed that I would just throw my device away. But I would say don't do that. But yeah, I mean, it's one of the most rare occasions. Another fact I'd like to bring up is that whenever Chemin Esports, they do go for a med strat, it's Altu who goes for the med strat all the time. He is sort of like the med strat specialist in Chemin Esports.
Well, now he could really be called that. I mean, expert, of course. He was the one popping in the first state, just running away, trying to find line of sight on the final player, and he does it. He does it beautifully. I mean, you correctly said it. Blaze is not going to be happy with that, because not only did he eliminate the players of Team Skulls in that process, but was also able to fight it out against Eggy, who was essentially in a 1v1 with him. If he falls off, his team is gone. He converts two very important 1v1s, but then did not know where the third player was. We thought that it was a chicken at the end, but Altu had other plans. He had some other plans. I do not know exactly how many finishes that Chemin Esports have, but I know for a fact they get 15 out of this game, because, that's what, 16 out of this game, because the final frag was to their name, plus 15 points of getting that chicken. What a crazy game. It was filled with ups and downs. A lot of teams will be cursing the play zone because of the way it formed. A lot of teams got eliminated while they were trying to rotate inside. A lot of different moments happened. TWM, there was a 1v4. They were able to 1v4 the entire team of Haiku Soul who were trying to rotate. It was an easy frag. I mean, it was the whole TWM squad firing upon one single vehicle, and the last bullet got connected. And that's how a 1v4 occurred. But moments like that, you have to blame the zone. This was a moment where FS were very easily able to, not easily, but in a very good fashion, were able to eliminate a squad. Revenant could have been in a very difficult spot over here after this nade by the Hydra guy, but the revival was successful. Sparsh and Spray God were able to do nothing, after which a lot of battles happened. But at the end, Altu, who I couldn't even see on the mini-map, was the victor of the game.
But hey, honestly speaking though, yes, Altu, he did manage to get the chicken dinner for his team, but is that really going to matter though? Because Revenant Esports, still, they've got a lot of points. In the match rankings, Revenant Esports is still going to be leading when it comes to the point structure anyway. So I would say, yes, the chicken dinner got stolen away. It is a bit of a disappointment from the side of Revenant Esports, but still, no need to be disappointed that much, because you guys still had the most amount of points. Pretty much you guys might as well just consider that you won that previous game, because you're still going to be leading the chart when it comes to the match ranking side. Another thing I'd like to point up is that Skulls, a massive step up from them. First game of this group, and Skulls as well has managed to keep themselves in the top 2, if I believe, or in the top 3 actually. They got eliminated on the 3rd spot, and then Eggy was there all by himself from the opponent team. So Skulls managed to get that 3rd spot. I would say this is a good start for the momentum, and you can just keep on looking up to this one and just keep on improving even more.
Yeah, the problem for Team Skulls though is this was, I mean, I usually say this, that I believe that Sanhok is a map where 70% of the times you need the zone with you. 70% luck, 30% is the rest of your gun skill. And this time around the zone was with them. They probably should have had the chicken, but once again failed to win that 4v4 against the players of Team Revenant. It was a one-sided affair. I mean, we did see 3 of the players falling down, but one was taken away by Wingod Zedgy, and they got eliminated without any frags. So you do say that these 10 points will help. Of course they will, but replicating a game like this is not going to be very easy for the players of Team Skulls in the future games. So that is the only problematic thing that I found with the players of Team Skulls. But hey, if you can do it, well, be my guest, try and attempt plays like that. Fierce is going to be the MVP of the game. 5 finishes by the guy for his team. Somewhere around 11 or 12 finishes is what the players of Team Revenant had. And yes, as you correctly said, they need not be worried about the chicken that they just lost. It is going to be a 4-point gap, which will be much more impactful for the players of Team Chemin who got the chicken. But yeah, for Revenant, it really should not matter, because top 16 right now is the qualification criteria, which they're very easily fitting in. But if you talk about the stars of the game, you do have Max being the best companion available because of the 4 rescues and finisher. Hats off to all 2, just 1 finish overall, but the most important one.
Altu also having no assists. That is an important thing too. So that means the entire game, this man was just going for the med strat. He did not even shoot a single bullet at any of the other opponents. Instead, he just shot bullets at Blaze, and he actually got that chicken dinner win too for his team. But as I mentioned, it's really not going to be creating a lot of difference in the match rankings anyway. Yes, they did get the 15 points, and the opponents, which was Revenant Esports. They only got 12 points, but anyways, in the match ranking, still Revenant Esports will be on the charge whatsoever. So Revenant Esports having the most amount of points, and in the previous group, we saw Entity being the most consistent one. And I guess inside of this group, we might as well see Revenant Esports doing the same thing. And if Revenant Esports do decide to be super consistent, there's a chance in the overall standings they can be on the first spot. So I would say the team on the first spot, they will probably have a massive threat lingering on top of their heads, as we've got the match rankings in front of us and 24 points secured by Revenant Esports. Even though Chemin Esports, they got second position, still they're on the third spot in the match rankings. Instead, it's WinGod with a lot of eliminations and 10 placement points. They got 18 points in total.
Yeah, great game for these two teams, Revenant and WinGod. And Chemin Esports, of course, 17 points. They will be really happy with that. OG got 12, not a bad game for them either. And even Reckoning Esports had 10 points to their name. So great job done by all of these team skulls. Yep, they ended up third, but this time around they will be sitting on the 6th spot as they had no eliminations to their name. TWM, 7 points, 6 total elimination. That's a good number. The only thing they need to focus on is going to be positions. So that should not be a big problem if they're able to continue with the momentum that they've just gained in this game. So if you're able to get 6-7 elimination points, after that, you just need to focus on surviving. Even if you just are left with one player, do something like all today. Get those first aids back into yourself and maybe win the game if that's possible. It's a big ask, but hey, it's worth trying for.
I mean, I guess your wishes will be heard. The upcoming map is going to be the map of Vikendi, and Alto has been going for the Medstrat even in that map. Not just Alto, even OG, Orangutan, they've been spotted doing the Medstrat. Actually, in the end, you only see one team in the circle, but there's still 7 or 8 teams alive in total. And all the other teams are just going for the Medstrat. That's how insane Vikendi can be at times. And I think so the same thing will probably happen today as well. And I would love to see that. Honestly, just spectate the players just going for the meds over and over again. Then it's the race for the 2nd spot. And if someone does get a line of sight on the players inside the circle, even better. We might just see things being spiced up a little bit more.
Yeah, well, that's true. I mean, Vikendi as a map is a really fun one to watch. I mean, my second favorite map is Vikendi. I do not like the other maps.
Listen, I'm going to stop you. I'm going to stop you right there. I wouldn't really say it's that fun because the first 3 circles, nothing is happening. It barely moves. First 3 circle, there's no move on the circle, no fights. It's a complete dry first 3 circles, and that kind of can be a little bit disappointing. I would say a little bit boring.
But the last 4 zones do make up for it, man. Come on. The fights that happen in the last 4 circles, and then you see a 4-man squad trying to get inside the zone, but one of the guys is just sitting far back, healing for himself, for his team. Hey, it's fun to watch. I mean, I really enjoy moments like those. I mean, I've seen a lot of those moments, and I really enjoy this map of Vikendi. And that too because these teams haven't played a lot of Vikendi in the past. Okay, so it has been out of meta for a very long period of time, has been brought back into SPS so that we can see something new, see something fresh. And then we see moments like these happen. I mean, for a time, I still remember Heal Battle was out of meta. I mean, the teams decided to go in for fights. Even on maps like Sanhok, the teams decided to go in for a fight. But then Vikendi was brought back. And then again, you saw players with 40 first aids, 30 first aid trying to get yourselves the chicken. Something similar to that happened just right now in Sanhok. And I think something similar to this will happen in the map of Vikendi. You'll see a team just healing themselves up, not engaging into a battle, and just coming out on the 2nd spot, on the 3rd spot, and if the moment is right, or even get the chicken. So I love that stuff. I really like it.
I mean, look, Vikendi has been around in the competitive meta for a while now. It's been a while. I would say it's almost been 8 or 9 months, and I would say that's enough for pro teams to sort of adjust around and now get pretty much familiar to a map. And I would say all these teams have been doing quite a great job on the map of Vikendi. For some teams, actually, it is also their favorite map. I still remember Team Xparks' old lineup. They used to dominate on the map of Vikendi. In the final few circles, Xparks' repositioning game was one of the strongest that I witnessed, especially in the official tournaments when I was seeing these guys, when I was casting these guys. Xparks' reposition game on the map of Vikendi was absolutely phenomenal. They like to move on from edges to edges, and they like to assert their dominance too. Instead, all the other teams, they like to play from the center side, but Team Xpark was one of those teams that like to play from the edges. But ladies and gentlemen, you know what? We just got a call from the producer, and there's still so much more to go. The upcoming map of Vikendi will be there, but after this short break.
I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha, yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a...
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, and Monster Energy.
Welcome back after the short break, and yes, I'm pretty sure you guys are just waiting for the upcoming game of Vikendi, which is going to be on the other side, of course, but now I'm joined alongside with Shadow, and Shadow, you pretty much saw what happened in the previous game of Sanhok. Chemin Esports out and over. AUTOBOTZ just getting that line of sight onto Blaze, taking him down, getting the chicken dinner is something none of us saw coming. But AUTOBOTZ, this man is an absolute menace to the society.
I think it's not just Chemin Esports we have to thank, because it was a joint effort from the side of Team Skulls and Wingod Eggy as well, because Skull managed to take down 2 players of Team Revenant, and Team Revenant had no time to go for the rescue mission. Then Wingod Eggy came in, took down the 3rd man of Team Revenant, and it was just the last man standing. At the minute he thought he'll go for the revival onto the fallen comrades, Team Chemin also came, like you said, out of nowhere and took down the last man of Team Revenant. Otherwise, Team Revenant was looking so strong. It was for sure that this is their own chicken dinner after they took down the plus of Team Skulls. But kind of ruined the game. Eggy ruined the game for Team Revenant.
Yeah, sort of ruined the game, but I would still say, I mean, I pretty much announced, I thought that, okay, Revenant Esports is their game, no one's going to be able to steal it away, but then from the back, another man comes in and he's like, no, I'm the thief in the night and I'm the one stealing it away, and he instantly gets the chicken dinner. But still, anyways, it didn't really matter a lot, right? In the match rankings, still Revenant Esports had the most amount of points, still they had 12 placement points, so in general, Revenant Esports is chilling in the overall standings, and I'm pretty sure if Revenant Esports, they keep on moving the same pace they're currently moving, it's going to be a massive threat for the team at the top. I'm talking about Team Prince. What do you think? Is there a chance Revenant Esports can topple him over?
Yeah, definitely there is going to be a very big chance that Team Revenant can topple over Team Prince, because Revenant is already in the top 5 or top 10, and the points table, the overall standing is so volatile. One good game and you can topple over so many teams, just like Entity did. Entity came on the top, so yeah, definitely the chances for Revenant are there. At the same time, few teams looks like they didn't had a good start, because Team Soul, Team X-Park, few big names, they were taken out pretty early in the game.
Pretty much. I mean, we've got the schedule now, and the upcoming map is going to be the map of Vikendi, where Group B and C will be duking it out once again. 3 games will be played by Group B and C, from which Sanhok is already done. And now we move on towards Group B and C, towards Vikendi, which is, of course, going to be an interesting turn of events. As I mentioned, we've seen a lot of teams in the past go for the med strat, and especially Chemin Esports is one of those that will probably try to do the same thing on the map of Vikendi. In general, a majority of the teams do prefer to go for a med strat. Considering Entity isn't really over here, Entity can be another med strat specialist inside of this map. But luckily enough for the rest of the teams, Entity is not really playing inside this group. So I would say Vikendi can be easily grabbable for a lot of these teams.
We know for sure Chemin is going for the mid strat in Vikendi also, that's for sure. But there are few teams, there are few good comebacks also in this particular Sanhok, Neeraj, like the players of Team Orangutan. This time they had a good outing, even the players of Team Skulls. Yes, the finish points were not there for Skulls, but good placement points coming in. Finally, Skull will also be finding some sort of relief after that.
Pretty much. I mean, yeah, as you mentioned, Skulls, they were all the way at the last page in the overall standings. Without a doubt, Skulls, they're going to have so much pressure still. Yes, they did get a decent game, but unfortunately, they got 4th position in that previous game. So it's really not a lot of points. And Skulls still, they've got so much to worry about in the future, too. And I hope that's not going to be the same thing. Even Team iFlick, I had a lot of expectations from Maverick, especially because I've seen this man perform in the past. But so far, iFlick's a little bit on the downside. The same thing can be said for Carnival Gaming too, especially playing too defensive sometimes isn't really working out. And considering Sanhok is a circle-oriented map, you really need to respect that circle.
Actually, Sanhok and Vikendi are the 2 maps which few of the teams are not able to adapt right now because they're adapting to the roster changes, and with Vikendi coming into the picture, the zone shift, the heal battle, the mid strat that is coming in from so many teams. So teams have no approach, no idea how to approach Sanhok, especially Vikendi, because Vikendi, you don't know at what position you are going to end up because everyone is going for a mid strat. So definitely Vikendi is something that your luck should favor you on this map, I'll say.
Interesting. I mean, luck also matters, a little bit of skill too. No matter what video game you play, there's always a little bit of luck involved in every single thing that you do. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The upcoming game of Vikendi is going to be on our screens as the plane flat path starts all the way from Bihar towards port. This plane flat path is completely tilted to one side. Now, going all the way across the map towards Cement Factory, Kantra, and even Potavosto can be a massive target, can be a massive stretch for you, but maybe you can try to grab some vehicles and then maybe try to move on to the spots.
That can be a good strategy, definitely. But Cosmodrome, Peshkova, Podvovosto, these are the few cities that offer you a very good resource, very good loot. So definitely few teams will be eyeing for that. But speaking of the teams that are heading towards the side of Bihar, are Hydra. Even Hydra is one of those lanes that has not been performing really good. But in the map of Vikendi, they have decent points. They got 11 points. So definitely Hydra fair off decent in Vikendi because they also go for the known mid strat. But Chemin, Team Carnival Gaming, Team Soul, all these teams are heading toward the southern side of the map.
IQ Soul likes to have a little bit of split between Abbey and Volnova. That's where they're going to drop. Carnival Gaming, they like to drop inside Vinery and also loot a couple of compounds that are available in the southern side. So that's what Carnival Gaming is going to do. But I want to see later on if we're going to be seeing any type of rotational clash. Still waiting for the first circle as well. And I hope it's going to be on top of Castle. I'm a huge fan of Castle Circle. It really challenges these teams to the fullest potential. And if we do see another Castle Circle, I would be happy, man. Let's see if that's going to be the case.
Castle is definitely in the contestation, but the final circle won't be in the city of Castle, unfortunately. But I have to agree with you, Necro. Even I love the Castle Circle because there are bridges, there are a little bit of water, but we have a fight brewing up between the players of Team X Park and Team, I think, Medal Esports. Yes, Sarang was taken down, but an easy rescue mission should be coming in under the supervision of Ninja Jod, I believe. So Team X Park is definitely covering each other's backs, but the grenade could have brought the demise of the player, but luckily the player survived for now.
Sarang, he's still low. But another nade now starting to sail in. And stealing a decent amount of damage. Sarang is still quite low. He doesn't really have a lot of meds to back himself up. And Team X Park, they managed to find another knockout against the players of Medal Esports and on course being knocked out that far away. Interesting. Team X Park, sharp shooters, that's for sure. And then Dreams as well now starting to get contested. Even he's quite chipped up. Team X Park, they know no matter where you go, Medal Esports, they've got their sights laid out all across the board. Another man gets knocked out and on the verge of getting confirmed as well. Paradox is going to be the one to find that. Encore still not back up on his feet, but as soon as I say that, he's been resurrected on his feet instantly. Sayum, a little bit trapped behind this little pillar that he's got in front, but what a beautiful nade that was! Cooked to perfection. Sayum finds 2 knockouts, and now he's going for the pan finish too. A little bit of salt on top of the wounds. Sayum, of course, doing that. Oh, disrespecting.
Team X Park not having a good start, Neeraj, at all. They have played only one Vikendi, and even that in that particular one, they were the first one to be taken out from the lobby. They got 0 points in the only Vikendi which they played on day number 3. So that's something concerning. They still need to work on the strategy for Vikendi because Metal Esports, now they have the numbers advantage. They have all those weaponry, armor, throwables, everything is working in their favor unless the players of Team X-Park are able to pull off a miraculous clutch, a 2v4 situation, because in Vikendi, definitely you can pull off such a thing. But for now,
my God.
Dreams and Sarang are not giving any sort of sound cue at all.
Team X Park, they're not left in the stance where they can be in the advantageous position anymore. A 2v4 scenario, Metal Esports with a clear advantage, and they've also got the shotguns in their hands. While Dreams is only the man with the Uzi, he still managed to find one knockout, but that's all he's gonna get. Metal Esports, they've snuffed out the players of Team X Park. They know exactly where the remaining player is. And still going for a little bit of utility utilization. They do manage to find Sarang. The confirmation does follow up. Team X Park, what a big blunder that was. Off the bat, they get eliminated instantly.
That is exactly what happened in the previous Vikendi also on day 3 of week 1. So Team X Park, nothing new coming in Vikendi for them. At least not for now. But speaking of Vikendi Necro, Team Orangutan, they performed really good. Because on day 3, they were the one getting a winner chicken dinner with good amount of finish points. So definitely eyes are going to be onto the players of Team Orangutan in this particular one. But Team Metal already having 4 finish points for themselves. They're looking super happy. And definitely they have good amount of resources. The preparation for the mid strat is already there. As we can see, Siam is having 7 first aids.
Metal Esports, I gotta say one thing. All the players having such good communication in that fight. They pretty much saved the day for themselves in this fight. Team X-Park could have flipped the tables, but then that one single nade came in from Siam, and it knocked out 2 plus of Game Changer. Also, the positionings from the side of Metal Esports in that fight was quite incredible. City fights are something that I get quite anxious about, but Metal Esports, they did not even break a sweat against Team X-Park. There was one knockout that happened, but still no issues in those regards anyways. Reckoning Esports in front of us, and this team has been struggling throughout the tournament. They're still on the latter half of the board. They're still on the last page in the overall standings, which is of course going to be stinging these players, but I hope in the future they do start catching back up the pace. Team Forever quite close to Reckoning Esports. Not exactly quite close, I would say still in a decent distance, but there's a chance these two can lock horns.
The possibility is going to be there, but since everyone tends to hold on to the nearby compounds, so maybe Team Forever will just stay silent, hold their own position, defend their compound. That could be the strategy for the players of Team Forever for all the good reasons, because even they have not been having the best of the time in few days. But speaking of Reckoning, I think the only day they performed really good was day number 2, because that's when they got the highest points. Because day 1, they were not able to perform really well. They were getting the early elimination, and seems like this time also, Team Reckoning has already had a good start in the previous Sanhok. They had a good start, so definitely they're a step in the right direction. But for the players of Team Forever, I'll just say, after the fantastic run on day number 2, a similar performance is expected from their side.
Reckoning Esports, all the 4 players inside Cement Factory, they're quite stacked up on loot. But I hope this time it's actually going to pay off. Sometimes it's been a massive trouble for Reckoning Esports to do anything inside of the games. And hopefully the patch is going to be there. Team Forever, they've got a solid compound to play with, all the 4 players spread out. I like it. This being the map of Vikendi, and just the stage 1, as long as you're going to find yourself in the center spot of the circle, you do not need to do anything. The first 3 circles are barely going to move. So it's going to be super chill for a lot of the upcoming time. Chemin Esports, they've lost out in Fury, which is quite a big blunder for Chemin Esports in the first place. But let's see how the compensation is going to be done. And compensation should be done by Alto himself, because they like to go for the med strat a lot of the times.
And that actually works in their favor. That worked in their favor in the previous Sanhok also. But I was actually shocked. I was listening to you and Fritz when Fritz said that he loves Vikendi. And a guy like Fritz who loves action, who loves those third party, who loves those constant fights, Vikendi, I was shocked to hear that. But nevertheless, since you have so many ideas, Necro, I want to ask you. Like, you told me one day that how can we make that airdrop, or how can we give that airdrop more importance? Can you give some ideas to the makers? How can they make Vikendi more interesting?
Well, it's literally a circle. That's the only thing I'd say. It's the circle. Circle's the only enemy. If you want to make Vikendi interesting, either make the circle shift super quick, or not exactly super quick, but a little bit quick, or maybe have some more hard shifts. That can definitely help Vikendi be a little bit more interesting. But Alibaba Raiders, another team, another name to be feared was Alibaba Raiders. The previous game, it was a massive letdown. But you never know. Maybe this game can be the game where they can start catching up that pace. CG on a move. Carnival Gaming. Things can go bad. A little bit too late to make that move on the board, but recently Carnival Gaming, or at least in the previous game too, Carnival Gaming made quite a late move on the board. And you having the defensive play style and you moving that late inside of the circle, I'm not sure how that's going to be clicking well, because I'm a believer. If you are going to be the late breacher inside of the circle, you better be assertive. If you're not going to be assertive, if you're not going to be aggressive, well, then that's a massive problem for you, because you need to create a good slot for yourself. And usually all the good slots are already taken by teams.
Yeah, I do agree. All the good spots, all the good compounds are already taken by the few teams. But the thing which Carnival Gaming can do right now is hold on to the shorelines. Because I do remember in one of the games, we had a similar circle where Reckoning got a chicken dinner for themselves and they held on to the shorelines. That's something similar which the players of Carnival Gaming can do, because breaching into the enemy compound and trying to take the compound away from their hands without any casualties, something too I think is too much to ask for. So maybe that can be the strategy which the players of Carnival Gaming can go for. But for now, they are bearing the brunt of the blew. Not just Carnival, we have Chemin, Hydra, Medal, even Team FS, then we have TWM. All these teams are going for the late rotation. But on the northern edge, towards the side of Peshkova, we have the players of Team Orangutan as well. And Orangutan definitely know how to play the map of Vikendi. They performed really good in the previous one. But speaking of another team that is on the northern front are the players of Alibaba Raiders. And from this particular team, the player that has impressed me the most is definitely going to be Roman.
Without a doubt. Roman OG has been one of those players that has been playing quite impressive since the past couple of months. And that form, it doesn't seem like it's vanished away or something. But still, Alibaba Raiders, the struggles, even from their side, definitely there, but they're on the first page of the overall standings at the start of the day. So overall, Alibaba Raiders, they should still be quite good. As long as you're inside of the top 16, you should be good to go. You better have some sort of a unique plan, though, in the grand finals or in the challenge finals. If you don't, well, then you will be easily predicted and read like a book. And I'm pretty sure that's not what a lot of these teams want. Team iFlix on the screens. Personally, I had a lot of expectations from this team, especially Insidious, but in the previous game, this man fell off. Let's see, though. Maybe inside of this game, things can be a little bit different. Altu does not have a lot of meds this time. Only 3 first aids and 1 med kit. But he's also surrounded by the entirety of CG. And this cannot be a good news at all. Altu pulls out the M416. Goblin right in front. Goblin's got no clue. Altu hasn't even moved a single muscle. CG, they've got no clue that there's a foe just lying around. And as that Carnival Gaming, one solid mistake being made from them, it can actually lead to their demise.
I'm really worried about Goblin. For a second, I was very worried, but thankfully, Goblin didn't come out in the open. After looting the compound, Carnival Gaming has decided to prioritize a circle and regroup with the teammates. That's something really good coming in from their side. And also, I can literally hear his heartbeat, because it was a 1v2 scenario. A little mistake from his side could have resulted in his demise. But Chemin, Carnival Gaming, Hydra, these teams, they need to prioritize the circle at this point because the blue will be dishing out a lot of damage. And this is the moment when they have to do so. And Carnival Gaming is already ahead of all these teams. So there is a chance that Carnival can keep the plus of Chemin, Hydra, if they hold on to the city of Tower. The circle shift, typical Vikendi, it's favoring almost majority of the teams. But medal, TWM, OG, I wonder how they are going to make their journey.
It barely moves once again, but you can see a massive splash of colors in the center. On that one side of the island. Team iFlix currently in the smack center. They've got the best spot they can ask for. Even Team Forever, they've got a nice off-centric spot to play with. Carnival Gaming, they finally decided to breach in, and Hydra can be their opposition. The fight did sort of break out, but not just yet. The opposition decided to just back away from that one. Omega spotted out in the open. Shots taken. Hunters from the high ground definitely does deal quite a lot of damage. But Chemin Esports have managed to take down at least 2 or more players against their opponents. Look at Team Forever. Flock and Mafia was knocked out. Soon enough, they will be back upon their feet. That's not an issue at all, but it's all about burning through your enemy meds. And they've, of course, done that.
Reckoning might be looking for the confirmation point, but I don't think at such a distance they can go for the confirmation. But Team Forever, now they will be cautious in their rotation because they were just trying to hold on to compound, find a good compound for themselves. But moving from Team Forever, now iFlix is a team that has grabbed the attention of Hunters, and with those grenades, he's trying to look for some sort of opening. But at the same time, Hunter has to realize that he's all by himself. He's a little too far away from his teammates, and at this point in stage 3 circle, when everyone is trying to eye for the center of the circle, he needs to be somewhere near his teammates so that if a knock comes in, if a knock comes through, he can get a revival. But on the other side, we have the players of Wind God, where Eggy has definitely spotted on Encore in that compound. So now Encore is safe, and shots have been made onto the teammates as they're trying to move inside the compound, but no connection whatsoever. The players are safe, but Sayam made the mistake of coming out in the open. Sayam, you knew the shots are coming in, but now he has been taken down. Let's see if Vingod can get the confirmation.
It is going to be tough to get the confirmation, especially when the opponents, they've got themselves surrounded between walls. Metal Esports, Sayam's going to be back up on his feet. Metal Esports, they've already started things off on a great note inside of this map. So I highly doubt there's going to be a lot of things that are actually going to break their sweat. Look at Encore. A little bit separated from the pack. His position is compromised though. Rex has spotted him. Wind God Esports with a solid position, playing on the edge. Looking forward to stop the players of Metal Esports and making any sort of moves against them, and also maybe trying to find a comfortable spot inside the circle. Paradox's rotation gets spotted out. A lot of shots being taken onto him, but nothing found. The upcoming circle shift is going to be revealing a lot of the true intentions of the circle, and it still favors the majority of the teams, so a lot of teams do not even need to move.
But it's not going to be easy for Carnival Gaming, Chemin, Hydra, because they are on the other side of castle. They have to cross that bridge or swim their way to the other island and find a good spot for themselves where maybe there is a possibility of some other team waiting for them, or there is a chance, there is a possibility of a third party also happening. So I'm a little worried about these few teams. Other than that, for all the other teams, I think it's a pretty decent circle. They already have a good compound to hold on to, so nothing to worry for them. Speaking of Team Soul, even they have a good area. They have also got a good terrain to hold on to on the eastern side of the circle. The backlines are clear. The only ugly thorn could be the rotating team of TWM, because they are coming from the blue. And maybe if Team Soul doesn't watch their 6, there's a possibility of TWM doing some damage towards their side.
Team iFlix still in the same spot they had before. And the circle just keeps in favoring them. They're still in a really good spot. They do not even need to go for the extra smoke if they don't want to. They can just sit over here, relax, and just wait it out for the upcoming circle shift. If it does favor them once again, then Team iFlix, they've got nothing to worry about. They can just sit down over there once again. No need to go for that extra risk. Revenue Esports, look at Equinox and Blaze. Blaze and Sensei is quite close, and Equinox and Spheres are on the one side. It's a 2-2 split. I'm not exactly sure how well this is going to work out, but talk about things working out. I don't think so. This is going to work out that well for the side of Hydra. The amount of utilities that are being tossed in from the side of Metal Esports, it's definitely looking quite tough to dodge all of them. And now Metal looking forward to make some moves against the opponents too. Spray got spotted out a little bit in the far fray. Another utility tossed in. It does deal a lot of damage, but still Spray God is up. He's still alive. Metal Esports now starting to get a little bit more irritated by the fact that Hydra is still alive and they haven't even been able to find a single knockout. This is definitely quite irritating as a player. Encore looking quite desperate to at least find one single pick, and if he does, then things can be quite south for the side of Hydra. But even Hydra is playing this one quite safe. Top Dog taken down so low by a third party. Could have been knocked out in that scenario.
Could be being the key word, but he's safer now. Both these teams, they also need to understand the micromanagement of the resources, because the amount of utility that have been invested in this particular fight, nothing has come out of it. No connection at all. But Siam is already closing in the distance with those grenades. I wonder how many throwables does both these teams have, because Sparsh finally, iFlix, a third party coming in, takes on Sparsh. Now Team Metal, they also need to be cautious because they can also come in the crosshairs of the players of Team iFlix. Team Hydra out in the open, not a good spot to hold on to at all. Sparsh OP is still begging for the rescue mission. Starboy with the grenade is looking for some sort of opening. Let's see if he can find anything, but Encore up close personal takes down Starboy with a DBS, and now Team Hydra is on the verge of elimination as Spray God is all by himself now.
Spray God now looking forward to get the resurrection back upon the Starboy, but Sayum decides to make a couple of moves on the board. Spray God returns the favor, shuts down Sayum. Top Dog a little bit underneath. He doesn't really have the high ground to play with, and Spurs shuts down Top Dog as well. Metal Esports, what a big flip in the tables that was. Spray God definitely a massive step up that his team really needed, and he steps back up in the nick of time. Team iFlix up against the players of Windy God. One of the men knocked out inside of the compounds. Reckoning Esports Immortal, where are you looking? Doesn't even look at Maverick, and Maverick just finds a clean knockout and finish against the entirety of Reckoning Esports. While for Team iFlix, the woes keep on continuing as they face against the players of Skulls.
Team iFlix looking for the last player. On the other side, we have the players of Team Soul as well as Skulls has been eliminated on the 13th spot with no finish point at all. Team Soul also needs to consider the blue because they are somewhat 202 meters away from the circle, but enemy on the doorstep. They have to deal with him as Dionysus is still bleeding. There is no chance that he can get a rescue mission at this point. So Team Soul is definitely looking good with 3 finishes. They have the complete control of the eastern periphery of the circle, but the circle has shifted away now. So they will be looking forward to the rotations as they get the confirmation onto Dionysus. The only team that can be an ugly thorn in the paths of Team Soul could be the players of Team Revenant, because right now Revenant, they have the prime spot. They have the complete eastern control of the circle. In fact, they're the only one inside the circle. So this is definitely a game where Team Revenant could be looking for a winner-winner chicken dinner for themselves. On the other side, speaking of Team iFlix, they also did a wonderful third party onto the players of Team Hydra. But I don't know how suddenly the tables turn, and Team Metal, they were looking strong. Suddenly, they were on the receiving end of the shots coming from the side of Hydra.
Oh, look at Team Forever. Both the players in the water, just swimming across. Omega also getting shot at now all the way from the top by Fierce. And eventually Omega gets knocked out as well. It's all down to Neo inside of that compound. Neo does manage to find his opponent. So that can be a massive saving grace for Carnival Gaming. And yes, it will be. Revenue Esports could have been the demise of Carnival, but no. Neo saves the day at the last moment and keeps Carnival Gaming alive inside of the game. And OG looking forward to make a massive rotation inside of the circle. Even they took their vehicles in the water lines. Interesting strategy coming out from Orangutan. I'm not exactly sure how well this is going to work out, but every single team inside of the water lines, they definitely do have some sort of future plan. But if the circle does not really end near the water lines, then it's going to be a massive problem for all the teams in the water, because the wall of death as well will start to close in.
And it will start punishing the players of Team Forever the first, because they are very close to the blue. And looks like Nakul has a vague idea about the position of Team Orangutan, but look at that! Mox, some ball moves coming in from his side with a vehicle directly jumping inside the water, but Nakul's position was compromised as Team Revenant spotted him and instantly shut him down. On the other side, the players of Team Forever were also taken down. 2 players still inside the circle, having a hard compound for themselves. Revenant is looking fantastic. They have all the 4 players alive. They have the control of the real estate. They have the control of the circle as well. So Revenant is looking very strong. On the other side, speaking of Orangutan, yes, they have managed to get
Oh my God.
finish finds, but from the water, AKOP. Oh, that vehicle takes down 1 player from the side of iFlex.
Good spot. AKOP. Now just starting to be a massive menace in the water lines. He's the shark that is there. And all the other teams currently in the water line just need to watch out from AKOP, because he's got some nice line of sight against the opponents. Even Mafia is quite softened up from Team Forever. And even Mafia needs to make some quick moves on the board. Chemin Esports is the only team currently at the top, and they've got so much advantage and so much intel to play with. Blaze gets knocked out. It can be a big sign of concern, but he should be back up on his feet without any issues. Chemin Esports, even the smokes are now starting to fade away. Blaze will be back up on his feet, but look at Carnival Gaming. 3 players up and alive. This can be massive for Carnival Gaming, only if they're able to win the fight that's right in front of them.
They have to win that fight. Let's see if they can. As Goblin takes on Flock, gets confirmation point also. This is something very important. At the same time, eliminates the entirety of Team Forever, I guess, because he got confirmation point onto 1 player. I think that was, yes, Team Forever. They have also been eliminated. So Carnival Gaming is definitely looking strong, as they have all the 4 players alive. But they also find S-Power over there, out in the open behind the truck. And Goblin, being the opportunistic one, instantly shuts him down. He's also aware of the position of one of the player of Team Revenant, and Goblin, all that intel.
Oh my God,
at the
what?
same time, Equinox out in the open gets shut by Goblin.
Goblin catches 2 players from the side of Revenant Esports. Equinox is being knocked out, but then Goblin just follows it up with the nade and gets the confirmation. Revenant Esports from the top, they know even the wall of death is not going to start to move in. Blaze needs to do something and get back in the field. Needs to go for the patch up as well. Or maybe just go for the Met strat if you do have it enough. But look at Soul. 1 last man alive from Soul. It's all down to Ronnie, while Orangutan, they're just putting that constant pressure against Carnival Gaming as Neo gets knocked out. Goblin and Omega still up and alive though. 2 players can get the fallen man back up without any issues. Even OG slowly and steadily looking forward to make their way inside of the circle, as the circle just moves out in the open in no man's land. Sensei definitely want to be the first one to make it in the circle, to keep his foot in the circle. But now even Ronnie's starting to toss a lot of nades against OG. So many fights happening all across the board. Carnival Gaming shutting down Ash, finding that crucial knockout that was desperately needed, because for Carnival Gaming, OG was the only one that was creating a lot of problem. Ronnie in the water line still, his position is definitely compromised, but Sensei is quite hesitant in making any type of moves. From the top, it's going to be the players of Revenant Esports just raining down death and destruction against OG, and Neo gets caught out in the open. What a big blunder that was from CG, and Blaze punishes Neo instantly. Carnival Gaming, this might just be their demise. This might just be a massive bummer for them, as Fierce keeps on marching up against him with that DBS, but it follows it up with a nade. Nicely done. Goblin gets knocked out.
Goblin, he was doing so much with those grenades. He was taking out so many players, but now Fierce grenade takes him down, and Blaze with the DPS is already glowing up. Personal with the players of Carnival Gaming makes a mistake of his life, as Omega with the DBS shuts him down, and with that, Team Revenant Well, they were looking strong, but not now, as Sensei on the shorelines has already been spotted down by Neo. He has a vague idea, finally spots him. With those barrage of grenades, is looking for a knock onto him, but on the other side, Sensei's Molotov comes in, burns down literally Goblin over there, and Carnival Gaming. Omega hiding behind that airdrop. His position has not been compromised, I believe, and Sensei, he has no cover at all, no hard cover, nothing. Just a single grenade that he's trying to make the best use out of it. Lobs it. Let's see if he can find the connection. No, the connection is not there. And with the smoke wall, Goblin along with Neo is moving forward in 1v2 situation. Takes on Sensei. And with that, Carnival Gaming, that's a beautiful winner chicken dinner for themselves.
Carnival Gaming, that defensive play style, of course, panning out quite well. In the map of Vikendi, it does favor the team that likes to play passive and submissive. And that's what the players of Carnival Gaming have proven. Defense sometimes can be the best offense, especially in the map of Vikendi, it can be. And Carnival Gaming, with all that defensive nature, this time they've managed to win the game of Vikendi in their hands quite easily. For a while, I thought that Revenue Esports can definitely be the winning bunch, but no. They were taken down while Revenue Esports tried to make their way downhill, and that's where everything got screwed up. Carnival Gaming, they almost met their demise once. 3 players were knocked out. It was all down to Neo, but Neo somehow clutched it out, and he got his teammates back up on their feet. A clutch move from Neo to save the day for Carnival Gaming, and then later on, Carnival Gaming moves on in a 1v3 situation in the end against Sensei, and they shut down Sensei and get the chicken dinner. Nicely done. Solid stuff from Carnival Gaming, and this is a chicken dinner that Carnival Gaming was desperately searching for in a long time, and they finally got their hands on that chicken dinner.
Well, certainly, because Carnival Gaming, they dropped in towards the side of Finery instead of heading from the shoreline. They went from the side of Tower. In fact, I was the one that was judging that rotation path because so many teams were present over there. But Carnival Gaming, they held on to the composure. They were not engaging in any sort of unnecessary fight. They were so silent until the final few moments. And Goblin, oh my god, with those grenades, he was bringing down so many players, not just Revenant. He was taking down the players of Team Orangutan as well, who took down Ash. So Goblin was doing so much. The opening that he created for his team ultimately resulted in that winner chicken dinner.
Without a doubt. I mean, Goblin was, of course, quite massive, or he was going quite massive. As I mentioned, for a moment, I thought that Revenue Esports could be a massive problem, but no, instead, Revenue Esports, when they try to come downhill, that's where things got massively screwed up. Carnival Gaming, they had the man advantage too. That Sensei was sort of separated from the rest of the pack. It did not have any type of line of sight against the enemies too, which was Carnival Gaming's, and that's why even Sensei wasn't really able to back his teammates up. But let's move on and take a look at the highlights, because it's going to clear a lot of things, and we'll be able to see or relive the moments that happened in the previous game. This is how the action kicked off. A fight between the players of Metal Esports and Hydra was definitely quite interesting, because Spray God flipped the odds in his favor out of nowhere, while we all thought that Metal Esports can be the one to win this easily.
Well, certainly, the moment I flicked Crypto to the third party for a second, it looked like it is going to bring the end of Team Hydra, but unfortunately, I flick engaged in some other fight, and so many teams, Neeraj, this time they were opting for the waterways, they were holding on to the area inside the water, and this was Highland moment where one of the player was taken down from the water, so definitely a lot of things unexpected happened in this particular weekend. Soul was also holding on to the shorelines, Team Orangutan was in the water, even Team Forever was also there in the water.
I mean, just look at the approach that CG took in the end. They just knew that it's one last man alive. We might as well try to take control of the entire final field, and that's what they did. Only if the same thing would have been done by GT in their Miramar game. If they would have done the same thing against that one single man who was stuck behind the barrels, and if they would have pushed a close and personal against him, maybe GT could have won that game. But hey, that's a whole nother topic I'm talking about, because that's something I cannot really get off of my head. But getting back to this Vikendi game, even Team Forever, you gotta say, even they had a solid game, especially that 2-2 split that you saw from Team Forever. 2 players in the water lines, 2 players on the surface inside a house. They were looking quite solid. Even they could have been a massive thorn in the foot for the players of Carnival Gaming, but Carnival, they managed to wipe them out quite easily. So Team Forever Esports, unfortunate stuff for them. There was another team in the water lines that was causing quite a lot of problems.
I think it was Team Orangutan because Team Soul Knuckle was on the shoreline, and I think it was Team Orangutan that was inside the water. So definitely, a few of the teams were going for the passive approach this time. Not too many heal battles, but looking at the MVP, it is certainly has to be Goblin because he was doing so much wonderful utility usage coming in from this particular lad. 7 finishes, 54% team contribution.
Oh man, I mean, of course, it's Goblin from the side of Carnival Gaming. He's got a lot of fan base, and all the fans are going to be proud this time with a finished contribution of 54%. But I got to say one thing. Neo was the clutchmeister in the previous game. If Neo wouldn't have clutched things out in that fight, the entirety of Carnival Gaming would have collapsed without a doubt. So Neo's clutch over there was super essential, and Neo was the one to save the day for the Carnival Gaming squad. But as we do move on to the stars of the match, it's going to be Neo with the most amount of rescue and being the best companion. Of course, he deserves that. And with the survival time of 27:49, and Goblin being the finisher once again with 7 finishes and 3 assists with a survival time of 27:55. This game being dominated by Carnival Gaming, it's going to push them so much higher in the overall standings. I think so. They were already on the second or the third page in the overall standing at the start of the day. So I think so. After this game, they're going to be somewhere on the second or maybe on the first page, actually.
Yeah, Carnival Gaming, they were already looking very strong. I think they were on the second page on the 19th spot at the start of the day. So definitely after this winner chicken dinner, they'll be on the first page. So Carnival Gaming having a good run. I think they have been consistent. It was only one day, that was day number 2, when Carnival Gaming faced a major dip in the performance. Otherwise, Carnival Gaming has been having a good run on every single day. But looking at the match ranking, well, we have Carnival on the top with total of 28 points, and Revenant being the consistent one on the second spot with 17 points.
Revenant is slowly and steadily trying to move under the radar. They're being super consistent. First game, a consistent finish. Second game now, 17 points accumulated. Revenant Esports, I think so. They're definitely aiming for that first spot in the overall standings, without a doubt. First game, they had a solid ending. Now second game, another good ending. So I think so at the end of the day, there's a chance Revenant Esports might topple over the players of Team Prince. But let's see. Let's find out how it's going to look like. Because Carnival Gaming with 28 points, as I mentioned, there's a chance they might have catapulted themselves in the first page in their top 8. Orangutan as well with 14 points, definitely making those slow and steady moves on the board. Hydra 2 with 12 points, Metal Esports with 11, Chemin Esports with 8, and Team Soul with 5, and iFlix with 4. Team iFlix, I had a lot of expectations from this team, but unfortunately the performance is sort of lacking.
Well, iFlix was doing a third party. I think some other team rushed onto their compounds, and that's when iFlix started falling down. So definitely iFlix was trying to get those finish points for themselves, but that didn't work entirely in their favor. At the same time, few of the teams were also taken out pretty early in the game because of the rotation, like the players of Team Reckoning also. Team Forever also lost 2 players because they were inside the water. So even Reckoning also went pretty early in the game.
Without a doubt, Reckoning Esports, they're just having their own troubles, man. At this point, I don't even know what they need to do to sort of get themselves back inside of the game. Reckoning Esports, I don't know what exactly is going wrong, but one thing is for sure, in the firefights they're taking, they're looking really lost. Team communication is something that really matters a lot, and you even saw Immortal, I think it was from the side of Reckoning. He was running out in the open, hugging that compound wall, and he didn't even see in front of him. He was getting shot at by a DBS. That's how lost they were in the fight. So I think so Reckoning Esports in general, they just need to revamp a couple of things. They need to tune a couple of things, that's for sure, because team communication, it seems massively lacking. And I don't know what they need to do to improve that. One thing is for sure, they just need to play with each other and talk to each other a little bit more, I guess.
They'll certainly do so because yeah, definitely. Or maybe they were not able to find a good compound for themselves to hold on to. That's why they were running out in the open. At the same time, a team that was looking very synergetic in the first attack, that was Team Medal, right? When they engaged in a fight with the players of Team X-Park, they were looking so synergetic. But when the fight happened with the players of Team Hydra, I don't know how suddenly the tables were turned.
Yeah, Hydra, that one single man, which was Clutch God, he just shut down 3 players with that DBS. But then once again, it's DBS for you, right? If you give DBS even a little bit of breathing air, it's actually going to catch you off guard and instantly one-shot you. So it's just DBS being the finest weapon inside of the game. But as we do have the overall rankings, Revenant Esports, they have already made the climb on the first spot of the overall standings. Team Prince, their slot's been stolen away. At the end of today's day, Revenant Esports is going to maintain that spot. Entity Gaming on the second with 117 points. Gujarat Tiger with 116 points. Chemin Esports with 114. And then you find Team Prince all the way on the fifth with 113 points. But still, there's not a lot of difference. You can easily catch up.
But look at that God's reign. They have fallen down on the 8th spot with just 98 points. Orangutan on the other side, they have taken a huge jump in the overall ranking. Speaking of Genix FM, they are sitting on the 9th spot with 94 points. Global Esports, they also had a good day, a decent particular Erangel. 94 points to their name. But speaking of Carnival Gaming, after that winner chicken dinner, now they are sitting on the 12th spot. They need more good games to be on the first page. Still, too many things need to come from their side. But on the other side, we have Seoul also on the 15th spot with total of 91 points.
Pretty much. Next page in front of us, Team Together Esports. The woes keep on continuing on the 17th spot. All the way getting 87 points only. 8-Bit, once again, things are starting to fall down for them. In the first 3 games, 8-Bit wasn't really able to make a lot of lead. And now one thing is for sure, they're going to keep on slipping away from that top 16. WSB, the same thing could be set for them. OR Esports, same thing once again. Hydra Official and WindGod. They're definitely on that slow and steady claw up in the top 16. And I hope that's going to be happening today because WindGod is definitely being quite promising so far.
Agreed 100% because in the previous week, WindGod was performing only in the map of Sanhok, but today they are performing on the other map as well. So WindGod is definitely making a progress in the right direction, but AUTOBOTZ Esports, iFlix, they also need to grab those placement and finish points if they want to propel themselves and come in the top 16. Team Zero, they need to work on the firepower. Those 4v4 fights are not working in their favor. After one fight, they fell down in the next fight against the players of Team 8. So Team Zero, I don't know what to say to them. Maybe they'll figure out on their own.
Maybe. Look, there's a lot of maybes, a lot of ifs and buts. A lot of teams are struggling with their synergy, and Team Zero is one of them. And so far, even Team X-Spark, hell, even they're one of them. Because Team X-Spark got eliminated quite early, and right now they're on the 29th spot in the overall standings. And that's definitely not something you expect from a team like Team X-Spark, which has a lot of fan base. And a lot of people are probably rooting for Team X-Spark. But them all the way on the last page with Team Zero definitely sort of stings a little bit. But maybe later on, I guess we can't see the climb too. They've got a decent amount of games still backing themselves up. But you cannot always just keep on looking at the future and be like, oh, I've still got a lot of games and maybe I can chill for now. No, that's not the way you should be looking at things. No, instead, try to do your work right now. And I think so, X-Spark, they need to do their work right now. A lot of times being wasted.
Correct me if I'm wrong, I think X-Spark got their only good game in the map of Vikendi. And by now, every team, I think that Vikendi was also in the previous week. By now, every team is very well aware about the drop locations of each other, that which team likes to drop in. And majority of the teams have already adjusted to that. They have opted for their secondary drop location. And at this point, where Team X-Spark is not looking good at all in the overall standing, do you think heading for a drop collision with the players of Metal Esports was the right decision? Because they lost that fight.
I'm not exactly sure. Maybe Team X-Spark thought that they can be quite confident in that approach, but I guess they've learned their lesson, right? And considering even the groups are switching up over and over again, even the groups are shuffling, I highly doubt Team X-Spark thought that Metal Esports will try to go for that collision. But hey, Metal Esports did go for that collision. And honestly, I'm not going to lie, if Sayam did not find those 2 knockouts with one single nade, there could have been a solid chance X-Spark could have came out on top in that fight. So we might see another potential drop collision if these two groups once again play with each other. Then we might see another potential drop collision once again in the map of Vikendi between X-Spark and Metal Esports. But for now, I'm pretty sure X-Spark, they've been shut down quite nicely by Metal Esports, and because that was a flawless wipe.
Well, we all love that rivalry. If rivalry is going to help you propel in the leaderboard, definitely you should go for it. And I'm very sure Team X-Spark will go against the players of Team Metal Esports because, like you said, this fight should have gone in their favor. But speaking of other teams who are still struggling, like Team Forever, I expected so much from them. Not just this weekend, in the previous Sanhok also. Expecting much bigger things from the side of Team Forever because always being such a good IGL. What do you think is happening wrong with the players of Team Forever right now?
I think so. Team Forever, they definitely did have the ball in their court when they sort of walked inside of the week 2 because Team Forever was looking pretty solid in week 1 in the first place. But now that it's just the start of the week 2, I would say we still need to give them a little bit of breathing room. Maybe on the day 2, Team Forever can do a little bit more research on the lobby, be back inside of the game. Even the groups shuffling is sort of playing with a lot of the minds, right? The groups are also shuffling, the teams are also changing. With that, even the play style is changing. Then you need to adjust to the new roster changes as well and find out how the team's going to be playing. There's so many aspects that all these players are trying to figure out. So it makes a lot of sense. A lot of these known teams are definitely struggling, and that's why I'm not really being too harsh on these teams. But still, man, things need to be stepped up. Things need to be stepped up from Team X Park. Things need to be stepped up from Team Zero, because all the players on both these rosters, they're one of the known players, and you do not expect something like that from them at all. But as we know, the upcoming map is going to be the map of Erangel, where Group B and C once again will be duking it out. Shadow, I want to know your prediction for this upcoming game.
For the Erangel, I think Team Revenant should be looking for a winner chicken dinner in this one, because they missed it in the previous one, and Revenant has been looking so consistent on this particular day, so they ought to get a winner chicken dinner in the next Erangel.
Now look, if Revenant Esports does actually get this chicken dinner, Revenant Esports will have a solid lead. They already had 12 or 13 points lead in the overall standings, but imagine if they do get 25 points, I guess, they will have such a big lead. And all the teams in the top 8, it will start to be a big sign of concern, because the team on the first spot is now starting to run away with the lead. And the only thing you can do to catch up to that team is pretty much perform even better, which can be quite a tough one, because Revenant Esports has been super consistent. You saw Entity being consistent as well, but they were not able to wrap up as many points as Revenant Esports is so far. So that in itself is a massive statement. Then you look at teams like Big Brother Esports too in the previous group that you saw, where you had a lot of expectations from them, but even Big Brother Esports were not able to perform that well. A lot of these teams in general are quite deep down, and the only thing you can do as a fan or as a viewer is just expect that they're going to bounce back. But then once again, there's just too many aspects that are currently revolving inside of the game that these players are really having a tough time facing.
Yeah, I agree. And like you pointed out, Big Brother Esports, I think the team that gave them trouble was the players of Team Entity itself. I think the point where all the teams started getting worried was when Team Entity came on the top, because they have got no winner chicken dinner in their bags. Without victory, just by the consistent performance, they managed to come on the top of the overall ranking. And if Revenant also do the same thing, I think everyone should get worried, because after a certain point, after week number 2 is over, yes, day 1 is already on the verge of getting over. Day 2 and day 3 are left. And after that, the overall standings are not going to be so volatile. So staging a comeback is not going to be so easy at all, and especially for the big names who are sitting right at the bottom, like Team Zero is there. Then we have few teams from the Open qualifiers. Skull, who was looking so good, they got 4 winner chicken dinner, and now they're sitting right at the bottom. 4-shot Esports, they need to worry at this particular week, because after the week is over, I don't think they'll be able to stage a comeback to propel themselves in the top 16.
Yep. But then again, once again, you cannot really forget that even teams like WindGod are starting to make the move in the overall standings. They're slowly and steadily clawing their way back up. A lot of the teams, or at least some of the teams in the latter half of the board, they've sort of realized that, okay, this week is like a wake-up call for you. And if you don't start working right now, then maybe later on things are going to be a little bit tough, because week 2 and week 3 can be the weeks where you have a potential chance of making a comeback later on. It will be too much. It will be too late, let's be honest, because the teams at the top, they would already have too much of a lead to catch up to them. And you being on the latter half of the board, it just makes things even more tougher, because there will be so many mind games and so many strategies being switched around these weeks. It will be just tough to really adapt on the fly.
100% agreed. And not just the bottom teams, I think the teams who are sitting somewhere in the middle pack, even they also need to worry, because they need to focus on the consistency, because one bad game, they can be out of top 16. But hey, we are heading towards the last game of the day for this particular group, and there is a slight change on the casted list. It is Fritz who is joining me. Fritz, how are you doing?
Hey, I'm all excited. I'm all pumped up for this game, man. Would love to see this match. A lot of these teams will be playing this. Not a lot, I'd say every team is playing this map for the first time, today at least. So will be fun to see if we do see any sort of drop clashes, if we have any sort of early battles going into the game. It will be fun, especially for the teams who've been performing till now. I mean, IQ Soul did have a good game the previous time. Team CG got the chicken the previous time around. They would be looking to continuously perform in the same manner, show some consistency throughout the day. So let's see. For all these reasons, this is going to be an interesting game. Plus, you look at the playing path. Southern cities once again disconnected. Farm, Shelter, Milta, Novorep, Military Base. All these cities you cannot drop directly in. So rotation times will be a little bit longer. Plus, if the play zone goes south, it would just be cherry on top.
The southern play zone, the southern circle, you definitely love making the team struggle.
Oh,
but
of
for
course,
now,
why not?
we all, but teams will hate us if we make them suffer a lot.
No
Thankfully, we don't. Thankfully, they are thankful that the casters don't control the circle.
No, give me the ability to do that, and everybody's running towards Spawn Island. I can assure you of that. I'll give the circle towards Spawn Island every time. But yeah, that's a little bit sad that we do not have the control of the zone. But hey, sort of a southern play zone. I mean, not entirely that, but we do get something out of this particular map of Erangel. Huh?
I flex since we don't have WSB in the lobby, so I flex. They're heading towards the side of Pochinki. We don't have Global Esports. They are sitting this one out. So Alibaba Raiders, they are in the city of Sivani. Because so many possibilities of drop collisions are there. All these teams are very, very aware where the opponent likes to drop in. So they have already adjusted their drop cities. They go for the secondary drop location. But for now, Team Reckoning and Team FS Esports, they are in a very close proximity to each other towards the side of Kameshki. So there is a possibility that Reckoning can or might catch off guard the plus of Team FS or vice versa, because looks like FS is the one to catch the plus of Team Reckoning as they manage to take down one player. Looks like the second one also go down, but no, Immortal retaliates as he takes down Atanki and Secret also.
That's just weapon supremacy right there. The pistol around the corner. Aru is trying to get the job done, but bear in mind, Aru does not have a helmet or a vest, so Immortal just needs to connect 2 bullets, but he's not able to do that. Aru instead, with the automatic pistol, is able to get that counter knock and will punch the guy to death, but then Hunter's a little bit late, but still was able to get the counter knock. Dionysus is the last guy remaining for Team FS in this particular situation. Kyoya also needs the revival, but then Hunter... Is he going for a passive play, or does he want to still support his teammate? He has that SMG available. The 4x scope is also there. Random shots through the smoke. He's getting a lot of connection. And yes, Aru will also be finished off. So FS Esports, they are not going to have an easy time getting out of this situation.
Even Reckoning also. Fritz, because they lost one of the player. Even Kyoya is still begging for the help. I don't see a rescue mission coming underway anytime soon before dealing with the plus of Team FS. Atanki and Secret in that very compound. They're looking for those weaponry. They're looking for those bandages or the first aid. So the best thing for Reckoning at this point is just to back off, because they have already suffered one casualty. So it's best if they focus on their own resources, on their own loot, because even in the overall ranking, they are not looking so good. So Reckoning just should focus on their own gameplay. But look at the flank angle which Dionysus has created. But Hunter is going to retaliate from a far off angle and takes him down.
I mean, if Hunter was not able to get that knock, they anyways had a flank coming in by Punk, but this will just help them. This will help them a lot. Plus, Punk also has a first aid that could be dropped to Kyoya. Suddenly, the situation that we were creating, that Reckoning should fall back. From here on, I say push on. It's a 3v2. You have that advantage. You already know that you've got those knocks onto your opponents. So they have to be fairly low, as expecting first aids out of these compounds is not something that is realistic. So let's see, Punk tossing a nade over here. I don't think so it'll land anywhere near to the player of Team FS. So Secret and Atanki, the only 2 players surviving, and let's see how do Team Reckoning deal with them.
See, let's be honest, both these teams have weaker weaponry. They don't have enough resources in their hands. Yes, Dionysus has been taken down, but Secret, Atanki, and Punk and Hunter, they both need to realize, both these teams need to realize they have to focus on those points out in the open. There is a possibility of a third party also, or maybe the remaining player, some other player will get the better weaponry, will get all the resources and try to inhale the entirety of the team. As Punk, already with a UMP-45 in his hands, is very well aware that Secret and Atanki are trying to back off from this fight. But on the other side, we have the plus of Team Skull as Lucifer shuts down Sparsh of Team Hydra.
Yeah, you look at the frag feed as well, you see Secret being taken down. So Reckoning are not going away. It's all down to Atanki. FS need to survive, so Atanki needs to do the same. He has a compound in which he can try and get lost. But then Team Reckoning, they really want to clear everything out. Secret's frag will also be confirmed. They've just lost Immortal. I mean, that too shouldn't have happened at the same time because Kyoya was there with the... Oh, Hunter was there with the cover fire just a tad bit late. Atanki spotted down, also taken care of by Punk, and Reckoning will easily be able to take care of Team FS Esports early in the game. Yes, they've lost a player, but we've seen multiple times 3-man squads doing wonders in the final circles. So great job, good start to the game for Team Reckoning. Not the best possible one, but hey, with 3 Hunters, Punk and Kyoya, they still will try and make the most out of this game.
Yeah, they will, and they have to, because Team Reckoning need those points. The 4 finishes which they have accumulated is definitely going to help their case. I was surprised by the performance in the map of Vikendi, because last time when Reckoning played Vikendi, they performed really good. So I expected a very good performance from their side in Vikendi as well, but that didn't happen. But in Erangel, definitely a good head start for this particular team. And again, we have a hybrid circle. But this time the military base island is pretty much unoccupied, as no team intends to go over there. So let's see what's going to happen. As OG, they're still holding on to the bridge area. Then we have the players of Team Forever towards the southern side of Pochinki. That has been their home ground. Oh, okay, let's be honest. Team Forever as compared to Team Orangutan is not going to have as good resources as Orangutan and iFlix. They are going to have even Carnival Gaming, because all these teams along with Medal are trying to occupy a compound somewhere towards the southern side of Pochinki.
And that would be the best possible spot given the certain zone that we have right now. So it is going to be a tough thing to do. Maybe if you all of you want the same compound, but right now I believe everyone will just settle around that generic area rather than targeting the specific compound. So it should be fine, it should be all good. But the other teams towards the periphery is where I'm more interested. I want to see how does TX rotate. I want to see how do the players of Team Windgod rotate, because they will be in a little bit of a trouble situation. So their rotation is something I'm looking forward to. On the other hand, we have the players of Team TWM still around that Giorgio city, Chemin Esports as well towards the northern Giorgio area. So they are opting in for a late rotation, probably want to play edge to edge before the final few circles. So it is all well and good. iFlix now rotating away from Pochinki. They still have to wait for around 2 minutes for the next zone to start. But in the meanwhile, Medal, they've heard few shots around them. They know that that an enemy team is near to them, and they have to be very, very careful about that.
Oh, they certainly have to be. They have to be on their toes. Otherwise, the enemy is going to punish them. And the enemy is going to be in the name of Orangutan. And Orangutan, this has been their go-to rotation. The first one of the player, Ash, goes towards the side of military base island, gets the vehicle, gets the loot, then regroup with his teammates towards the side of ferry pier. Then Orangutan tends to hold on to that area for a little bit of the time till the circle shifts, and then they move ahead inside the circle. And along with that process, they try to accumulate as much information as they can. And Trigger is definitely aware that the compound which he's eyeing for has already been occupied. So it's not going to be so easy to breach into this compound, because it's an open field. You need to barrage into the compound from the different directions, and even that is also very, very risky move. So the only way the players of Orangutan can infiltrate is by taking top dog. If they manage to take him down, if they manage to get a knock onto him, then they can create an opening with which they can maybe snatch a compound away from their hands.
Yeah, but I don't think so. They're looking for a fight this early on. They're just here to make sure they have some sort of control, because if you look at this, OG only have 2 of their players. That way, I'd say one of the players just eyeing towards that particular compound, and AK making sure nobody creeps up. And the other 2 players are somewhere on the other part of the map. So they just want to have information around this area. And after this, they will try to do anything around that particular situation. So not eyeing for a fight this early on, just waiting for the circle to close in is what I think. Carnival Gaming, they did see a team trying to rotate off just in front of them, but decided not to shoot back. They do not want to give away their location, their position. And look at the circle shift. It has gone completely towards the eastern part of the map. All of these teams, now the cluster that was forming around the center of the previous zone has shifted towards the western side. Draw a line through the middle, farm area, north of school. All of those areas are completely empty now, and all of these teams are now suddenly attracted towards the western part of farm, where we again will start to have a lot of fights.
And look at the position of Team Revenant over there. They have the southern shoreline farm around farm, complete control. Then we have the players of Team X-Park also having a fantastic position. But few teams are still opting for the late rotation, as Chemin is still inside the city of Georgopol, North Georgopol, bearing the branch of the blue. Even IQ Seoul also have a good position, as they are coming from the northern end. So definitely Seoul is also having a fantastic position in this particular circle. It's all about everyone is trying to get into the center of the circle, have a good compound for themselves. Even the Pochinki Hill areas, the Potato Hill is up for contestation. Anyone can go over there and hold on to the area, especially the players of Team Seoul. But looks like Carnival Gaming, they have opened things up onto the players of Team Seoul, as the trades are coming through from both ends.
Yeah, back and forth the trades do happen, but let's see which of the teams is going to come out on top. Still, none of them have lost a player. Omega is down, Madrak is also down on the ground, but the confirmations are yet to happen. Manya has taken a lot of damage on himself. Team iFlix really want to invest into this fight, huh? Let's see, the revival is being attempted on Madrak, and it should be there. The smokes are good. The temporary cover with the vehicle is also present. And on the other side, Carnival Gaming are yet to start with the revival. So it will be a fight, but Carnival will be in a difficult situation because there's another team around the corner. They do want to push it. Haiku Soul, they want to have a piece of the pie. Nakul runs over Hector. Carnival in a whole world of trouble. Omega taken care of by Manya's Nate. And suddenly, a revival mission has turned into run for your life. Run for your life mission, because otherwise Carnival Gaming, they will be eliminated out of the game.
What just happened? Carnival Gaming getting a beautiful winner chicken dinner in the previous one, and now already lost onto the two players. They went on to hunt the players of Team Soul, but now they became the hunty. So now the only option which they have is just to scuttle back to their safety, and they're trying to do so. But along with that, we have the players of Team Revenant, as Sensei has a lot of information onto the players of Team Forever. And Sensei is a little away from his teammates, so he needs to be very cautious, because if he comes into the range of a grenade that might come in from the side of Oves, the revival process is not going to be easy at all. So Sensei has to be very careful, has to be very cautious, because it's open. So it's not going to be so easy to hold on to that terrain, which even Team Forever is eyeing for. On the other side, we have few teams going for a very late rotation, like Hydra. They are still in the city of Primorsk. Chemin still inside the blue. But it's just stage 2 circle, so I'm not so worried. The teams can bear the brunt of the blue at this point.
Yeah, exactly. The boosters would be good. I mean, till zone number 3, you can afford to stay out of the zone. Zone number 4 is also somewhat bearable, but then you just have 20 seconds to get in, because then zone 5 does not give any sort of a leeway. So that is something you need to be careful about. But yeah, right now we do have Team Revenant on our screen. They did engage into a little bit of a battle, but now have taken the passive approach, maybe waiting it out, waiting for a minute to close in, and after that they'll see the third zone. WizGod hiding his vehicle from the players of Team Medal, just making sure to not give information. But then where Top Dog is, I don't think so the rock will render in. So essentially the vehicle could be spotted. So that is something Medal should have an idea about, a vehicle in an off position. WizGod seeing all these vehicles rotating out. Yeah, I don't think so taking shots would be wise over here, because you will just be giving away your position. So just collecting the information, keeping calm, making sure you survive right now should be the priority. It is stage number 2, so survival should be the priority. Stage number 3 or 4 is where you start your fights if the zone is not on you. So that's what Team OG is doing, playing it out passive. The split that they have will give them enough information that unless and until one of the players sees a vehicle approaching, they cannot be ambushed. So that's a good position to hold.
Yeah, he's gathering the information, like you said. See, in the circle, nothing really is happening. Everyone is just focusing on their rotation, trying to grab a good compound, decent spot for themselves in the circle. But the next circle shift is going to decide the fate of so many teams. If it goes for a hard shift, so many rotations are going
Oh,
to come through, and just
what is
I
that?
just love the circle. No one on earth could have anticipated this circle shift. All these teams, Fritz, every single team will have to go for the southern island.
Yeah, Hydra's the one who will benefit from this a lot, because look at that, Starboy has already made his way across, but then Spray God, who was left behind, gets caught by the players of Team Metal, who now might get run over by the players of Team OG. Vizgod spots the player, but the spray is not good enough. And Core will be able to engulf Spray God, but then Cyan falls. AKOP with an off angle is able to get the job done. The remaining players of Team Hydra are able to make it through, but OG have also started to fall like flies. Top Dog with a spray down gets 2 of the OG players. Ash holding the bridge down. Starboy gets that knock on to Goblin. And now CG also falls and gets out of the game. In a matter of 30 seconds, the game has taken a turn, and suddenly the players of Team OG would be in a power position if they're able to get all these revivals.
They're holding on to the bridge. They're holding on to the perfect area where they can accumulate too many finish points. They've already eliminated Carnival Gaming, and now the next victim could be the players of Team Metal, as they are also present in close proximity, trying to get onto the other end of the bridge. One player already down from the side of Metal, but an easy rescue mission should be underway. On the eastern side, on the Roar Bridge area, we have the players of Team Midgard, Reckoning also going for the early rotation. Few teams are opting for the waterways, like the players of Team Revenant, Team Forever, who will make it to the shoreline, and soon all the pathways, all the routes to the southern island will be blocked.
Oh, this is going to be an interesting fight. Metal, they're really trying to get through the bridge. But then the players of OG just have their crosshairs trained, man. And then also the players of Team TWM join into the battle. Ninzi is able to get that knock. Although counter knock by Trigger, the revival should be the priority over here for the players of Team TWM. But I still want to know, how do you rotate? Paradox is out of the game. Top Dog might just fall down, and Encore will get that revival. But what after that? How does Top Dog and Encore make it to the other side? Ash is also down, so OG really need to get that revive. AKOP drops down. Now this is a forced fight. Encore, if he's able to get this knock, could be insane, but then AK with the peak is just better in that situation. ADS onto Top Dog. The spray will melt him down to 50 HP, and AKOP pushes with the DPS around the pillar. The DPS will finish the job, and OG will be able to wipe Team Metal Esports.
OG Orangutan making the best out of it. 6 finishes already in their pockets. 2 teams have been eliminated. Then we have the plus of TWM also trying to cross over the bridge. Now Trigger, he needs to be a bit cautious because he's all by himself out in the open. He needs to watch his legs. Otherwise TWM might punish him, as Vizgod and Ash, they have been taken down. The knocks have come through. They have to go for the rescue mission. They have to go for the revival, but looks like the revival won't come through. It's not going to be easy because Ash is bleeding on the bridge, which is blocked by the plus of TWM, and now Orangutan. The only option that they have is just to scuttle back to the safety. But before doing that, AKOP has managed to take down one from the side of TWM.
I still did not understand why was there no vehicle put towards Ash and he was not revived, but now this is the hand that they've been dealt with. AK will be put into trouble because of the play zone. This is stage number 4. Ninazi, he is trying to get behind AK, and AK does not stand up and fire. He throws a smoke. Instead, he wants to survive and take down the tail of TWM. You do leave a player to rotate off, but then how do you deal with him? AKOP is still a snake. He is under the bridge, I suppose.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. He is under the bridge, so he is just playing for survival. And TWM now will get that highway to the zone. They spot Trigger out, shots being taken onto him. Kyolama wants to get that frag written to his name, but won't be able to do for now. Spotted down once again, but the angle is not good enough to shoot that. AKOP still surviving. Nina Z gets caught out. Caught in the open. That's a good frag to have, and suddenly drops the smoke too. Can scale up because of it. AKOP is trying to accumulate as many frag points as possible from a situation like this, because they already have 7. So you might not get the best possible points, but never mind. AK also falls. The zone will chip him out. TWM, they've lost a player, yes. but then at least they'll be rewarded with 2 frag points. Although they do need to respect the zone. 300 meters is not a small number. You still need to get inside as quickly as possible.
And you need vehicles. You need those first aids, which I don't think TWM is having. Okay, they have the first aid, they have the vehicles. They just need to start making their way because it's not going to be easy at all. But the circle has taken a shift a little towards the northwestern side where Alibaba Raiders are looking very strong. But looks like Team X Park is trying to challenge them as the trades are coming back and forth from the side of Alibaba Raiders and Team X Park. Both TWM still holding on to the bridge, waiting and hoping some team might be looking to cross that bridge area. But as for the finish feed, even the players of Team Reckoning are also joining the fray as everyone wants to hold on to the shorelines, because at this circle, in this particular circle, the shorelines are going to be of prime importance because you don't have too many compounds. But a little shack is there, a little hut is there, which the players of Wind God are holding on to with dear life.
Oh, a big heart, I'd say, because it's not entirely nadable from this one single spot. So Wind God can play around it. Aggie taking a little bit of damage from the players of Team X Park, who themselves are stuck in just one single compound. So let's see how do the players of Team X Park want to play it out. Chemin Esports now in front of our screens, taking shots by Stray God, but yeah, none of them have landed. Get it off. Fury could have been taken down, but they are hunkering down in just one small shack. One good nade could completely take them down. iFlix on the other hand get that knock onto the player of Team Skull TZ. The revival will be attempted, but I don't think so. It will be completed in that particular moment. Phoenix also falls. OG in the meanwhile take that exit. Moksh is on a spree right now. The knock was his, but X-Park will be the one confirming the frag.
Oh yes, they are. They certainly are. They have already managed to get one finish point. They are very well aware about the position of the players of Team Chemin Esports, as Chemin is just holding on to a little wooden shack for themselves. Not the best spot, I'll say, but in this circle, you can't ask for anything better than that. But right now, iFlex, speaking of this particular team, they are also trying to hold on to the shorelines, as few teams are making the rotations very light, like the players of Team Forever. Team Revenant, they're still inside the water, and the circle is again favoring the players of Team Chemin Esports, Alibaba Raiders, Wind God Esports also in the, on the eastern periphery of the circle, and somewhat it is favoring to the players of Team Reckoning. If Reckoning manages to take the southern hill area, I think this can be a good game for the players of Reckoning.
Let's see though, the fights around them will essentially determine how do they position, where do they end. Madrak in the meanwhile tosses an 8, catches Sensei off guard. Insidious will confirm the frag for his team. IF also around the shore area is doing a great job. Revenant spotted down here before he's able to get out on land. He's being sprayed upon. Insidious goes out to the reload, spots out Aquanox, but that's just a distraction because Fierce might just get to the ground and get that knock. That's exactly what happens. Great distraction, but let's see if the trade is there. It is. The smoke was dropped previously, and even Krish will drop another smoke to make sure that the revival happens. iFlix, this is a risky move around the shore area because you'll be shot upon by a lot of different teams. But this is what you need to do. Aquanox was trying to get on the ground, will be finished off, and iFlix with 6 points in the code. On the other hand, we have Wind God. I was about to say in a fight, but they then just got completely wiped by the players of Team X Park without any damage. So yes, Sarang and Dreams were knocked out, but the revivals will be thrown in, and X Park will still continue in the game.
But they are not prepared for the rush that is coming from the side of Team iFlix, as they are also barging into their compounds as Sprago takes on Madrick over there. But Team Soul can also do a perfect third party in this scenario. But right now, the entire focus is on the players of Team Reckoning, as Mana with a grenade is looking for some sort of opening. The soft cover, the smokes are there to help the case of the players of Team Soul, as from the southern end, they are looking for the potential dominant control. The only ugly thrown on the players of Team Reckoning right now, as Hunter goes down through that DPS in the hands of Knuckle. Instant knock coming in. Punk also breathing. Cure is the last man standing, I believe, and Team Soul, they have the numbers advantage as they're moving forward as a pack, as a unit. And now Reckoning, they have been forced to fall back from the situation. A 1v3 is too much to ask for, and Ronnie at the same time is trying to check his backlines as he takes on Sam from the side of TWM, but the confirmation point goes to Starboy of Team Hydra.
Battle Royale. The beauty of Battle Royale. Someone else gets a knock. The confirmation is by Team Hydra. Great job done by them. Money exchanging nades. Although it won't matter because Insidious just deals out with Kyoya. Soul do not have Soul do not have information about that particular incident that just happened, so they were still trying to toss a few nades. Nakul needs to reset, needs to get himself back towards good HP, fightable HP is what I'll say. But they still haven't dealt with the team on their left, so they will have to be careful about that. Ammo is also a matter of concern, but then Kyolamau falls. A good nade. Hydra. Oh, Dura. He was not even in the battle, but Ronnie tossed a random nade. And Payo is able to take care of the last remaining player of Team Hydra. A third party, a supporting hand, say whatever you want, but TWM just received unwanted help by the players of Team Aiku Soul. That is going to be something that Aiku Soul will not, what should I say, be happy about or something like that. They do get another frag to their name, but if the players of TWM survive and bite them back, Aiku Soul would be very, very troubled by that.
Oh yes, Team Soul is definitely going to be trouble. 6 finishes already in their pockets. But now Soul is looking very confident. On the other end, we have the players of Team Chemin also being silent. And
oh, huge nade.
yeah, great grenade coming in. And with that, Alibaba Raiders, they have been eliminated. But now Ronnie also goes down. This is something that Team Soul needs to deal with because the rescue mission is very crucial. But at this point, Chemin is also making their way as the confirmation has been made by Fury. And now Team Soul, they are becoming the party in the sandwich. Not a good position to be in, and this marks an end for the players of Team Soul as Chemin with 7 finishes with all the 4 players alive is looking very strong. A team that has always went for the heel battle, this time looking for the aggressive side, and maybe this is their game to lose.
Let's see, these nades could make the difference. Altu was very close to the nade, but it burst behind him. Now let's see, Kyolama and Payo, these are the only 2 players surviving. Chemin just outrightly have the numbers advantage, yet still they're tossing all the utility that they have, throwing the kitchen sink at the players of Team TWM who do not even have the play zone. Peppered by just nades, not even bullet at this point of time. The smoke wall being created to get inside the zone does not matter. Kyolama goes out in the open, a 1v4. Yeah, that's not just happening. He gets one knock, the trade is always there, and Chemin Esports, this time with the weapon, is able to get that beautiful spicy chicken in their favor.
Oh yes, finally, Chemin Esports. They were very consistent on all the 3 days. Everyone was criticizing that this team always goes for the heel battle, but this time there was no mid strat, there was just pure aggression. Yes, they were not raining death and destruction in the lobby. They were just being silent because the circle itself was so crazy. No one could have anticipated that stage 4 circle shift that came through on the southern island. But Chemin Esports, all they had was a little shack and they held on to it with a dear life. They defended it and made sure they remained silent, not making any unnecessary noise in the lobby. And that ultimately resulted in a beautiful winner chicken dinner.
Yeah, it did. It definitely did. Chemin Esports. I mean, I still remember we had the HUD on the right hand side which said Chemin, all 4 players surviving, but the number of frags that they had was 0. So I thought, yeah, so basically maybe they get 3-4 frags but then get eliminated in top 3. They will still end up with good points but not the chicken and with not the best possible result. And suddenly I noticed Chemin, 7 frags. They eliminate the players of Team Soul. They have 7 frags. I mean, what? Where did they come from? Then I realized they played it smart. They were just finishing the knocked out players. That's what they were doing throughout the game. And the final battle with Soul was a very easy one to say, because they were fighting with the players of Team TWM. First they get a third party knock, then the nades from TWM had only softened the players of Team Soul. It was just about a matter of 1 or 2 bullets on either of these players and they just felt like flies. And then in a 4v2, you're not giving literally any chance to your opponents to get the chicken, which bear in mind is a good thing. I mean, you using every bit and piece of utility you have to soften up the player or to make sure he's in trouble is a great thing to do. Because right now you have a weapon which could help you clutch those 2v4 situations if you're not careful enough. That's TBS, and they had it. So good job done by the players of Team Chemin to throw the nades. Wait it out, they knew the zone was their friend, and essentially the players of Team TWM had to come running into their just warm little hands. So was a very easy game after that for them. 9 frags overall, I believe, and they get the chicken. Chemin Esports, 2 chickens in the day. they have to be in top 5 by now.
Oh, they have to be. And yes, there were not too many finish points at the starting because all the teams who were going for the aggressive side, like the players of Team Orangutan, they eliminated the players of Carnival Gaming, then they went ahead, eliminated the players of Team Metal Esports, took few players from the side of TWM. These teams, they were also grabbing the attention because the circle shift was so crazy this time. So if you were going for the aggressive side, you were grabbing the attention of all the teams. And once they made it to the main line, once they made it to the safety of the circle, they would start attacking you. So Chemin realized that they knew we had to be patient. We had to respect the circle. We have to defend our position, and that's the way to go. And that's exactly what they did.
Yeah, that's true. Great job done by the team. And I mean, this game had an insane start to FS versus Reckoning. This was a really interesting fight. Immortal took a defensive stance over here because of which he fell. And essentially the complete squad of Team FS Esports were taken down by Team Reckoning from far away. Here Hunter had a big wave because of which they lost a player. But after that, the recovery was just insane. It was just insane. Secret caught over there. The spray was also good. They were able to get the knock. But this is the shift that was completely crazy. Carnival Gaming was caught off guard. After that, TWM, who tried to cross the bridge, was shot upon, but the recovery was very good by them. I mean, they were able to take down the complete squad of Team OG and then make their way inside the zone and essentially end up second. So I'd say in terms of rotation, TWM had better rotation than any other team because they were caught by the players of OG, still were able to get in and end up on that second spot.
Yeah, because they were somewhere present close to the bridge area. So the moment the circle shift came in, they started prioritizing the rotation as compared to the teams who were a little far away from the bridge. On the other side, Reckoning, speaking of this particular team, they started off on a very good note by eliminating the players of Team FS, although they lost one of their own player. But later on, Team Soul was the one who took down the players of Team Reckoning. Then Team Soul was focus was entirely onto the players of TWM, and that is when the opportunistic team Chemin striked in.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, Chemin had the timing right literally in every fight, I'd say. They never had to deal with the third parties. They never had to deal with two teams at the same time. So it was a really great game for Chemin Esports and good calling by their IGL. To make sure that they are able to get the chicken, but at the same time not be too deficit in terms of the number of frags that you get, because you do see sometimes these things happen. With Chemin it has happened. In the map of Sanhok they were able to get the chicken but just had one frag, although it was a completely different story because that guy was literally outside the zone and somehow with God's and BGMI God's blessing he was able to get the chicken. That's a completely different story, but we do see a lot of teams not having even a single frag. Once the zone number 6 hits, they try to just get the chicken. They do not keep the number of frags that they have in mind, so they end up with 4 or 5 frags. They get the chicken, they're happy about 20 points a game. But that's not the case with Chemin. They kept it in mind. They need to have good number of frags as well. This time around they end up with 9 or maybe 10. I'm not sure about the number, but a good number, a decent number in terms of the frags. So yeah, that's really great for Chemin Esports, and I hope MVP is also the MVP title also goes to this particular team as well. I'm not sure about that because there were a lot of players who had multi frags, so that could be something to watch out for. Yeah, okay, so it is going to be a player from Team Reckoning, and Punk making his way being the MVP of this game. 5 finishes overall for the dude, had 71% contributions. What, 6 or 7 or maybe 8 frags is what his team had, but overall a great job done by Punk in this entire game.
Yeah, certainly, especially in the very first fight with the players of Team FS, it was Punk with that UMP45 who was able to bring down 2 players of Team FS down. He came for the rescue mission, he went for the flank angle. Being the IGL, he did so much, he created the openings also. So definitely the credit for that particular fight entirely goes to Punk. And 5 finishes, 4 were on the, not entirely 4, but too many were on the players of Team FS as well. So definitely Punk did so much. But along with him, let's have a look at the stars of the match. It is going to be Moksh from the side of iFlix as a best companion with 3 rescues.
This is a really funny stat. I always find it funny because the most number of revives gets the companion. So that means you're a great assist for the team, and that's really good. Although in the fight that essentially mattered the most, he was not able to heal himself up enough and were eliminated. But yeah, good job done by the team of iFlix, because I still remember they were playing around show. They had good number of finishes too. So great job done by them, and then Fury with the final frag was able to close out the game in their favor. Was very close with Punk, I believe, in terms of the MVP race, because both of them had 5 finishes and an assist to their name. But I believe Punk was a little bit better in terms of the damage. But if you talk about the match standings from this particular game, Chemin 9 finishes to their name, 24 total points. TWM also had a good outing, 16 points to their name. Team Soul, the position that they had expected a better result, but yeah, 16 points, not bad at all.
Yeah, definitely not bad. 16 points is definitely going to help their case in the standings. iFlix also this time having a good run, total of 15 points in their name. Alibaba Raiders also being the consistent. This team has been so very consistent. In the previous win, they were right at the bottom, but otherwise on every day in the previous week, they were super consistent. This time having 9 points, but there were few teams who were taken out pretty early in the game, like the players of Team FS, Carnival Gaming were also taken out pretty early in the game because everyone was playing the game for the survival, and that hard shift didn't favor them.
Not at all. I mean, the hard shift probably made the game very interesting, at least for us watchers, but the players were like, bro, what is this? How do we deal with such a situation where you just have to use the 2 bridges? I was surprised to see that the fights only happened around the military base bridge, and the other teams very peacefully crossed from that Novo bridge, I suppose. We did not see any fights, or maybe we missed all the fights that happened on the Novo bridge, because it is very hard, right? 4 or 5 teams rotating from a bridge and not fighting amongst each other, or the timing was very good. Not sure what just happened over there. But that's something really good. That's something really good for all of the teams that were able to make it to the other side of the map. I mean, the only team that I thought deserved to be on the other side from the military base was TWM, and of course they were able to make it out. The timing was right. The fights that they took were essentially very good, especially the one against OG, where they did lose a player, but at the end, if 3 of your players make it out alive from a situation like that, that's a win in my book.
I think TWM was right on the tails of Carnival Gaming, because the moment Orangutan eliminated Carnival Gaming, TWM also heard the gunshots and they made a safe approach towards the southern side of the bridge area. And speaking of Novo Ripnoi, yes, too many teams were not opting for that bridge because majority of the teams were present on the western side of the circle and heading directly towards the side of Novo Ripnoi, and maybe if a team is present over there, the blue will start closing in. So too many risks were involved in that particular rotation. So I think it was only Gujarat Esports and a few other teams that opted for the Novo Ripnoi bridge area, and they made it safely to the main island. But on the other side, few teams also opted for the waterways, like the players of Team Forever and Revenant, and that too a very late rotation coming in from their side.
So basically, they were running towards Novo Ripnoi. They did not have enough time. They knew there was a fight going on, so they opted for a safer or I'd say delayed route, because most of the times you do not make it out alive once you take a dip into the river. So that's what happened. But the overall standings are right in front of us, and Chemin not top 5, Shadow. They've just made it to the top. Straight away at the top position. 2 chickens in today's day, and they just performed brilliantly. 138 points is what they have. Revenant closely following them, 133 points for them. Entity with 117. So now suddenly we do see a gap between the second and the third team, which keeps on going on and on and on. But the other teams who made it over here, Blind, Aiku Soul, all of these teams have made it towards the top 8. And this is probably the insurance zone, right? So these teams, if they continue to perform in the same way, should easily be able to get into top 16. The next page is where I'm interested the most, to see the cutoff after week 2, day number 1, because that's where the other teams have to end up so that they do qualify for the grand finals.
All these teams right now, their focus is just to create a safety cushion for themselves for the last week, so they can go all aggressive, they can try and experiment things, they can try different strats for the finals, because if they have the safety cushion, then only they can do. If they have the pressure mounting on their shoulders of the qualification, then they can't experiment something. Alibaba Raiders is also one of those teams that impressed me the most in the previous week. They were so consistent, but the performance was missing in few of the games today. Yes, they did get decent points in the last Erangel, but I think it was match number 5 where Alibaba Raiders were taken out pretty early in the game with 0 points. Godstone also not a good performance coming in from their side, but still they are in the safe area. They just need to focus on the consistency, not just Godstrain, Gen XFM, Global Esports. Global, in fact, had a good day. Godlike also had a very good day. Carnival Gaming had their ups and downs. Big Brother Esports were also seem to be little struggling on this day, along with Team Forever.
Yeah, all these teams, I mean, especially as you pointed out, Global Esports and got like decent outing. They were struggling after week number 1, but today was certainly a new day for them. And plus, if you look at the competition on this page, Alibaba Raiders on the 9th spot with 99 points. Team Forever on the 16th spot with 88. It's a gap of 11 points, Shadow. I mean, one good game for any of these teams and they'll make a huge jump. So that's how we are fighting it out in the overall standings. Even till 24th, the difference is of 11 points. So you cannot count any of these teams out till now. Of course, I'd say except for Team 0 because they are very far away from the competition till now. But yeah, even Windgod still has that opportunity to make it into the top 16. I mean, every team still has what, like 24 more games to go. 200 points is what I say. Any of these teams getting 200 points from here on, from their remaining games, should easily be able to qualify for top 16.
Oh yes, they certainly can, but like you mentioned, Wingod Esports, Wingod, they shine in few of the games like Sanhok. That has been their strong map. Today, they were also performing really good in the map of Erangel. But look at the stats of Team Hydra officials. They have got 27 finish points and 54 placement points. They're literally following the placement-oriented gameplay. They need to focus on those finish points if they want to find themselves in the top 16, because I don't think just by placement points you can come in top 16. You need those finish points as well. Metal Esports, Team X-Park, despite getting two chicken dinners, just because of the inconsistent performance, they are sitting on the 28th spot with just 68 points. So these teams, they need to focus on the consistency. On the last page, after getting 2 chicken dinners, is not a place where Team X-Park should be. Not even Metal Esports on the 27th, Reckoning on the 25th spot. These are the few big name splits.
Oh, that's completely true, Shadow. I mean, did not expect all these teams to be over here, but they will have to make their way up from here on. So let's see how do they want to go ahead in this particular tournament. It has been a fun one, and the day was really interesting too. A lot of these teams who were struggling in week number 1 have showed potential on in just day 1 of week number 2, but we'll still have 2 more days to go to pass any sort of what should I say, to pass any sort of a statement that this team is performing good or bad. So we will still keep hold on to that particular thing. But yeah, this final game, a fun game, a zone nobody expected, because usually whenever you have that military base zone, it's clear from the start. So you know from zone number 1 that the final zone will form towards military base, and that's it. Be prepared for that in advance. But here you got to know about it after the third zone, I think. And suddenly the 4th zone is, whoa, this is something new. Adapt. Most of the teams were not able to do that. So stuff like this will happen in future too. I mean, this in short gave me an experience of Sanhok per se, because hardships like these usually happen on Sanhok, but happened on Erangel, so a welcome change according to me. So would love to see more hardships like these and teams being troubled a lot, because that's what I like. I mean, if you're not able to adapt, you will be eliminated. But yeah, the best thing was Chemin Esports. They survived and were able to get the job done. But yes, guys, this was it for now. Let's quickly jump to an interview that is being conducted. So let's go to that particular segment.
Well, that was Gujarat Tigers' Shadow over there, being so confident, definitely. And for all the good reasons, because Gujarat Tigers, they had a fantastic run today.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, Gujarat Tigers, they played a good game. And of course, Shadow will be a part of that particular team. And we will be jumping back to the interview.
Yeah.
And let's head on and let's
The interview
hear
ke liye.
from Shadow.
Shadow, welcome to the show. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. How are you doing? I'm doing good as well and हमारे एनालिस्ट के काफी सवाल होंगे आपके आज की और इनफैक्ट V1 की रन के लिए तो I'll leave it to you guys now.
Should I start?
आप करिए मेरे पास तो
What's up? क्या हाल?
मस्त आप कैसे?
बस मैं ये पूछना था कि कैसा लग रहा है नया लाइनअप, मतलब विक्सी के साथ पहली बार खेल रहे हो आप?
नहीं, विक्सी के लास्ट BMPS भी खेला था, लाइक मैं लाला एंड विस्की तो खेल ही रहते BMPS. MJ नया एडिशन था हमारा.
और कैसा चल रहा है ये पूरा रोस्टर का?
अभी तो हम लोग मतलब जितना फाइट्स ले सक रहे ना उतना फाइट ले रहे, थोड़ा सिनर्जी बिल्ड करने के लिए.
आप लीड कर रहे हो, क्लच गॉड लीड कर रहे हैं?
मैं लीड कर रहा हूँ.
नाइस. बट ये जो अभी फिनिश का गेम है, मतलब अभी फोकस अभी फिनिशेस पे चल रहा है, मतलब कि फायर पावर पे कितना है?
फिनिशेस पे चल रहा है, मतलब फायर पावर कितना है हमारे टीम का, कहाँ फाइट्स ले सकते हैं कहाँ नहीं ले सकते.
चिकन डिनर एक छूटा था मीरामार के अंदर. व्हाट वाज द रिएक्शन? क्योंकि स्किप्स ने ऐसा क्या करके दिखाया और टीम के बीच में क्या हुआ है, क्या एक्सप्लेन कर सकते हो व्हाट हैपेंड?
लाइक एक्सप्लेन करने का लाइक दो स्क्वाड थी आई थिंक लड़ रही थी.
यस.
तो मेरे को MJ तब से पंप कर रहा था कि चले जा मतलब ऊपर जा हिल पे कि एंगल बना रहे वहां से. फिर मैं वहां से पूरा नीचे आया कि अब मारना पड़ेगा, तो उधर जो होना था हो गया.
बुरा लगा थोड़ा सा भी या फिर बोले कि चलो ठीक है अब हो गया, कल देख लेंगे, सेकंड डिनर निकाल ही लेंगे?
नहीं, बुरा तो लगा ऑब्वियसली, ऐसे तो मरना किसी को पसंद नहीं है, पर बहुत अच्छा मारा तो एक सेटबैक ले सकते हम लोग.
तो अभी ना उस दिन डेस्ट्रो भी आए थे, डेस्ट्रो का भी यही था जवाब कि अभी क्वालिफिकेशन मैटर करती है. आपके लिए भी वही वाला फॉर्मूला चल रहा है या ये एक्सपेरिमेंट्स वाला फेज भी चल रहा है आपका साथ साथ?
लाइक क्वालिफाई तो करना है पर एक्सपेरिमेंट भी कर रहे हैं, क्योंकि नई टीम है तो हम लोग कहाँ ज्यादा फाइट लेने में कंफर्टेबल है, कैसे खेलते हैं वैसा भी चल रहा है. बस वही फोकस है. आज हम लोग थोड़ा पोजी पॉइंट्स पे खेले, लाइक पहला वीक हम लोग किल पॉइंट पे खेले थे.
अभी जो नई टीम्स आई हैं ओपन क्वालिफायर से, आपने गौर फरमाया स्कल्ट्स पे और ये 4 शॉट्स के, ये ऐसा क्या कर रहे हैं जो ओपन क्वालिफायर्स के टॉप थे अचानक से इनवाइटेड के बीच में पिस से गए हैं?
लाइक वो होता है ना कि मतलब अभी जो बंदे अपने T1 के एक्सपीरियंस लेते थोड़ा दबा देते हैं, एक रो पुश करा के या एक बंदा हैंडल कर लेता है, तो वो उनको भी मतलब वैसा मेंटालिटी रखना पड़ेगा कि अब जो डिसीजन ले लिया, तो जितना डरेंगे उतना खराब गेम्स जाएंगे.
और कोई टीम है शैडो, और कोई टीम ऐसी जो बहुत इंप्रेस कर रही है आपको, मतलब कि भाई क्या ही खेल रहे हैं?
अभी तो CS अच्छा खेल रही है, जो हिल बैटल लोग निकाल रहे हैं.
परेशान हो उससे?
कुछ भी चल रहा है. परेशान तो मतलब ऐसा होना नहीं चाहिए पर हो रहा है, कैसे हो रहा है पता नहीं.
जॉनी आपके कुछ सवाल?
नहीं, मेरे सारे सवाल तो आप लोगों ने पूछ लिए. आई थिंक मेरा एक ही वो क्वेश्चन था कि इस वीक का फोकस क्या रहेगा, एंड शैडो ऑलरेडी आंसर कर चुके हैं कि थोड़ा सा आज के दिन भी प्लेसमेंट पे इन्होंने फोकस किया. वीक 1 जो था वो फिनिशेस के ऊपर किया. क्या ये प्लेसमेंट का फोकस पूरे वीक रहेगा या एक टाइम आएगा जब आप दोबारा से स्विच करोगे अग्रेशन पे?
नहीं, अभी जैसे लाला भी है मैं भी, तो हमारा थोड़ा माइंड में थोड़ा जब हम नॉक देते तो पुश चलता है कि पुश डाल देते कुछ जो देखा जाएगा. ऐसा ही चलता है.
मीरामार में कर दिया होता सही टाइम पे चिकन आ जाता आज.
तो थोड़ा सा लेट हो गए.
कोई नहीं, वो गेम बहुत बेहतरीन गेम था, वो भी वहाँ पे भी काफी दमदार परफॉर्मेंस आपने डिलीवर करी. एक चीज जैसा क्रैट ने बताया कि लास्ट टाइम डेस्ट्रो आए थे तो उनकी कैलकुलेशन थी कि भाई 24 गेम में हम लोग क्वालिफाई कर जाएंगे. आपकी कोई ऐसी कैलकुलेशन चाहिए कि इतने मैचेस में तो हो गया, या अभी ऑलरेडी यू फील लाइक यू गाइस आर सेफ?
या
हम तो वैसे सेफ ही है, लाइक हमको बस कंसिस्टेंट खेलना है, ऐसा कुछ मतलब नीड नहीं है कि 32 से 16 आना है.
शैडो इससे पहले भी बहुत लाइनअप के अंदर आप खेल चुके हो, मतलब अभी पिछला एक साल के अंदर टू मच शफल टू हैंडल. अभी इस लाइनअप के अंदर कोई कमजोरी है जो तुम्हें लगता है कि अगर उन कमजोरी पे काम किया तो चीजें बहुत बढ़िया हो जाएंगी?
कमजोरी तो अभी वही है कि हमको मतलब एज अ टीम लैन एक्सपीरियंस करना है, जो होता है ना, तो बस वही है. बाकी तो मेरे को नहीं लगता कोई कमजोरी है.
बिकॉज़ इंडिविजुअली चारों प्लेयर्स ऑन द मार्क.
हाँ, किसी पे ऐसा कुछ है नहीं. MJ को तो आप जानते हो, वो भी बहुत अच्छा खेलता है, तो उसको भी हम टीम में ले ले तो काफी एक्सपीरियंस वो भी लेके आता है टीम में कि कुछ गड़बड़ होता है तो.
बिल्कुल. टॉप फ्रैगर्स की लिस्ट में आज सुबह MJ के स्टार्ट्स देखे थे हमने, काफी दमदार फोटो भी थी. ऑल रेडी टू टेक द फाइट. बट शैडो, थैंक यू सो मच फॉर जॉइनिंग अस. एक अच्छी कन्वर्सेशन रही, आपके काफी इन्फॉर्मेशन मिली गुजरात टाइगर्स के बारे में, एंड बेस्ट ऑफ लक फॉर टुमारो एंड दिस वीक.
थैंक यू, बाय बाय, गुड नाइट.
गुड नाइट.
Well, that was Shadow. Like I said, he was looking so confident. Like he said, Fritz, that they were entirely focused on those placement points, but they have got the perfect balance between those placement and finish points. It's not like they are playing entirely on the placement points. They have got decent finish points as well.
Yeah, I mean, he stated it. The last week they were all out for frags. This week they were all out for positions, and they were essentially able to balance in between both of these things and get themselves a good spot. Plus the confidence. I mean, Krat did mention that Destro came in and said that they will be able to qualify in 24 games. He was like, bro, we've already qualified. We're confident that we'll qualify. There's no problem. So that is something I loved about him. But hey, there's another statistics over here. The number of finishes that Ninja Boy has, he is clearly in the lead. Huh? The week number 1 was also his. Day number 1 for week number 2 is again where Ninja Boy is leading. 27 finishes overall. The next in line is going to be Punk with 22.
Oh yes, Pang being the IGL, still getting the top finishes in his team. 12 finishes from his side. Then we have Fierce from the side of Revenant with 12 finishes of his own. And Prajwal of Team Prince. This lad has impressed me the most because every time Team Prince engages in a fight, it is always Prajwal getting those finish points, getting those opening knocks. So yes, this lad is doing so much for his team.
Yeah, definitely. He has been the one to look out for from their team, and he has been performing in a really good fashion too. So let's see if he can continue with the same performance in the near future. That's going to be the only question I have. Plus, for all of these teams, they have to be ready tomorrow as well. We will be having the same sort of group distribution throughout the week. So we will see Group A and D fighting it out first. Then we'll have Group C and B fighting it out on all these different maps. I'm excited to see how the other maps of Erangels do the players of Team Group C and B play out. I believe they've played it on it once in the previous week too, but we have to still see the multiple Erangels and Miramars that they have to play it out on. So we'll be waiting for that. Super excited to see that happen. A lot of different group shuffles are yet to be made. So that is also something that we have to keep our eyes on. But yeah, this has been a great day till now. A lot of different games, a clutch happening from outside the zone, a team being 1v3 with just an insane amount of DBS action is what I'd say in that map of Miramar. And still the player was completely like, oh, it's fine. Things like these do happen. So Shadow in the interview said, it was our mistake, we own it. But then again, qualification is at stake. That is something we're easily doing. So not a problem in that, which was a really good thing. And I had a lot of fun today, Shadow.
Well, we all had a lot of fun, especially in the last Erangel with that circle shift coming in. And I'm loving the format because every day the groups are shuffled. They play on a different set of maps. That makes things more interesting. But like Fritz mentioned, tomorrow 2 different groups will start competing against each other on a different set of maps. That will make it more interesting. Let's see how many teams are going to stage a comeback, because this day of this week, so many teams like Orangutan, they staged a major comeback. Revenant was looking in full form. Reckoning also shined in a few games. They were a little off. But with that, having said, we have come to the end of our show. But before ending the show, let's thank our sponsors. Thank you to Snapdragon Pro Series presenting partners Samsung for providing us with the Samsung devices, top-tier performances, crystal-clear displays, and lightning-fast response time, unmatched speed from the newest, fastest Snapdragon platform ever, available only on Samsung Galaxy devices. Level up your gameplay like the pros with the new Samsung Galaxy S23 series. But before ending the show, Fritz, any final words?
Nah, I mean, we had a lot of fun. I had a lot of fun enjoying the game, and hopefully tomorrow is even better.
Let's hope tomorrow is even better. We'll see you guys tomorrow at the same time. Have a good night.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, and Monster Energy.
Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt. Cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me. How'd I turn pain into energy? Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually when it stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, now I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose a game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard